Hey, it's 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实习战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaceClan.
大家好，我是飘战队的 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
Imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli. Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this? 2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else? Yes, he can! Stop! Please! Unbelievable! Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Kuman with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sinan tries to find another, but Kuman again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whimper. The sense coming on in. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the grenade at the ready. It looks good!
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 takes down 2 of New Happy. For 𝗟𝗏, still Adder holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for 𝗟𝗏 looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun Sister also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗏 eliminated. 𝗟𝗏 swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen G. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Hey, it's 𝗟𝗏 from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是飘战队的 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli. Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this? 2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can! Stop! Please! Unbelievable! Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Kumin with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sinan tries to find another one. Kumin again. Finds the third as well.
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whimper. The sense coming on in. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the grenade at the ready. It looks good. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 takes down 2 of New Happy.
For 𝗟𝗏, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for Third Eye looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like 𝗟𝗔𝗡 also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen G. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. We are live from the Battle Arena Malaysia, a premier esports venue located in the Jaya Shopping Center. It is day 2 of the PGS 1 Grand Finals. My name is Tafis. I am joined by Avenger, as always, as we break down the action. We're about to get back into it, Martin, and it has been crazy in an event so far. In fact, we played 8 days, 4 of those started with back-to-back wins by the team who got the first one.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been such a fantastic tournament so far. A surprising tournament, of course, too. But yesterday, Gen.G started off strong and then flopped a little bit. Some questionable decisions where they're like starting to camp already. And I was actually hoping to see them continue kind of their dominance and continue to see that lead being built even further. This is the schedule.
This is, take a look at it. All the stuff that's come before is just to remind you about how long the journey's been. But here it is. We are on the 6th, our second to last day of play. 6 games have already been done, but there's 12 more to go for those teams hoping to get their hands on the big money. $500,000 in that prize pool. 80,000 up for grabs for first.
Yeah, it's huge, of course. Once you're already here into the grand final, you doubled your money. You went from 10,000 to 20,000, so we already sent 8 teams home, of course. You're going to be sad that they're not going to be able to partake in the bigger share of the lion's share of this prize pool.
They'll be sad that they missed out on the cash. They missed out on the PGS points as well. We'll break those down in just a second. But this is to remind you, everyone had a shot. You went through the group stages. You went to the winners if you were in the top. You struggled through the losers if you underperformed. So there's not really an argument for anybody to say, hey, there was no chance. Like, no one got here by luck. They had to earn this final position.
Yeah, honestly, and I love this double elimination format, right? You have a group stage, everyone is equally cheered to get into the winner's bracket. And of course, here the participating teams that are from the winner's bracket now is able to really pop off and have a fantastic day. Won 75 points in the winner's bracket. They were able to get home, starting with a back-to-back.
It absolutely was. And now they here in the grand final, they are performing very well as well to end the day up in the top position. Sonic's also a team that changed their drop. In the past, we've come to internationals where they have slammed their head against the brick wall of 17 over and over in 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏. They changed it and it seems to be working.
It's working, and both of them now tied second place, 53 points. That's super, super interesting that they're able to adapt to that. And I actually love that what I'm seeing, and that's one of the effects from Gunna, I feel like.
It almost seems though as 17, on the other hand, did well. They were attacked by Sonics. They were pushed towards that loser's bracket. They've come out here and they've been swinging. Our head-to-head, however, is Na'Vi and Sonics. They hold first and second position. Na'Vi felt like they got a little bit of a slow start yesterday, or maybe it's just 𝗟𝗏 hasn't fully activated just yet. But by the end of the day, they looked really good.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really hoping to see them get up to the level that we saw in the winners bracket, because they're playing already against some of the big teams that we have here, of course, and that's obviously a huge one. Another big performance yesterday was 𝗟𝗓𝗓 and Heaven. Happy to have him on my team. Sorry I didn't captain him, but 𝗟𝗓𝗓 again from Cerberus being able to pop off for them and have a fantastic performance. Really been satisfied with what we've been seeing from Cerberus so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. Let's hope they pick it up a little bit today. Teams to watch as we get into the matches. First up is 17. Gen.G, because they started so strong yesterday, but that's an interesting one for me. Right in the middle is 𝗟𝗏, a team that I think a lot of folks didn't even expect to be in the grand final. Right. Keep an eye. Why are we watching them today?
Obviously, they won a game yesterday. They got second place, so I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more kill-heavy situations for all of them, right? They had a really good game on the military game, but it was mostly gifted because there were 2 teams that fought and they destroyed each other. It was Na'Vi and 𝗟𝗏𝗏 that assured mutual destruction for each other. Another good set of games here where we saw 17 Gaming take on Sonics and Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity Gaming, another team that had a lot of high finishing placements, but not that many kills to boot.
You're right. It did seem like they were playing a lot more macro. They weren't interested in taking some of the fights that we saw teams getting more aggressive early on. Right. This is that 𝗟𝗏 win that we talked about previously. You can see that fight between 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and Na'Vi going up on the hill. And 𝗟𝗏 just had a good spot. They made the most of a really good position, and that's kind of how it seems like their MO. Wait for that spot and capitalize on it.
But this spot that 𝗟𝗏 had, this was one of the spots that Gen.G could have taken if they did not decide to gatekeep and camp Sonics on the bridge.
Now, if you're playing fantasy at home, your rosters are locked in. There is still time to change your captains. But just a reminder for the scoring structure, 2 points for kills, 5 for survival, and you do get points for damage, 1 per total 100. So a kill basically is 3 if you do all the damage yourself.
Exactly. If you jump in with a shotgun and you do everything like Heaven did yesterday, that's 3 points per kill right there.
So we have been tracking our performance here in the studio as well as our players' performances. These are the top 5-point players throughout this entire event.
Impressive.
It's changed a little, but the thing that's killing me is Kickstart and Sneakers on the far left, the most highest performers, but they weren't yesterday.
No, yesterday they let everyone else catch up to them. But Heaven and him has, of course, huge performance for them. Yesterday makes them jump into the top 5 of the overall throughout the whole tournament so far. This is our picks. Happy with mine. I had Kickside yesterday as captain. Still have him captain. I believe Luminosity is going to pop off a little bit more today than they did yesterday.
I've been riding a 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 pony this entire event. Why stop now? So the captain badge will remain on his shirt. The brawl for the bottom has changed. Cameron has actually made some big gains as he chases Paper Thin down. Built, I think, a large part of that on Salute. We saw some Danawa action yesterday and 𝗟𝗚 turning on at the end of the day.
Yeah, Heaven popped up for him too. Had a huge pick for him too. More than 40 points gained yesterday, though. And also catched up. You catched up. We're tied.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'm only within like 0.4. I'm technically in front with like point something.
James had a 60-point lead at the start of the day, and I actually saw him type in Twitch chat, I will never lose first. So, yeah, I screenshotted it, James, if you're watching, and I can't wait to send it to you later.
I had one game yesterday where I jumped him, actually, and he was like, oh, I'm in shambles.
Total leaderboard. This is what really matters. Na'Vi starts the day in first place with 54, but it is a tight race. The top 4 are very close. There's a little bit of a drop-off, but honestly, it still feels like maybe with the exception of Third Eye, everyone needs one good game to get back in this.
Yeah, there's no team with 75 points and a 20-point lead down to everyone. It is extremely close all the way through. One great game, even for Twisted Minds. One win with double digits, and they're straight into the top 4 quite easily. So it's super close. Usually day 2 in grand finals, that is where the difference is being made. We're going to be obviously halfway through after 3 games, but once we're done with today, we could see and have a potential favorite going into the last day.
We're back into the MMM rotation, starting off in the lush meadows of Erangel. And now let's do this. Let's put you on the spot a little bit. We see how close this mid-pack is. Are there any teams that you're watching in the mid-pack that you're saying they could make the move today? Maybe here's their recipe for success in doing so?
I definitely feel like Luminosity is going to be able to step it up today because yesterday they had the placements with them, but they didn't frag out. They didn't benefit from being in, all these situations where they could get all the kills. They had to constantly move. They constantly moved to get into the placements, but they didn't have all these situations where they're able to step up and stop and say, all right, we're going to be able to farm a little bit of those kills and frags and even steal some knocks that we usually see them be able to do really well.
We'll see if they can do really well there. And if you guys want to do really well, there's still time to go ahead and update some of those roster picks. Maybe get your captain changed up if you are still playing fantasy with us. And I will also remind you that we will be giving away codes throughout the show today. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to have an opportunity for you to get your hands on those skins until the 17th. So it's your chance to support the teams. 25% goes towards them. And in just a moment, get your fingers ready. We've got a code coming for you in just a second. So while we take a look at that, while everybody watching is rushing to put in those points, now we talked about Luminosity. Hopefully they do well. There are other teams in the mid-pack like 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, that I don't know if I don't know what to expect from them. Right. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in particular. We saw Hamas play so good during the last stage. Yesterday just felt a little bit out of sorts.
A little bit, yeah. They also have not been feeling super well, so they're all playing, they're feeling a little bit sick, so hopefully they've gotten a little bit better, but also Twisted Minds, another team we saw at PGC last year, do super well. They have been at Globals, they have so much experience, and going into the last game, they're looking like a potential winner of PGC last year, but then Na'Vi came in and snatched everything away from them.
It's a reality of international play. Sometimes you have to deal with the struggles of travel, strange food, new places. We'll see how these teams deal with day 2 as we get going in just a minute.
Being the best isn't just about winning the trophy. It's about giving your everything and showing the world what you're made of. That's what I'm here to do.
저희가 패자조에서 이게 되게 초조하고 긴장했었는데 결국엔 저희가 올라갈 거라는 믿음이 있었기 때문에 평소 실력이 그대로 나온 것 같고 그랜드 파이널에서도 저희가 PWS에서 왜 우승했는지 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I know that the grand final will be a challenge, but I'm up for it. I'm going to give everything I have and leave it all on the field.
我们在小组赛中经历了起伏，但我们成功晋级了总决赛。我们不会把这个机会当成理所当然，我们会全力以赴，放开来打。
When
무대를 부시러 PGS에 왔습니다. 예전 모습을 신경 쓰지 않고 최선을 다하고 제일 강한 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 조심하세요.
Our journey to the grand final has been a roller coaster ride. We've faced some tough challenges along the way, but it just makes us stronger. Now we're ready to take on whatever comes on our way in the grand final.
Ở giải đấu lần này chúng tôi không chỉ là muốn giành được chiếc cúp mà để chứng minh rằng là người Việt Nam không có dở. Các bạn hãy chờ xem màn chào đón của bọn tôi nhé.
We have overcome all the problems we face, and now it's time to grab our champion. We are ready.
虽然我们在胜者组的状态不是很理想，但是我们不会因此失去了信心。我们会以此为动力，在决赛中全力以赴。你们就拭目以待吧。
อย่าประมาทนะครับรอบนี้พวกเราทีม Data Gaming มาประกาศให้โลกรู้ว่าพวกเราคือทีมระดับโลกครับ
We may be underestimated, but we're ready to rise to the occasion and make a statement.
Kendimizi dünyaya göstermeye ve bu yolda başarıyı kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz.
Get ready for the finals, because SDK is coming. Defending a title is never easy, but we are up for the challenge. We know that the other teams are going to be looking to knock us off the pair. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we stay on top.
We are ready.
준비 다 됐습니다.
Chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng.
พวกเราพร้อมแล้ว
Hazırız.
We are ready.
Two more days, 12 more games to go here at PGS1 until we find out who will be the champion of the new era. We get ready to start off the day. It is Paper Thin and Cammy D coming at you, and I am super excited today, Cammy. Yesterday was such a good day. The matches were so close. The teams, the leaderboard, everything is so tight right now.
Yeah, definitely. There are definitely the points pretty far from first down to 16th place, but the road there, the line there's like virtually zero gaps. There's like a 10-point gap between 3rd and 4th, and then from 15 to 16. But it's such a clean line, which just shows that while some teams, of course, played better yesterday than others, like things are pretty packed in, and I think it's only going to take 1 or 2 games, maybe someone winning a team fight that they otherwise wouldn't have, etc., to really flip what the standings look like now.
Yeah, it really goes to show you how stacked this lobby is with how linear the point progression is.
Yeah.
So certainly, anything can happen. I mean, Gen G came out yesterday, wins 2 games. They're not even in first place. So this is about consistency. This is about keeping a high level of play. Not just through a couple big matches, but you've got to get it done through some of those games where you're maybe not having your best performance.
Yeah, Navi in first, of course, Sonics and 17 Gaming just barely trailing behind, tied for second. I mean, so there is the tiebreaker that Sonics is currently leading, but both that just behind at 53 points each, with Navi's 54. Those aren't necessarily teams that I would have put into the top 3, if I'm being honest. It is still Luminosity, it is still Danawa that were my favorites coming in to this whole thing, and those teams are actually on the opposite end in 14th and 15th place. But you know what? We're going into game number 1 is going to be Erangel, and we're going to see if those standings remain at the end of day number 2 here.
No doubt about it. We are definitely looking to see who can have a better performance here on day 2, see who can maintain their strong performances from day 1, as we are going to go Erangel, Miramar. Did it. As we get into the fight path here, see where the players want to go. I can hear the players yelping. They're ready to go. Are you ready at home? I hope so, because this one should be great. 6 games today, and we will find out where we stand for our last day tomorrow.
Yeah, and these early games have been a bit of a mixed bag. We haven't had any hot drops so far, at least none that can stick around, and I don't think there have been any at all, but if I can't remember, it's because they haven't stuck around. But that doesn't mean that we haven't seen some early action, some early fighting, and so honestly expect the unexpected sometimes, because there have been some weird rotational kills, some weird just like initial drops. I think Lil Ghost once stole a vehicle from Twisted Minds up in Ruins. Little small plays like that to just give teams the extra edge, even though there isn't a hot drop off the bat.
Everything, all of those little things matter so much. And, you think about, for example, in game, I think it was 3 or 4 yesterday when 𝗟𝗔 bridge camped Sonics, right? Because they were already ahead. Sonics were in second.
Yeah.
They knew they were going to be coming from Ferry Pier. It was a melee circle, and they wanted to see if they could, hamper Sonics early. They certainly did, but it cost both teams. 𝗟𝗔 only got those 2 kill points out of that affair.
Yeah, that's because the circle did hard shift away from that west bridge. I don't think you could necessarily say that 𝗟𝗔's poor performance that round was because of the camp.
Sure.
Definitely, I think that camps like that are actually really, really good. They didn't stick around long enough, which was the crucial part. But here, Ascend and Daytrade dropping close to each other, but it's mostly just for vehicles. But phase number 1 does reveal itself. It's going to be another northwest circle. Last time we saw this yesterday, and it's been a while since we've seen a South George circle, but yesterday took us very far towards the coast before it eventually pulled away. So I wonder if teams are going to be expecting the exact same thing, because remember, this is PGS hard shift.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm telling you guys, like, circles can end in very bizarre places on Erangel. I've seen it in the PCS Charity Showdown a couple of years ago. There was a game that ended west of the West Road on the map, like on the peninsula out west of South Georgia Pole. I now call that the 𝗟𝗔 Peninsula because they won that game. But one of the wildest, just most bizarre circles I've ever seen. So things like that can happen. We've got an interview here with Ascend, though, guys. Let's listen to Mika.
All the way to Milta Power.
Yeah, we just had a little bit of a fight there that maybe we weren't expecting. We thought we maybe have time to get you guys an interview with Mika there, but didn't come through as there was some fighting, so we had to hold the phone on that momentarily, but I think this fight is likely done now.
Yeah, just catching Sninkers off guard. I thought that Luminosity might have been trying to go to Novo, but they were going to go across the bridge to Milta Power. They got punished for it, but here is an interview with Ascend.
Because I think we were pretty solid. We just kept our hype and kept playing like we did and just improved on minor things. So we as a team have really high expectations, and we didn't come here to get a top 6, top 8. We went here to for sure get finals and for 100% go for that first rank, and if we can do that, that would be just amazing.
Well, I mean, I think, for Ascend, like I was talking to Kovo, he said they're pretty happy with their performance so far. Obviously, they think they can do better, but overall, yesterday mostly went pretty according to plan for them. A few, weird moments here and there, but that's kind of Ascend in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah,
they've got all kinds of those crazy wild moments. It's Chris Place, as they've kind of become known as.
Honestly, it's Chris with the M249. Actually talking to Sonics earlier today about the shooting range game. Not only were they not expecting Ascend to have more than one player, it's Chris was there with an M249, which is the one weapon to really cut off their just bomb send onto that spot in the middle of a field. So making a lot of really fun moments happen for Ascend is it's Chris, and Ascend are currently sitting in 6th place, which is much higher than expectations. I think even making their way to the grand final in the first place was higher than expectations, but they are still delivering. So whatever is working for them, whatever they're doing to be delivering here, they just got to keep doing what it is.
They're such an entertaining team to watch.
Oh yeah,
they always keep you on the edge of your seat. They keep the players aware. You got to keep your head on a swivel to make sure that you're aware of the Ascend's positioning at all time, because you never know when you're going to get backstabbed by them. 𝗟𝗏 going to be sitting pretty. I'm not sure if they're the team that let out a whoop when the circle popped. It was either them or 𝗟𝗏. One of the two let out a very happy yell with this first circle.
I mean, 𝗟𝗏 are a very loud team, so I would wager to bet that it was them, and they're already setting up shop. This is a very strong compound. We haven't seen this become a crucial building in the late game for quite a while, and I think partly just because of the shifts away from water. But this is actually a totally different spot. On the south side, they're doing a 2-2 split across Georgia Pole Mountain.
Yeah, this is a huge split for 𝗟𝗏. Now, sometimes you can get away with rotating around that northern edge of the mountain, but we've seen before that it doesn't always work. I mean, I think it was yesterday that somebody got cut down, or maybe during the group stage or something. I think it was 𝗟𝗏 got killed trying to wrap back around that mountain. But it is dangerous to do. But if it works, if you're able to find the center circle like you were talking about, circles do gravitate towards that northeastern in relation to the mountain, the northern compound. Yeah. Sometimes we saw yesterday close to the hospital. So we'll see if that pays off for 𝗟𝗗𝗗.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of splits be deployed here. Obviously, 𝗟𝗗𝗗 is the widest, but Ascend now with a couple of positions on that west coast that they're coming in from the southwest side of things. I don't think they're going to be pressured as much as the east side, just the nature that the terrain approaching this circle is going to be, but a lot of teams posting up around that mountain. Very few teams are on the north side of the river, and unless we see a hard shift on phase 1 or maybe phase 2 or maybe phase 3, then it's probably not going to go up there. So everyone's basically going to try and find room here, but if you're not already on 𝗟𝗗𝗡 Mountain, you're just basically going to have to go in Gatka or Ruins, which kind of sucks early.
Yeah, no doubt, especially Ruins. But yeah, both are really not the most ideal spot to start in the circle. We'll see what it wants to do with the next one. Ghibli is going to be a little bit late, of course, due to getting caught up with 𝗟𝗓, momentarily 𝗟𝗓 as well.
Yeah.
Still out there by Mil to Power.
Yeah, they're currently driving north towards Lipovka. This is not for loot. They seem pretty looted up, but they should be looted up, especially with 3 people looting Mil to Power. There should be more than enough to go around for them. It's more just to try and find an angle of approach that it's not going to get punished, not going to get cut down in rotation, because already losing Snakers is bad enough. They definitely don't want to be losing anymore. And for a team like Luminosity, who has struggled, at least yesterday in the grand finals, partly because they kept losing people early, this is not a great sign for them, but they're doing whatever they can to make sure it doesn't continue to happen for the rest of this round. Once they get established in phase 1, phase 2, then maybe we can start to see them really get activated. But right now, with the nature of the circle and how late they're coming in, they got to play like on the back foot and give credence to the other teams inside.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We'll see if they can have a bounce back day for sure. I saw 4M briefly on screen there. I think they're a team to watch out for. They've had a really consistent tournament so far. They could absolutely start to have another, just kind of one of these days where they're just kind of racking up 4 or 5 points per game, and then all of a sudden they put up a big one in there in the lead.
I mean, for Angry Men, it looks like they're in a rough spot because they're in 10th place, but look at the points total. They're 31 points. 4th place is 43 points, and like that's one good game. That's one solid good game. This is exactly what we're talking about with like how stacked this middle section is. There's no real separation happening on the leaderboard just yet. And I'm sure, I think Martin was saying this on the desk, I'm sure at the end of the day, if not even halfway through, we're going to start to see those separations of the tiers of play of like, these are the teams playing for first, these are the teams just trying to play for top 8, etc. But at the moment, it's still very much up in the air.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Today is kind of the moving day, so to speak, for the lobby to see where this one really is going to shake out for the finals, who are really going to be the contenders and the pretenders. Over towards Dono up on the north,
Yeah, yesterday was the day of trial, sort of testing things out. Today is when the game plan needs to get locked into place for the best level of execution going into tomorrow. The teams that had a couple of bad early rounds yesterday, they've basically ran out of time for that. Now the teams at the top, they can still have a couple of flubs here and there today, but if you really want to contend for the top, you got to make sure that you stay on your A game the entire time.
It's a bit of deja vu here, Cammy. We saw this, except it was STK in lose position, although they were more fanned out around the other side of the mountain. This time, in Onyx relaying the information. Donawa setting up with a very similar look here. Perfectix is driving right in the middle of Donawa, though. Somehow Loki can't find the spray initially, just enough at the hillside. Keeps Perfectix off of him.
But Salute is here. There is a covering fire from Lou on the low ground, but that's a really nicely placed grenade. And so the first knock is going to go for Donawa.
This is pretty interesting. I mean, this is literally what Donawa did in a very similar circle the other day. So Twisted Minds here maybe expecting that Donawa would try something different based on the results of that, because it was only Salute and Soul left at the end of that fight. Now those two did rack in quite a few points, a few salvage points for their team. Now Lou under pressure, Batulans, they had no idea. They should have known he was in here, but Loki quick for the trade at least.
They knew he was in there. That was a run out for sure to try and bait out the peak, and Loki was there for the follow-up. Really good team play, knowing how to activate yourself in a 2-versus-1 advantage. The rest of Twisted Minds, they are scrambling to the wins and take it very, very low. Spyro also goes down. So Twisted Minds, a team that needs to have a good game to put themselves up with the top dogs here. It's gonna be a rough one for this round. Turn to Howl. They did lose a player, and Circle Phase 2 did still favor this mountain and that river.
Ooh, a grenade there. A parting gift for Howl as they try to continue away from Cerberus's mountaintop position. A lot of teams going to be on the move with this circle, heading towards, getting these compounds, getting these spaces that are so valuable in this part of the map, as a lot of people are expecting this to be maybe around Tiamba's initial northern split. As you can see, Tiamba driving in that general direction. And Onyx did fall for Dono on the backside. LG
kind of trying to punish Donowa a bit.
Yeah, looks like they were crashing into that spot to the north side. STK getting a couple of kills here too, but 𝗟𝗓 in this position. They've been condensed down to a singular spot, but do not lead that to make you think that it's not going to be a powerful position. It's not going to have the high ground that 𝗟𝗓 are now contesting for, but at what point will they be challenged from enough angles that their influence is going to be limited? This mountain is such a crucial part of even phase number 2 right now. We have Daytrade coming up. We have Ascent trying to swing on past. Na'Vi and Sonics on the south side. Things could get hairy on the high ground there pretty soon.
And this could still be a 50-50 after the next circle. There's still a world where this hard shifts north and things get really dicey. Sonics and Na'Vi going to be dusting up. Grenades are out, but they're going to come up well short of anyone in the Sonics. 𝗟𝗓 going to try and get up here on the roof. Some shots into players of Sonics, but no critical damage done.
Ooh, 𝗟𝗓 not spotted on the climbs, able to get the shot, but just quite can't get the knock. That was going to be a crucial knock for Sonics to get, but the shot's just not landing.
And you can see the response now is to try to grenade the back of the house, but they can't quite find the angle. And now Na'Vi is going to have to settle up and heal up for a moment, regroup and reset. 𝗟𝗓 did take quite a bit of damage. Mime as well. So now the tempo might have shifted briefly in Na'Vi's direction while 𝗟𝗓 put some shots at 𝗟𝗓.
It's hard to say. Neither team were able to get the knock against the other, and now Daytrade and 𝗟𝗓 shooting third-party shots down that way. So both teams kind of just forced to cower and play defensively. No one's going to be playing on the roofs now because of Daytrade's angle on the northwest, but look at 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓 both just checking on the north.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗓 gets the knock. 𝗟𝗓 gets the finish. It's Howl's trying to find some of those grooves in the side of the mountain to hide in. Only Apocalypse left in that groove right now. This fight doesn't seem to be really heating up just yet. I don't think either team really wants to commit to this. I mean, these are two teams, you know, literally our top 2 teams.
Yeah, both of them in a 1-3, almost in like a yin-yang sort of arrangement here, alignment here. 𝗟𝗓 for Na'Vi and Mime for Sonics, sort of trying to get those first initial knocks, but it's still utility coming out from both sides. Tickerton's frag grenade not really... Oh, okay, maybe he tended to go exactly that direction, playing some billiards with his frags. 𝗟𝗓 is forced to prone back down and heal, and that is going to be that ridge flank angle no longer held by Na'Vi. We'll see if Sonics wants to move off the back of it, or if they still just don't feel comfortable because of 𝗟𝗓 and Daytrade. But here comes PO, here comes PO.
This is the absolute most PO thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
This is what I love about the guy. He has just no fear on his own to go and watch other teams duke it out. Now he's got to be careful about Daytrade and 𝗟𝗓, although they're actually 𝗟𝗓 is going to get a knock on 𝗟𝗓, so 𝗟𝗓's been out in the open a bit too long here. 𝗟𝗓's able to find the angle finally. Some smokes are coming down.
Look at phase number 3. It's going to stay pretty split with the river there, but we know where the next circle is going to go. Swing down to the south in between 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓 Mountain, which sort of, I would say, means that Sonics and Na'Vi need to leave, but I don't know how they can do that safely. Donowa now coming in from the north side, trying to separate from Luminosity, but yeah, trying to leave, they have to go for the fight here. Example does get the knock onto 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗓 trying to push with that shotgun initially. Tickleton is going to be good for 1. The Molly's going to send him back momentarily, but he's got enough space to re-push this angle. Now we're going to be watching briefly, expecting a player to be in there. Maybe going to be able to stick this res. 𝗟𝗓 on the flank. Mime, is he going to be aware of this? No, he's not. But 𝗟𝗓 gets him anyway. What a turd from 𝗟𝗓. That could completely change the dynamic of this fight.
𝗟𝗓 was going to be the win condition for Na'Vi here and just completely destroyed. Not able to get the knock when he should have. And it is all onto Example. Sonics are staying up with all 4 remaining. So this is a slow fight for them to take, but they are winning it decisively.
That is unbelievable from 𝗟𝗓. To outduel one of the best players in the world when he's got you on the back foot like that. Absolutely disgusting. Now they're going to try to push this angle. Example, low on health. Did he walk into that molly? He did. He's done. And Sonics are going to win the battle.
With enough time for them to rotate, they don't need to waste time reviving each other anymore. And now this fight, Daytrade pushing up into 𝗟𝗓. 𝗟𝗓 are winning this, but this could be a potential angle for Sonics to now approach and backfill with the weakened 2 teams on this hillside.
Donowa did get destroyed. They are out of the lobby. 𝗟𝗓 with a hell of a spray up the hill. It's actually Tickleton who's going to find the knock with the SKS, though, onto him. 𝗟𝗓's flushed by 𝗟𝗓, so 𝗟𝗓's all on his own. Trying to get a spray. He does. He finds the head. Can he find the point? Yes, he can. He's at least got that going for him, but he's not going to get any further. Pent up from STK is going to claim this point.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗓's did good to get that final kill point, but once it was down to a solo, the chances of doing any more than that were very, very slim. And we'll see what Sonics, again, on that south side want to do off of it, because 𝗟𝗔𝗡 weren't really that wounded to make that push a pretty easy one. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, on the other hand, they've actually slotted right above that, going up the middle section. And here is that rotation for the Sonics. It is going to be towards the east, but perhaps a similar angle to 𝗟𝗔𝗡. But 17 have a pretty wide spread on this low ground position. Might just want to set foot in this bowl here and wait for phase 4, but at the same time, that is 𝗟𝗔𝗡 just salivating for the shots onto the low ground.
No doubt about it, and this is great scouting work here from PO to find this open lane, to drive up to the top of the mountain while the Sonics and Na'Vi were fighting. Instead of trying to go for some of those, you know, isolated pick kills or maybe steal a kill, he's able to navigate his team up to the top of the mountain. Now Sonics have to change directions due to the positioning of 𝗟𝗔𝗡.
They know where 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are, so they are prepared to take a fight here. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, 𝐻Win, both just waiting for a peek, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 know that Sonics have also approached, so both teams are ready. Both teams are waiting for the shots to come out. The shift is going to, as expected, hard shift down to the south, which means that both these teams can commit to this fight without having to rotate too much. A good knock, an immediate follow-up grenade is going to get Mime removed, but 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the trade.
𝗟𝗔𝗡 5 kills in this round, but only 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏saki are in the unknocked status. You know, they are trying to keep Sonics off their backs. 𝗟𝗏 trying to stick the heel. Looks like he should be good for it, I believe. 𝗟𝗏saki has to go nuts. He's got one. Can he find any more? 𝗟𝗏win has been phenomenal this round so far, but 𝗟𝗏ton's down. 𝗟𝗏 springs into action. It is just 𝗟𝗏win left right now, trying to come up and over. He's got one. Can he find the last member? The point is good, but now he's getting shot in the back by DG98, and it's going to be PO who claims the final member of the Sonics.
It was only a matter of time before 𝗟𝗔𝗡 would come to third party on this. They had the high ground, and they knew there was a fight breaking out. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with a little bit of a revive, a little bit of stabilization. I don't know if 𝗟𝗏saki is going to be salvageable. 𝗟𝗏man's going to try and make a run for it, going to try and stick it. It's close, and I don't think 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are in quite grenade range to stop this from happening. However, the presence, the control for 𝗟𝗏saki is almost zero now.
You got to hope that 𝗟𝗏 is going to find a way to keep 𝗟𝗏saki blockaded. But 𝗟𝗏saki with 3 back up is a formidable force, no doubt about it. 𝗟𝗏ly trying to get into the triple warehouses. Penta out in the open. PO just needed to find one more bullet, and he had him. Got 20 damage on that shot. Can't find any more. Doesn't want to stick around too long. He's a bit exposed from that angle.
Good for SDK too. They're conceding space to 𝗟𝗏ly because that specific warehouse is not in the zone, and 𝗟𝗏ly unable to make any more headroom through. Forced to rotate around. A couple of good shots. It's actually going to be Kurth that gets punished by Glaz. 𝗟𝗏ly aren't going to stick around and try and confirm that kill though, because they need to go for their own little space to try and survive here. But that still is going to put a damper on SDK's own vie for control.
All right, well, once again, 𝗟𝗏saki is going to be tasked with trying to play defense on this western edge of the mountain. 𝗟𝗏 continues a 2-2 split to make sure that no one can come from either side, that they're able to control the central territory. 4 a.m. settling up underneath 𝗟𝗏 now, and immediately Foxy gets a knock. He was really good. So was Taemin yesterday for 𝗟𝗏. Let's see if they can keep it up.
But already, 𝗟𝗏 trying to peek over to 4 a.m.'s position, gets punished by 17, so you got to be aware of your angles. And that alone, I think, 17 trying to give some covering fire could allow 4 a.m. to stabilize here. 𝗟𝗏ly taking a lot of damage because 𝗟𝗏, they can't shoot at 4 a.m. They got to shoot at someone.
There we go. Finally, PO able to find his aim with that SLR and get the finish onto Glaz. Smokes out for 4 a.m. Now attempting to res onto 𝗟𝗏lu. They've already got 1 back up. Let's see if they can get back up to 4. 𝗟𝗏ly down to just 2 now. It's Heaven and 𝗏𝗏si trying to make their way the long climb up this mountain. And once again, it's 𝗟𝗏saki who stands in their way.
That's STK pushing on forward. There's really no pieces of hard cover outside of the Georgia Pool docks themselves anymore. It's just trying to use these trees. It's been a while since I personally have seen this late game position. And this high ground could be quite controlling, quite powerful, unless you have to fall off a bit. But hey, look at that next circle. It's going to favor it still.
Yep, still on the mountain. Mountain finishes are absolutely some of my favorite on Erangel, so I wouldn't mind it if it keeps shifting in this direction. PO continuing to just make life miserable for everybody below him. There's plenty of ammo left in that SLR for now, but if he keeps popping shots, there's a world where he starts to run a bit low. Kurt able to get behind the tree. Penta not able to be shot at by PO really as he takes some damage.
and has to back off.
I'm looking at 𝗟𝗓, I'm looking at Ascend, I'm looking at LG, and then maybe even a little bit of SDK, that they do have an initial position that they can rotate off of, but the other aforementioned teams need to move from their pieces of hard cover on the north and try and make their way onto the mountain. I don't know how many positions there are available left for them that haven't already been claimed by the SDKs, by the 4AMs, and maybe even the 17s, but 𝗟𝗓, they're going to go make a little go for it. Linshu up first, Gen.G and 4AM likely the two teams that will be dealing the most damage onto this approach. It hasn't been punished just yet, though. This line has been pretty safe.
Yeah, they're going to fan out quite a bit. Send Linshu out way ahead, see if he can get some of that space safely, and now see if maybe they can do some damage to 4AM, but 4AM's response is going to be to try to smoke off the angles of 𝗟𝗓 here. I'd love to see LG find a timing on a third party from the containers. Let's see if they can do it. 𝗟𝗓 has got a Mark 14 to make matters worse for everybody here on this eastern edge.
Those vehicles get close to going up in flames, but 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓 both with knocks and kills onto 𝗟𝗓. So that approach getting punished heavily. It's only 77 remaining. Frag grenades out to try and alleviate some space from 4AM, and here comes the push from Luminosity.
All right, Luminosity going to be sending it towards the back lines of 17. Potentially, no, they're going to turn direction. Maybe see if they can take that space that 𝗟𝗓 just had, but that's super dangerous into the 4AM territory. Maybe a grenade is going to soften up 4AM. Relo's got the kill there, even though he gets knocked in the process, and that is going to be 4AM down. Luminosity has this position, but for how long?
What amazing timing for Luminosity. That was actually 77 from 𝗟𝗓, who did the lion's share of the work loosening up this hold by 4AM, and so they just essentially take it for almost free, can get a couple of revives.
SDK has to go through the last member of 𝗟𝗓 here, and it's the superstar Heaven trying to barricade. Not sure if he's got a shotgun this time around. No, it looks like the barrel is going to be his up close and personal gun of choice. Trying to watch for Kirk coming around, and he's got him. That's one down. Still a lot of work to do here for Heaven.
Underhanded frag grenade to try and confirm that kill. But yep, topside peek. Vegas swinging up over, and Heaven is still able to stay alive. How is he doing this? How is he making this work?
He's insane. He's absolutely insane. What a turn. Thinking about the res onto 𝗟𝗓, maybe just delaying that bleed out a little bit longer. In the meantime, Gen.G is scuffling with 𝗟𝗓 as Foxy gets a knock. He's got 𝗟𝗓 coming up and over, but 𝗟𝗓 so fast, taming there for the trade. It is just 𝗟𝗓 left now, trying to outduel PO up above him. PO thinks about trying to push the angle, but is not going to commit.
GG go down. Ascend dealing damage to SDK as well. And when is PO going to finally make this peek? Spots him, but 𝗟𝗓 has been waiting this entire time.
Oh, 𝗟𝗓 was just completely ready for it. And Gen.G here is in tatters. Just taming left, I believe, for them. Ascend now is their turn to try to make a break through 𝗟𝗓. 𝗟𝗓 is back up and running for old Gibble Wibbles. And hey, Ascend, man, they've got a 𝗟𝗓. This should be doable, you would think.
This next zone shifted far north. It's no longer the top of the mountain, and 17 have the best position here. They were dealing all that damage to Luminosity. They now have full control, essentially, of this east side. It's only a few teams that are all going to be pushing for the top of the zone here. It's 𝗟𝗓 getting the revive onto Foxy, I believe, but what remains of 𝗟𝗓 and then the three members of Ascend, there is no way that all three of those squads will be sharing this space.
Yeah, this is great for 17 if they can not lose any players in this situation. Controlling one side or other of the mountain here is really, really powerful. See if they can get 𝗟𝗓 back up and running. 𝗟𝗓 has work to do. Gen.G continuing to barricade this western side. 𝗟𝗓 just a little bit better than Foxy, so that sends Foxy packing, looking for the heal. taming now going to take his turn at it, try to find a timing. I think he might have gotten stunned. The grenade catches him right in the back.
That was such a good flash grenade. He had 𝗟𝗓 dead to rights, but the timing favors 𝗟𝗓 here, and they're going to continue to push. With the blue at their back, they have no other direction to go. And, I mean, Gen.G, they're staying alive. They're playing their life. That's exactly what they need to do, but with the re-peak, it's going to be another knock.
𝗟𝗓's just a little bit better right now. Is he going to get payment? He is! 𝗟𝗓 takes Gen.G down. What a play from 𝗟𝗓.
He's going to go down to the blue, but Heaven is still alive and taking space. I don't think 𝗟𝗓 is going to get revived, but 𝗟𝗓, all grand finals, has just been squeezing every single point out of the rounds they can get.
They are certainly juicing this lobby for everything it is worth, and this is just incredible play after incredible play from 𝗟𝗓 to make bad situations somehow go in their favor. 17 now running around out in the open. Still, though, they got the res onto 𝗟𝗓, so things are
relatively stable for them. 𝗟𝗗 still in the circle. Just vibe for a little while, see where the next one goes.
Yeah, 0 kills for 𝗟𝗗 so far, and you can't blame them. That spot doesn't really have any angles of value. It has like one maybe little sliver of a window facing the mountain, so can't really do a lot of damage. And with the spread that 17 in particular have on them, the peaks keep getting punished. And at some point, they're likely going to have to send themselves out of that position, but those vehicles that they had there look to be quite damaged. So I think for 𝗟𝗗 at least, this round is going to be mostly just milking those placement points.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep vehicles safe in this particular compound. Heaven trying to get in, not going to happen. That is going to be Ghibli going down in 5th, but a remarkable performance from them in this game as we look to center up once again right on top of 𝗟𝗚 almost.
17 already in 1st place off of this round so far, and they are in a really good position to make that gap even wider. Still 4 up for them. And they're and like they have eyes on a lot of different players. 𝗟𝗚 has been staying alive, but Ascend coming in from the west, they need to try and vie for position. I don't know if 17 is going to allow that to happen easy. And then, of course, again, 𝗟𝗗, how are they going to get out of that compound unless they have healthy vehicles or a lot of smokes? I mean, and even in those 2 cases, it's still not going to be an easy push.
Yeah, exactly. With so many high ground positions still available, it's really, really tricky for them to come through. Props to 𝗟𝗚 for getting some salvage points, getting what he can out of this. Who knows? Maybe he was left unchecked for a while in this game and can strike at the end and really turn this particular lobby on its head. Here we go. 𝗟𝗗 now going to try the smoke wall that you were just mentioning and then maybe try to drive the 𝗟𝗚s through it. I'm not so sure that 𝗟𝗚s does not have good tires and they're taking damage already.
Loco's trying to get the last bits of damage under the tire through that window. But yeah, Adam's going to get the Dacia. Everyone's loading on in. Vox is going up first on foot to make it to that rock. It's just crossing.
Are they going to be able to get the speed to break the fence? Oh my god.
It was close. I've actually never considered that, but yeah, you do need to have at least a little bit of momentum behind you.
It just struck me. I'm like, oh, this might not go fast enough, but Lil Ghost, I think, is in grenade range of this rock. Just came up short, though. I thought maybe he could get it there. Brex is going to find 𝗟𝗚 and take him down. Here come the grenades. They're huge. 𝗟𝗡 gets one. Here comes some more. 𝗟𝗗 is down to their last player, and they are gone. 𝗟𝗡 is going to clean up 𝗟𝗚.
Man, I mean, 𝗟𝗚, that was the only option that they had, and they really should have expected this result. 17 was such a good spread, and the range for frag grenades, but now Ascend versus 17 fighting for first. 3 versus 4.
Should be an exciting one here. A couple crates out there. I think 17 might have been able to load up with a little bit more level 3 gear here from Lil Ghost position. We'll see. Suju, 𝗟𝗡, and 𝗟𝗚 gonna play the frontline position. Out on the flank is Lil Ghost. Ascend, pretty evenly spread with their 3-man formation.
It's all about if Brex or 𝗟𝗚 can get that initial knock, but at this point, they're just waiting to see what phase 8 goes. Which direction does it favor? Does it swing towards the north and just eliminate all cover? No, it's going to be a heavy 17 favor, so stars are aligning. 17 are looking for their win of the first round of the day, but what can Ascend do to try and break on through?
17 looking shaky throughout this tournament, but what a time to catch fire here in the grand finals.
Yeah.
12 kills. I mean, Erangel has always been their map where they seem to put up these huge wins with tons of kills. Let's see if Ascend has anything to say about it. Brex and 𝗟𝗚 trying to watch the flanks, but they have work to do.
I'm loving 𝗟𝗚's flank onto the north side, trying to find that initial angle. Mika, though, ready with the underhand, but yeah, 𝗟𝗚's going to find the first onto Brex.
Yeah, Brex was not ready for it. It's a really good position. Now they're going to double stack it with Lil Ghost up there. Some grenades, try to go for the flush. 𝗟𝗚, desperate send in towards the front lines here of 17. Suju there, he's got a 𝗟𝗚. If he can get a little bit closer, he could really make it sing. He's the last one alive now for Ascend. Forget it. 17 Gaming is going to take a 15-kill chicken dinner to start the day.
It looked so clinical at the end against Ascend as well. Of course, everyone else leading up to that point too. They did bit by bit, step by step, landing all the shots. I don't know how they had so many grenades that they did because they still had them at the end, but nevertheless, 17 with the first round of the day.
Yeah, a huge game for them. Again, if you can control one side or other of that mountain, oftentimes you will find yourself in a great position. Guys, we are going to watch some highlights, and then the desk is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We still got more games to play.
It's a win for 17 as they come out with a massive chicken dinner, and I say massive because it was 15 kills and the first ever circle we've seen at this event.
Yeah, fantastic ending here. I love the Everest endings where we have these high ground, but they were dominating. They took control of the eastern side of Everest very early on, and they were winning every single fight they took there. That was really well executed. A little bit sad they didn't get 2 more kills though. 17.
17, no, it would have wrapped a nice little bow on it. But for a team that came in here in 3rd place, they're going to be very happy with that start to the day. The question is, will we now get a back-to-back 17 to start this thing off?
Oh yeah, that's the big one.
Why do you think it is?
There's a 50% chance, right?
Is there a reason? Is there a reason that we're seeing so much of that, do you think?
Honestly, it's pretty hard to say, right? Because it's extremely rare that you're able to, at a global event, that you're able to take it back-to-back, especially from the start of the day, right? But yeah, let's see what happens with them. Them being, they're 1 point behind Na'Vi going into this, and getting this big of a win here is going to be a huge buff of them. It's going to be a foundation that they can build on going into obviously the next stages here of the tournament and the next couple of games. If they're able to build, a really good snowball effect on this one here, they could run away with it today.
It seems like it's even weirder to me that we're getting so many back-to-backs because we're shifting map to map. So you're not even playing, we just had a great Erangel game, and then you go to Miramar, and these teams are just carrying that momentum.
Different circles, different maps, and that's what makes it that wild, that half of our days so far have been back-to-back from the first 2 games.
So big game, Ascend doing a great job. We talked about 2 teams that we said we need to see some action out of these sort of climbing up. Ascend was in that mid-pack. We wanted to see some points out of them.
Yeah.
I saw, I watched back the show yesterday and saw Twitch giving Chris a hard time for sort of the way he hides out and plays a little slow. This wasn't that.
The M249 is a very heavy gun. You have to move slow with it.
You can't run with it.
Yeah, exactly. No, honestly, I like what I've been seeing from Ascent. I think what this game here was good as well. There were 3 guys live towards the end. They took care of Howl. They took some good fights there on the western side. And for me, great game for them overall here. They're able to get 4 kills only, but still, when you lose the first player at 10 minutes 42, then you're forced to kind of play a little bit salvage mode because you have to have as many players alive, because you're not going to win the games if you are, 2 alive or 1 alive.
Right.
But you have a chance if you're 3 versus 4.
And they were able to go that deep, not having one of those slots at the top of Everest. It is very, very top heavy. And part of that is because the top of Everest, right? We saw Cerberus, Genji, and 17 look like they had just booked stalls next to each other at Top Golf as they just took shots with those grenades downhill over and over and over, and it made it hard for everybody else to find points.
And a super impressive game again for Ghibli. Tosi and Heaven, another situation for them where they're able to do massive things. Cerberus as well, huge kill game for them. And then a really interesting fight with Sonics and Na'Vi down by Mini Gatka, if you want to call it that. But yeah, super impressive game by Ghibli again. It seems like it's just Heaven and Tosi that have been popping off again and again. Third eye though, really rough situation for them to get out of this. Little blue shop here, and then Xiaobei has a little bit extra nades after they looted, 15 dead bodies. They're able to throw, 13 nades down there, and they drove just within nade range rather than driving close enough to take a good fight with them, right?
Right. Also, I mean, there's only so much you can do when you got 3 guys in a car with no wheels. At the end of the day, you make and do with what you got. So Third Eye did manage to slide their way up into that top 5. Ultimately, didn't get a lot of points out of it. Let's take a look at the team stats for 17 coming off the back of that
7 kills with 400 damage.
Well, it's because they had the high ground. You get to do a lot of that cleanup.
But they were nades. Like 300 damage is the nades on the Third Eye guys. So he's just stealing so many kills. I mean, efficient stealing. That's good to see. 25 points from this one here, though, Toughies. That's going to be huge for them. They're going to be able to get a little bit ahead of the rest here. So let's see if they're able to get a back-to-back.
Let's see if they can keep that momentum going. Now let's talk about the man of the match. It is Xiao Wu. 5 kills, 5 knockouts, and 683 damage. Again, they had the high ground. They defended it against the onslaught early on, and they were able to sort of maximize that position, shooting down on their opponents. That circle really did keep moving to Everest, and I think favored those teams that got up there early.
And they were able to spread out really well on that eastern side, holding down all those key positions, and then just sweeping into making sure they're the last team on that eastern side there is really crucial for those kind of games here. Obviously here, they're able to have 11 more kills now than Sonics. It was close. Sonics and Na'Vi tied, though.
But again, that comes off of the back of this game. A 15-kill game means that it's still wide open. We've played 7 matches out of our total 18, so there's still a long road ahead of us, though 25 points will make that road a little bit smoother for 17. Right below that, we've got Ascend and Cerberus and Ghibli, who perhaps their road is gravel, not paved, but there's still a chance that they can get up to speed.
Yeah, for sure. There's some other teams here we're looking at that we're expecting going into this tournament here. 𝗟𝗗 was a big favorite. Luminosity Game was a big favorite. And right now they are on that right-hand side of the leaderboard. Still 24 points each. They're tied right now. One good game, one big game for them. They're able to jump in still slightly into the top 8. Right. You know, good win for them. So it's still close. But now with 17, with this win here, they're making a bit of a dent in terms of little bit of space down to the top, outside the top 4.
And you make a great point. If Ascend and Cerberus are on a gravel road, LG and 𝗟𝗗 shockingly are bogged down in the mud. They just, even in that game, we saw Luminosity made this long drive from a tough plane all the way around to containers, and they had to chase the circle. 𝗟𝗗 getting into these fights are just not winning them every single time. It feels like
it's scrappy fights as well, right? It's like fights where like, okay, we're fighting for like somewhat decent territory in phase 1, especially when we have all these hardships. Is it worth it? Should they be waiting with these fights? Because we know they're capable of fighting. They're one of the stronger teams mechanically as well. So should they be taking these fights here and maybe in phase 2 or phase 3 where there's a kind of higher chance of them staying in the same compound? Because we have had so many hardships in this tournament so far. So getting a center-ish location in phase 1 might not be as much worth it as it usually is.
And for me, when it comes to those teams, we're looking at Luminosity right now, I worry that they're speed running the tilt. And we know they can fight. We know they can macro. Can they resist that tilt? Because on the middle day, when you're falling behind, that is one of the hardest things for a team to do, is keep their head about them after a bad game.
Yeah, for sure. Next game is ready, though.
All right, if it's ready, then why hold back? Let's get into game number 2 with the vivacious voices of Paperthin and the 𝗟𝗏𝗡.
Thank you so much, Desk. The best tosses in the business is toffees. No doubt about it, guys. We are ready to mix it up on Miramar. Let's head over to the desert and see where our plane path will take us. And, well, we can see it, Cammy. You at home will see it very shortly. It's not the worst, but it's not the best plane path.
Yeah, it does open up a very, very exciting possibility. Depending on, of course, phase number 1, but I don't want to, you know, we'll react to it if it does happen. We'll react to it if it does happen. But yeah, right now it's pretty southern focused, as you can probably even just tell from the shot we're playing right now. And yeah, there it is, going over Los Leones.
Right towards where I want to see it.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I have had my island circle. I got one a long time ago, and I have been thirsting for another one ever since, but yet to be quenched as 𝗟𝗗, of course, going to 𝗟𝗏. A rough start for them. I mean, kind of, again, doing exactly what they did yesterday in one of their Erangel games, and worse results because they got third-party. You know, again, it started well. They absolutely demolished Twisted Minds, but then other teams started to, you know, get keen to it. LG had a great maneuver there on their backside, so let's see if they can change their destiny. 4 AM, kind of a quietish start. They got stuck underneath a bunch of teams on that round.
I mean, it's a quiet start for a lot of teams. I think, I didn't realize until we saw the damage stats on all the 17 players how many kills they were stealing that whole time. So I think a lot of teams tried to put the effort into making a much bigger game than they were able to. But when one team comes out with the win and 15 kills, that's very few points to go around for everyone else. But there it is, phase number 1. It is not going to be even the potential for an island circle. It is still a lot of water in play, however. But this southern part, below Los Leones, it's not quite as dramatic as west on the south side, but there are still quite a few little pockets you can try and play in, but also a lot of field. So depending on where this zone continues to go to, we might actually have one of those rare Miramar field endings.
Yeah, no, this could be. There's a lot of fields in that part of the map south of Los Leones. So, and it's actually, you know, it's pretty likely to go either, again, like south, southwest, southeast, or east. Those are basically about the only directions Ulysses does the most bizarre thing, which is to center up on Los Leones proper. Get those every once in a while. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be a PUBG International event without at least one Los Leones.
Yeah, you gotta give it to us once, right? But these circles have been so weird and off the chain that it might just be missing that one.
Yeah, it's we're so used to having like one Los Leones now. We're like, what's going to be weird if we don't?
Yeah,
so that has to be this tournament.
Exactly. This one might actually end. I'm looking at the 80 field to the northwest of Los Leones as the ending spot, just because of how many hardships these games have been giving us.
The hardest of hardships.
I know.
All right,
I'll keep going in that direction.
I'll keep that one in my my suit pocket here and save it for later in the hopes that it needs to be revealed. Sonics, Impala right on the edge of the current circle, so curious to see how they approach this particular game. They've been keen on Miramar to go aggressive towards the center early, at least in the circles that are close to them.
Yeah, I'm just checking all the drop spots, the predicted drop spots, and what we're currently seeing on the map, and despite the southern plane, only 𝗟𝗟 is actually making an adjustment here. As you can see them now rotating down along the south sides. This is a all right spot to loot, but we've seen it where multiple teams alt drop here in the same round, and that gets quite hectic, but at least for this time, 𝗟𝗟 should be okay. 𝗟𝗟, they are one of the teams that's opting to continue to drive north to go to their drop spot, which means that this southern circle is not going to give them too much time to loot unless they want to come in really, really late with the blue.
Yeah, and strong games for both of those teams in that previous match, despite not getting know, as deep as maybe you'd like, but they played really, really well in their own respects. You know, 𝗟𝗟's defending that mountain, 𝗟𝗟 fighting for it, claiming it, and still making everyone's life a nightmare in and around that area. And that's 𝗟𝗟 in a nutshell, people. They are scrappy. That's what got them here. They are just kill machines. They are the most fearless Korean team I think I've ever seen.
Day trade, 𝗟𝗟's looting on up. Again, it's pretty quiet of an early game. From yesterday, I expected there to be more action, but game number one just before now, and then so far hasn't really been pretty loud. I think it just comes down to the fact that what we said, day one is about like sort of testing. Day two is when you really get your game plan on lock and you don't really go for this. Okay, what am I talking about? It's heaven. It's heaven, of course. On to 𝗟𝗟. Again, these were the two teams that were the most likely to hit each other in this South Los Leones. I guess it's kind of a forest, but it's also kind of hills. Whatever you want to call this. A good knock on a 𝗟𝗟. No revive available for them. But I have my eye on the larger map, and STK might be looking at this spot as well to see if they can't catch a member of even 𝗟𝗟 all out in the open, as 𝗟𝗟 does go for the finish with the frag grenade.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗟 should have 𝗟𝗟 saying bye-bye. Indeed, he is gone. And yeah, 𝗟𝗟 tried to get there to save him, but was not meant to be. Heaven's still firing about 250 meters or so, 260 meters. In 𝗟𝗟's position, he's already connected on a 𝗟𝗟, so he's got the range dialed in. 𝗟𝗟's got to be careful there. Na'Vi driving still across some other field-ish terrain here. This is east of Los Leones, and looking for a home, and frankly, they got a ton of space until that 𝗟𝗟 𝗟𝗟 fight.
Honestly, I think that knock and the 𝗟𝗟's push for the confirm there was probably the latest that you could have confidently gone for that, because I'm looking at the map and there's a lot of teams that are already arriving south of Los Leones, so if they were to try and really run out in the open much longer than now, good chance that they would get third party by, I mentioned SDK, but we also have Daniel rotating in, Ascendus coming in from the southwest side, Na'Vi, as we just saw, coming from the north. 17 now actually in Los Leones itself, but of course on the south edge of it for the high ground, trying to replicate what they just had last game, which is stealing a bunch of kills below them.
No, I think that's a really good point. So 𝗟𝗟 again, their aggression pays off. See if they can make it work a little bit longer into the game this go around. Day trade. They are just sitting out of San Martin there and just kind of watching 4 a.m. peace out of Hacienda. So I think those are just some parting shots, seeing if you can maybe get lucky, pop a tire or something.
Yeah.
SDK, just one of those teams that you were just mentioning that's already pretty deep underneath Los Leones.
We got 4 a.m., Gen G all rotating in now, coming in later than that initial pack. And so for those teams trying to come across Los Leones, how do you maneuver around that is a bit of a question. But here, Luminosity, is this a camp on the 𝗟𝗟? Flood gets the first knock on a duck by no immediate follow-up, but that's still a point already for Snakers there.
That's great stuff here from LG. You know, you got to do damage where you can on these edges. And to take a team 𝗟𝗟 down a peg like that, certainly worth for them, as they just, I think they're, from what I can see on the map, LG is just peeling off that road camp, and now 𝗟𝗟 is scrambling to figure out what the heck they just got hit by.
It was a low investment for Luminosity. They get one, they leave. They're not going to stick around. They don't need to, and it's, I mean, again, with what we were talking about at the Gen G camp at the Sonics yesterday, small little plays like that can make all the difference.
Absolutely. I mean, those are things that can start getting the momentum going. I mean, little plays like that, you know, who knows if it was a coach or a player that came up with that idea, but I think it's a good one for a team like Luminosity, which thrives on momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's more or less where Luminosity drop. They usually around Minas Gerais, so they're very familiar with that area and how to cut off rotations there. But you always got to prepare a few. If it's not the coach doing it, most teams have also an analyst that just, it's almost like their entire job, it feels like sometimes, is looking at other teams' rotations and seeing what they can't catch off guard. And it's a lot of work for what only gets really utilized once or twice. But again, could be a tiebreaker. It could be the start of a momentum. Kills are more valuable than just the point that they give you. That is dealing damage to an opponent, in this case 𝗟𝗔𝗡, who are a really strong opponent. That could then make it even easier to get more points later on in the game. So do not discount the potential snowball effect that one singular knock and flush could get.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really something that can be overlooked easily, is that how valuable kill points are in the overall scope. I mean, you're talking, you know, through a grand finals of 18 games, maybe the top team is like 180 to 200 points or something like that. Usually, sometimes if somebody really blows the roof off of the thing, they can go higher than that. But usually looking around 10, 11 points a game. But, you know, you think about that, if you get those one extra point per game, that makes it that much easier to be one of those top teams.
Exactly. Well, after that little bridge camp, nothing much to note has really happened here as we wait for phase number 1 to finish. Less than a minute, and there's only one team that is outside of the zone, and that, of course, is Gen.G, to no one's shock. Everyone else is just adjusting their position. Third Eye maneuvering around. Twisted Minds with a little bit of a spread of their own. Lou peacocking up and about. They're gonna make it would be difficult for Third Eye to try and crash his location, because the rest of Third Eye have really, rest of Twisted Minds have really good angles onto that spot. But again, it's just all about setting themselves up for rotation come phase number 2. There's a fair bit of water again in phase number 1. Could remain that way for phase 2, so you want to have those lines prepared for a very, very quick rotation if space is as limited as it might be.
You got to feel like Gen.G's got to be one of the best driving teams, just because of how much of it they do. Like, you would think that like
they're those reps in.
Exactly, they're just like masters of driving. But yeah, they'll be coming in late to the north, so if it is that hard shift up, we'll see where it wants to go. Oh, southwest. One of those directions that it can go. I mentioned there's about 4, and this is one of them.
This is great for Twisted Minds, of course. Don't need to tell you all that. They are already grouping up into a much tighter 2-2 split. Third Eye, of course, also very, very happy off of this, because they're going to be on the easy side. All the pressure is going to be coming in from the east. Luminosity is already on the rotate, coming in, trying to wrap around north side of Los Leones with Gen.G. But Sonic's now at the bridge camp. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 just cannot catch a break.
Mime here is going to get some help from 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 down to their last player, Hibas. He has to peel off this rotation and now play salvage. The rest of his team is down and out. Can 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 find another one to connect? No. This is just a disastrous game for 𝗟𝗏𝗡. Meanwhile, Danawa has one down. They have put a 2-2 split across this ditch that Howl is trying to drive through.
Howler breaking away from Danawa, but it's Twisted Minds with more angles onto that skill field, down to half HP. These shots from Batulin almost getting another, and Lou as well. Just trying to line those final bullets up. Can't get any more follow-up knocks, but it's phase 2. Howl are already limited in their playable space, dropping a bunch of smokes. This is not looking good for them to try and even salvage as much as Apocalypse was able to as a solo last game.
Yeah, and you can see Batulin's is keen. He knows how bunched up they have to be in this dip, and I think he is smelling blood. Thinking about a grenade, potentially. Yep, here it is. Let's see if Batulins has got the distance ranged in. A little flick of the wrist, and out go the grenades. The first one comes up short. The follow-up a bit deeper right into the vehicles. Splashes into Howl. Batulins here, if he has any more, might go for it, but no. Couldn't find what he wanted, and it's going to back off.
It's too risky. Who knows how long till another team comes in. Here's Schofield. Oh, he gets a little bit of a love tap, but he's okay. He's okay. They lost a vehicle, though, so that means that they're, if they even consider exiting, it's going to be even harder now. But I like how Batulin went out for the attempt, but didn't overcommit. It is in an open field. No one has really wrapped it onto the north side just yet, though. Gen.G and Luminosity, as you can see, are eyeing that direction, but who knows how long until that would have been the case. So even with a full squad wipe right in front of them, Twisted Minds don't want to give up their own player health.
No doubt. Now, if you are a Howl fan and you want me to give you the half glass full prognosis of this situation, the circle is extremely likely to drift back in their direction eventually because of the unplayable terrain on the west.
Yeah.
So if they can stay here and survive, there's a world where they have a pretty decent game.
Yeah.
But that's tough.
It is. It is. The thing that would be favoring them is teams like Danawa, teams like 4AM and Ascend, third-partying each other to really not allow anyone to get in a position to punish that dip because they've stayed alive so far. But oh, Danawa, they want another crack at it with the grenades. Loki, that's a smoke.
Loki, please switch it up. Some spray now from Soul. The follow-up with the grenade does some damage, but the M4 rings true. More grenades begin to come in here. Twisted Minds doesn't want to let Danawa take these points. The volley is coming down. Schofield knocked here by Lou. The Mad prone, trying to hold on for dear life.
But again, you saw how much damage Danawa was receiving from Twisted Minds and 4AM. They only had a small little window before it got quite too dangerous, and that could give the Mad an opportunity for the revives.
If Danawa can scrape together one more good grenade, they can probably take 2 more points here. See if they can find it. Circle is going to drift away already. Didn't have to just yet, but move away from that land ratio terrain on the western edge. Already over towards the east. So now things are pretty much, I think, just about everything in this is fair game.
Luminosity now, after a long rotation, they're a bit of a 2-2 split. Snakers and Reload here, the two that are in the zone. Kick and Flood should be coming in pretty soon from the north side, and Sonics on the southeast. They're drifting through the more hilly, rolling terrain of the South Forest. Na'Vi just north of them. There's a bit of a field in front of them to get into more of a central position of the zone, but it's clear for now unless 𝗟𝗋 want to just cut in front.
Yeah, Sonics is going to try to play low ground to high ground here.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good way to play these circles, I find. A lot of teams have some success, but there are certain circles like we saw earlier where GEX got a win in the group stage that the high ground can be really powerful if you work it well. Of course, 17, very happy right now, sitting up on the northern side of this circle, but they have a trek. They have a lot of teams to cut through with a lot of compounds.
Dropping off that cliff is kind of cutting Day Trade's momentum, but they're not getting punished for it, so that's good for now. They find a little bit of a dip. They don't want to go too far because it seems to be quite blind where they're sending it to, but Gib Lee could have a spot. Glass is already on the roam to try and find an off angle. We'll see if that ends up getting punished by 17 or maybe even STK.
Yeah, 17's busy shooting at STK right now. They're shooting a couple different directions. Dono is trying to put shots into 17. There was a knock here onto Na'Vi, but they've got the res, just kind of Sonics in movement and transition. We're able to find a knock, but 17 is in a, or excuse me, Na'Vi is in a safe enough spot that they can get that res no problem. Vegas is back on his feet for SDK. So a lot of teams able to find safety in this circle. Of course, there's a ton of compounds, there's a ton of ridges. Lot to work with right now.
A lot of revives after these knocks. It's just been sort of teething pains for a lot of teams trying to get in right now. It's only Gen G that is really the full squad that has yet to arrive into a stable position in the circle. We'll see if they're able to find some space given by Third Eye and Twisted Minds, but as we saw, that open area between those two teams could be quite difficult for them to slot in without getting punished in a similar fashion that we saw from Howl.
Gen G were in a good spot, I'd say circle 2 with the way it shifted because there was a lot of that northwestern edge available, but it's all been cut out from them. So now they have to potentially do some fighting. Twisted Minds is going to be the first team ahead. Gen G, I think, likely to stop at these hills, yeah, underneath, but then you got Third Eye to worry about, or Pio is just going to send it. Where is Pio going?
He's rolling around, and it's actually going to be bait to allow DG98 to get the knock into Batulin. And now Pio pops out, tries to get some damage onto the roof. And again, the just drive-bys are dealing so much more damage than you ever would have expected.
This is an insane move from Gen G. Taming gonna get one, looking for Lou out the door. Can't find the follow-up with the pump. Puts a shot there, expecting the repeat, did not come through. And now it is just Lou left for Twisted Minds. The struggles continue in the early game for them. Taming chasing hot on his heels, and he's got him down and out. Taming with 2 kills, 4 for Gen G. Should be able to get these reses unless Third Eye has something to say about it.
Third Eye are looking, but they're not charging just yet. And we're here, Luminosity, they lost kickstart, but they've still been trying to deal some damage back into return. They got another kill, and they are eyeing up Howl, who also relocated into a bit more of a spread position in this field, dodging grenades now. And now Na'Vi, southeast side. Sonics are able to push ahead, slot in front of both Na'Vi and 𝗟𝗋. And we'll see if these hills allow either of those two teams some like flank access, some crossfire access. But this is a nice little hill, little dip peninsula, whatever you want to call it, for Sonics to hold on now.
I'm a bit worried they're going to get pinched, though, between Na'Vi and 𝗟𝗋. If you're a Sonics fan, this one could get weird.
But that's where 𝗟𝗡 comes into play. Could try and third party onto either of those two teams. Sonics could just be utilizing the larger threat to the north of them to give them some extra defense.
That could be. I mean, if there's any team who's going to come and get involved in a fourth party, it is 𝗟𝗡.
Yes.
No
or
doubt. Or PO. Yeah, one of the two.
not Gen G, just strictly PO.
No, just PO. Yeah, not the whole team. Just one guy. Actually, they've been kind of aggressive this tournament.
Yeah, they've leveled up their game for sure. 𝗟𝗡 does get knocked for 𝗟𝗡, so the damage is there for 𝗟𝗡 to try and open things up. 𝗟𝗏 is just ready, prone down up close. The grenades aren't exactly hitting either 𝗟𝗡 for the flush or for the secondary knock.
You can see 𝗟𝗡 is fishing for the flush on a 𝗟𝗡, but 𝗟𝗡 able to get behind the shack enough. 𝗟𝗡 now drifting in that direction. 𝗟𝗡 as well. Bodyguarding 𝗟𝗡 here by this shack, hoping to go for this res if they can.
And now Navi's approach is actually looking like a bigger threat for 𝗟𝗡, but we'll see exactly how this one decides to explode. Example opens up onto Lynchu. That's going to be first knock and an immediate flush. So 𝗟𝗡, they're suddenly the ones pinched.
This is crazy here. Na'Vi sweeping down, maybe trying to, frankly, demolish both teams, trying to just come out of this fight clean. And with clean sprays, like the one you just saw from Example, you can see why this is the defending world champion team. And now 𝗟𝗏 sneaking behind 𝗟𝗡. I don't know that 𝗟𝗡 has any wild idea that 𝗟𝗏 is going to be coming behind him here.
Yeah, the timings of Na'Vi are just completely unknown to 𝗟𝗡. So the option for a player to be in front of the blue like 𝗟𝗏 is just, I don't know if it would be considered at all. He's even just holding out in the blue, trolling out in the blue zone, and there it is. He's going to pounce right when 𝗟𝗡 least expects it.
Beautiful patience from 𝗟𝗏, and that is going to give Na'Vi some breathing room. Now 7-7 trying to play salvage here, trying to punish the player in the blue, seeing if he can get down there to get the job done. But now he's under fire from the westerly direction. Example has him down. 𝗟𝗡 eliminated. What a masterful sweep maneuver from Na'Vi.
And the shift it goes a little bit medium shift towards the southeast, which means that Sonics can still play around that area with Na'Vi, but it's not in the zone. They're going to have to go through 𝗟𝗡 at some point here on the east side. Day Trade, that position is getting pressured by, of course, down from the north, and STK, who were able to finally slot away once 17's position was removed by the previous zone. So things are getting a bit hectic here along this road that is actually cutting right through this zone.
Certainly, 17's got a tough road ahead of them. 𝗟𝗏 first, and then potentially other teams to follow. But right now, the way they're playing, they can certainly get it done. Lil Ghost and 𝗟𝗏 going to be pushing space. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 right behind them. Try to back them up. Salute on his own out here for 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah.
This could get weird.
Yeah, and I don't know if the rest of 𝗟𝗏 are prepared for 17. Salute just might be on his own. A bit of a spread too thin position for 𝗟𝗏, but now the push from Na'Vi onto Sonics. Grenades coming out from both sides of things. Sonics were able to separate themselves to set up a little bit of a crossfire, but initial damage does force 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏 away.
Yeah, now the tempo in Na'Vi's favor. And now the stuns are coming out. They know it. The knock on to 𝗟𝗏 with the grenade. Here comes the utility barrage from Na'Vi. Tons of stuns are pushing this space so they can take this next hill and get a better position to bear down on top of the Sonics. But 𝗟𝗡 may have a part to play in this.
Exactly. That's what Sonics are trying to bank on. 𝗟𝗏 still can't get revived, and a molly at his feet. 𝗟𝗏 is going to get confirmed. This is now a man advantage for Na'Vi. But that utility might be running out, and watch from 𝗟𝗡's flank.
𝗟𝗡 with a beautiful maneuver here. Might be able to get him on the side, but it's actually Heaven who finds a knock onto 𝗟. So all of a sudden here, Na'Vi in scramble mode. Sonics wants to finish this fight. A molly from 𝗟𝗡 trying to find some more damage, but it's Heaven and 𝗟𝗡 who are absolutely just destroying this fight between these two teams. They are a thorn in the side for sure, but 𝗟𝗏, an example, springing to life. It is a return fire here, but 𝗟𝗡 gets the lion's share of Na'Vi.
𝗟𝗏 able to stay alive just barely, and he can maybe get the revive onto 𝗟𝗏, but how much further he can go is a big question, because 𝗟𝗏 know that there are more victims remaining here in the southeast side. They are... they're just shooting at anyone and everyone. They're not favoring any team over another. The revive does come through, but the blue is closing in, and frags as well.
𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏 trying to do what they can. 𝗟𝗏 going for the heal, is able to get it. 𝗟𝗏 gonna have to go absolutely massive on that front line, but there is not a lot of space. Might have even saw the grenade in the hand of 𝗏𝗏. Molly's out there as well, as 𝗏𝗏 did find 𝗟𝗏. Now just 𝗟𝗏 left for the Sonic, trying to do what he can to stay alive, trying to salvage this situation, but nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. The Mollies as well send him packing into the blue, proning down. 𝗟𝗏 trying to hunt him down. It's just gonna be the molly that finishes the job.
6 goals for them, and here on the north side, 4AM trying to send it onto Luminosity. Sankers, the only one standing, gonna go down to 4A. No, 4AM are the ones eliminated. I lied about this. Sankers is stabilizing, but here comes 17. They also have eyes onto this position.
It's going to be tough for 17 to sled into this fight. They're going to be briefly exposed to some of those teams you see there up in your top right corner. Danawa, SDK, and the others. Maybe watches, mostly Danawa, I should say. They're really the only ones in that position. Snakers, though, has a really good opportunity here to send 17 home a little bit early out of the placement points.
He's not going to go for the revive on the Flood just yet. This is Flood's first knock, so there was more than enough time for him to bleed out while Snakers continues to put some pressure onto 17. Tried to go for the final kill there onto 𝗟𝗡𝗗. Lilagos, however, was revived, but then immediately re-knocked because Danawa have a bunch of vision here on the north side. Snakers, a nice steal for him, though, so that's yet another point for LG, and they desperately need every single one that they can get.
Yeah, Snakers now are going to be abandoning this gatekeep of 17. Just 𝗟𝗡𝗗 left for them. Danawa fighting on a couple different fronts and fighting well. And Onyx, though, is knocked by 𝗟𝗡𝗗. So 𝗟𝗡𝗗 able to find enough of an angle onto Danawa. They lost track of him for just long enough where he's able to punish them. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 now. The threat of this team is so scary. And Heaven with a shotgun, we've seen it time and time again, is just disgusting. Trying to isolate Vegas here. Vegas, though, holding it down. McCuming there to finish the job.
A good attempt there, but the rest of SDK has been eliminated, so Vegas is going to go down out. They at least got one placement point? No, actually they were in 9th place, so 17 immediately after they got the single placement point. But everyone else is just going to be churning those points as much as they can. Flood gets knocked again. Snakers in a safe spot, but I don't know how much further he's really going to be able to go. How we're able to bound themselves through that field, but the space for LG to make it further is looking pretty grim. This is Danawa has the angles, Howl has the angles, but Gen G, similar position for them. Ascend are just firing all their magazines into that spot.
Ascend has been making every team's life a nightmare that's on this western edge of things. Been watching them through the kill feed. Haven't gotten to see it, but they're doing a phenomenal job just trashing through these other teams. Damien's going to go out to the blue. Pio's trying to heal through it. Nowhere left for him to go. You can see Brex is dialed in on that tree until now. Brex is actually going to leave that. Snickers did get knocked here by Danawa. Pio is going to fall to the blue, so a placement point for Gen G.
Interesting trade of life there from Luminosity, but Flood, yeah, not stepping on the open. He knows that the second that he does, he will get eliminated by Danawa, so it's just trying to see if they can't get 1 or 2 more placement points here. Ascend and Howl eyeing each other up. Grenade does come out. Mika can't quite get that first knock, but Chris up close and personal. Will they expect the man in the toll booth?
EU versus EU action here. Schofield trying to out-rat the master. It's Chris. Soul is going to deal the death blow to Luminosity Gaming. On the other end of things, Schofield here still in there. Mollies are down, but they do not reach the top of that dance. They know he's up there. They've got him knocked. So the sneaky position does not pay off for Howl. Now the next obstacle, the Mad, prone down in front of them. I don't think they saw him, but he wasn't ready. Brex is able to react in time. Yet another flush.
Really good push here by Ascend. 8 kills already. And Apocalypse, the last one left for Howl. Could easily be 9th as we're about to enter the top 4 teams. We're about to enter the podium for this round. And Danawa controlling the north side. Daytrade and 𝗟𝗚𝗚 basically just sharing the south. But both the Ascend and Danawa are going to have to cross that road at some point. And we'll see Daytrade likely going to be cutting them off at the heels.
Yeah, the good news for some of these teams is that no one's like barricading that dip on the other side of the road yet. So there is space, but Ascend is just tearing through these other teams like a hot knife through butter. They are 9 kills deep now as they got another knock on Danawa, looking to continue to just wrap this edge and just sweep.
It's a good call. I mean, it keeps Apocalypse alive, so he's happy for that one. But with the knock on the Danawa, they know that that's the bigger threat here on the north. And so to try and take this fight and cut them out of this round before they have to cross the road is a really good call, but the timing just did not work out.
I thought that knock might snowball Daytrade into fighting, into third-partying that, but it's not going to happen. Apocalypse was attempting to be discovered by Ascend. They were never able to do so, and now they're going to completely change direction. They're noticing that 𝗟𝗚𝗚 with some great information.
𝗟𝗚𝗚 taking a lot of space on the south, and Daytrade, the reason why they didn't third party is because they knew 𝗟𝗚𝗚 going to be wrapping up behind them, and they wanted to focus on this fight. They had to focus on this fight, and 𝗟𝗚𝗚 now pounce. Utility comes out. No, not just yet, but Glass finally opens up on Endurance.
Yeah, Glass with a good opener, takes a lot of damage in return. Heaven is just a master right now. 4 kills already, switches over to the sawed-off. He is not afraid of anything. Up and over, gets 1, looking for the finish. He's got it. 𝗟𝗚𝗚 takes down Howl.
𝗟𝗚𝗚, Heaven specifically, is just going massive in this grand finals. He is not stopping. He is not just a one-hit wonder. And it's Chris is taken very low. They did lose Brex Ascend, while Apocalypse also went out in 5th. side, but Chris out in the blue, potentially unexpected by Danawa.
He is the master of doing these plays. He's got one, he's got two. Finally, Salute is able to deal with him. Danawa not aware that it's Chris. Loves to rat in the blue.
Picking up his teammates to try and revive them elsewhere, and Nonix holding point on the east side, but Heaven still gets knocked, Heaven still gets damaged, and Glass considering the cross on the north side, but reconsiders it. They have the best position in the zone right now. Yeah, Danawa are going to get the revives. Ascend could be cutting off that cross, however, and they just don't want to give anything up.
Danawa now is being spotted by Ghibli. They're starting to put some shots down through those smokes and connecting into the knocked players of Danawa. See if they're able to put some more pressure down. 3 up now, 1 left to go indeed. Danawa is going to get them all back up and running. Mika trying to put some damage into Ghibli, but Heaven is just too damn good.
Too good. Glass trying to find a different flanking angle. Not quite taken out by 𝗟𝗗 just yet, but everyone is inside the zone, more or less, except for Danawa. All 4 up, they got the revives, but they have to blow all their smokes right now to try and cross. More grenades are coming out, but Ascend have already conceded that much space.
I like what Danawa's thinking. If they can clean out one, but Yumin had snuck down towards this shack, taking a bunch of damage here, only finding the knock onto Salute. Salute bleeding out rather quick, just going to be finished off by Heaven. So Danawa down to 3, trying to make their way across. Heaven with this 3x spray, able to at least sit Soul down momentarily.
Now it's suddenly quiet, just for a brief moment. But Ghibli aren't going to let it remain that way. They send a vehicle in to try and really jockey for even more control of that central position. They want to keep Danawa separated and isolated from each other, and that allows 𝗟𝗗 the opportunity to get even more damage onto them.
Now level 3 gear as well for 𝗟𝗗, making life difficult for Loki. A stun, knowing that Danawa wants to reaggress off this angle. Soul is going to have to go absolutely massive, and Onyx still on the other side of the road, locking it down. I saw like 5 mollies in Loki's bag. So not much in the way of frags, but potentially some space clearing utility. Soul's good for 1 before he's traded out right away by who else but Heaven.
A single knock goes between the other 2 teams, and Ghibli are capitalizing on it, just trying to find new angles, making sure that no one can stay safe or even feel safe at all. But 𝗟𝗗 is not giving up without a fight. He will not go quiet into the night.
You love to see it. 𝗟𝗗, though, going to get spotted on the edge by Heaven, and it's over. Ghibli is going to do it. A massive 17-kill chicken dinner, and this team is to be feared.
Oh, 17 gaming, you thought 15 was a good win? Ghibli just beat you in that with 17 kills of their own. It was hard fought by everyone in the late game, but you could just feel it, that Ghibli had all that control, all of that power, and it was very much due to Heaven constantly opening things up. We're going to go to a break before we head into round number 3.
Welcome back to PGS1, co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO, where Ghibli is having an amazing day as they walk away with a chicken dinner on the back of just, it's a stellar single player. I mean, the whole team's doing amazing, but Heaven is just like on a different level.
It's crazy, honestly. He's had such a good tournament. It's we've heard him. We've been singing his praises for some time now here for PGS, and of course Paper Thin as well throughout some of the times we've seen him. But here, this time, this global, and this has really been his tournament. And him stepping up like this, he's going to be the kill leader now for sure. The amount of kills that he's been able to produce today and yesterday, it's just been a different level. So really happy to see Ghibli be able to also take a win home here with that amount of kills that they're able to. They're pushing themselves into the top 3 here easily.
Easily in the top 3. And I do want to say, while Heaven gets most of the credit, we're seeing a beautiful plays from him.
For sure.
𝗟𝗓 is playing this fire support role. Every time that we see Heaven sort of caught out of position, it's like 𝗟𝗓 is there. He's like the Robin to his Batman every single time. And watching them play has been exciting. That's the best way to describe it. It's been exciting to watch these guys play.
For sure. And another good thing is here, once they're all 4 alive, they're making it work, kind of the 1-2 punch. They're splitting up 2-2, making some good resources. Argument having some fantastic sprays down, and the amount of pressure that they're able to put on, 2 or 3 teams at the same time was fantastic.
Well, that's true, because we saw 𝗟𝗗 come up over the road, ascend, had a good back push over by that shack, and 𝗟𝗟 didn't seem to care. They split 2 and 2, and they stopped both of them dead in their tracks. It's one of those things where you watch it and you say, well, they may not be in first right now.
Right.
But by the end of day today, I don't know how you slow them down, because remember, we're going back and forth on our maps here. It doesn't seem to matter if it's sand or grass. These guys will not let anyone pass when it comes to those points. I mean, how would you stop if you're watching? Like, how do you fight 𝗟𝗟 right now?
It's hard, right? He's winning, and they are winning in general a lot of fights. They're winning 1 versus 2s. They're winning their 1 versus 1. So it's hard to stop them. A good change is that, of course, we're going to different map. It's always hard to keep that momentum once you're swapping maps a little bit. Also, we're having different endings, a southeastern ending. I'm loving what I'm seeing here, rather than having that same kind of northeast.
Yes, thank goodness.
Yeah, northeast endings that we've had on Miramar so far. So it's a good change of pace. So it's only themselves that's going to be able to slow themselves down right now. That morale boost you're having from a game like this is just crazy. So fantastic to see here for them to step up.
And for those of you who might just be joining us today for the first time, what Martin's referencing is yesterday, all of our circles on Miramar were almost essentially in the same
It was
spot.
northeast.
Yeah, so a lot of our teams, I think, struggled with that idea of we just feel like we're constantly chasing that part of the map. And so seeing it shift up a little bit is good for a lot of teams. Now, in the back of that match, it wasn't just about 𝗟𝗟. We saw Ascend, another team that we said come up, show up today. Second game in a row that they walk away with a second place finish.
Yeah, honestly, the way they're also able to control 𝗟𝗗 a little bit, they hurt them quite nicely. Also taking down 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, the boys in general, they've been able to set up. 𝗟𝗏 had a huge game here as well. If it wasn't for Heaven's game, he would have been looking at an MVP potential here. I think he had 6 kills, I think, 𝗟𝗏, right? But here, 𝗟𝗟, of course, is shining through with 17 total kills.
Wow.
It's going to be 27 points to them and 2,400 damage.
So 𝗟𝗟 walks away. They're now official members of the 16K club, which means they've cleared out at least a quarter of the lobby by themselves. 2,400 damage. Ascend also breaks that 2,000 damage cap with 9 kills, and they fought tooth and nail. And 𝗟𝗏, who was at the right side of the leaderboard, or the wrong side, depending on how you look at it, does get a lot of points out of this game and should be able to climb up into that contesting top 8 position.
Yeah, for sure. In a case where they've been having some rough tournament games so far in the tournament, in the grand final specifically, yeah, it's been looking rough here. Chris, though, with that back fill there into 𝗟𝗏, that was so unfortunate. Taking down Loki and Soul, that was basically what delayed everything for 𝗟𝗏. But here, you've been taking down Salute, insane spray on that barrel red dot in that range. So it's crazy to see 𝗟𝗏 also with some good shots here. Headshot onto Loki. And then in general, once we're getting later into that game, that 2-2 split from 𝗟𝗏 and Heaven was just insane. They managed to take them down so easily here.
Well, part of that was we did see 𝗟𝗏, when 𝗟𝗏 got that backstab, they got everyone back up, but it slowed them down so much.
And that's the rough one, right?
It gave 𝗟𝗟 a chance to spread out, make big plays. Heaven with 9 kills by himself, 1,200 damage. I mean, I feel like he was shooting people and letting them get res so that he could shoot them again. He just seemed
to get the damage.
Yeah, he seemed unstoppable. And it didn't matter. It was range weapons. It was spray downs. I think he had the barrel running. He had a double barrel shotgun. He was jump shooting people in the open. Like, there is something when PUBG about, like, when you feel like you've got it going, right? That you just can't miss. Heaven is beaming everything right now.
The kind of feel you get when you're getting like your favorite crate gun in level 3, that's level 3 helmet. That feeling Heaven had throughout the whole game.
But he's doing it with like
broken vests and like
broken vests and double barrels.
Yeah.
This man is out of control. The question is, can he keep that going? He was strong yesterday. We got here today. I know you and I talked about in the green room about, like, do we captain him? Is he going to do it 2 days back to back? So far, he is. 17, however, does maintain the kill lead, but 𝗟𝗟 is all the way up on second now. And Gen.G still managing to maintain total damage despite the fact that they've been quieter today.
Yeah, they've had a quieter start. And also, we didn't get a back-to-back here to begin things with. So if we have to go for the 50% that we've had so far before we started today, tomorrow is going to have a back-to-back win to begin with.
Back-to-back launch. 𝗟𝗟 walks away at 27 total points in that game, and that should jump them up into, at the least, the top 3, if not into the top 2. Ascend will continue to climb with their 15. 𝗟𝗏 puts 13 on the board, and everyone else just trying to keep up where 6 seems a popular number. Here's the overall leaderboard, Martin, and it is still going to be 17 at 81, but 𝗟𝗟 jumps into second place. and starts to close that gap.
Yeah, and going into this game, obviously 24 points for Donovan, now on 37. One more decent game, double digits for them, and they're looking at top 8 already. We're looking to see them climb, obviously. The MLG, a lot of people, including myself, actually had them as in our top 4 favorites for sure going into this. Twisted Minds, another team that needs to step it up here, 27 points. We need to see something from them starting already next game, otherwise it's going to be rough for them to be able to get in and contest that top in the top 4 for sure.
How's another one that we keep seeing in the end game circles, but they haven't made it over to the left side of the leaderboard right now. It just seems like they're kind of going for 1 or 2 spots and then hoping for the best.
Yeah, I don't know, for sure. In a case where they're getting the kind of macro, right, they're getting into the late game, they need to get some more kills on the board for sure. They can't just keep getting, those top 4 placements and getting those 4 points or more. They need to get the kills in rolling as well. But Ascent, they had their number there in that game.
That makes sense. I think it makes sense for everyone. They've got to get the kills on the board. That's 2 games down for today. When we come back in just a few minutes, it's time for game number 3 in the grand final of PGS 1. Don't go anywhere.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli. Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this? 2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can! Stop! Please! Unbelievable! Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's 𝗟𝗓 with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now 𝗟𝗓 tries to find another one. 𝗟𝗓 again. Finds the third as well.
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the win for the Sens coming on in. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the grenade at the ready. It looks good. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 takes down 2 of New Happy.
For 𝗟𝗏, still Adder holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for 𝗟𝗏 looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds actually backed away. They realized that, oh, while I say that, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗏 eliminated. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR. From the heavens, it is 𝗟𝗏 who is going to take the second chicken dinner of the day with a massive 17 kill win. So yeah, sure, 17 got the first game, but they were outdone in the follow-up.
Oh yeah, absolutely phenomenal performance. Everyone out there with Heaven on the fantasy team claiming checks as we speak, because he has been delivering phenomenally throughout the grand final so far.
He's insane. I mean, I know he was really darn good. I've known it for a while, you know, on teams like GNL and Veronica 7 and others, but now this is by far the best version of him I have ever seen. The confidence is just flowing.
Definitely. We do have codes in the bottom, so if you haven't already, make sure to get them in. You can see, get all the FaZe, the clan tags down there. Make sure to get it in. Nice skins. They look amazing. You would not want to miss out.
Yeah, you got to look good on the Battlegrounds, man. That's what it's all about.
True.
I'm still rocking my PGC skins, and they are just... purple's my favorite color, so PGC last year was like, chef's kiss for me. But yeah, we get ready to move over to Erangel, Toby. And, you know, two teams have put up huge performances, but, you know, still the leaderboard in the middle is very, very tight.
It sure is. It sure is. Because no one outside of those select few at the top has been able to really join that separation, as you said, still plenty to be fought for some of these teams that haven't really gotten things going early on in the tournament. I know we're looking at 4 AM, but I really briefly want to touch on Danoa, a team we have seen practically nothing from in the Great Finals. I feel like up until this last game, they finished in top 3, they had some good kills in there, able to stop some rotations, the Danoa style of playstyle, able to set up shop next to Ascent as well and deal with them too. Maybe, who knows, maybe that's the momentum boost they need to Soul and the boys for them to kind of get things going again.
I agree with you. I mean, I think Danoa, you know, if they can just get a little bit of confidence, they will start playing to their expectations and the heart. Oh, 𝗟𝗏, thank you.
Magician.
We love you too. Yeah. Well, how did he do that?
I'm not even. I don't. And
do you know this TikTok thing? Do you know the flower TikTok thing?
I'm not really. I'm too old.
Sorry. It's the only reason I know it is because of one of my friends in Korea. She likes to do those TikToks where it's like you put the hands in front like a heart and then you turn it and then it's like a different picture behind it.
Oh, fancy.
So it's more magic from 𝗟𝗏.
The more you know.
Yeah.
The more
you go. TikTok me. Who would have thought? One of the boomers here on the desk would know the TikTok memes.
Yes, if one person I did not expect to teach me about TikTok, that would be you, Papes. That is for sure. How they managed to sneak their way into a top 5 position in the previous game as well. Very Howl-esque way of doing so. They're bringing back the ancient Turkish kind of play style of let's go center, but not crash the spots that everyone else is eyeing for. Let's crash that one spot that no one else is going to go to, and then get top placements off it. It worked this time around. Wasn't a phenomenal game, but still placement points on the board.
It reminds me a bit of old Gen G too, but here we go.
True.
It is time to get Erangel, the third game onto the day, underway. We move over towards our grassy pastures. I'm Colaris. Sorry, I had to get one in there.
It's like a little bit of a tribute to the man who's now sat in 3rd place in fantasy.
That's right. He's falling now. I can start making fun of him again.
Come down to the bottom with us. Join the casters. That's where all the fun is. I'm looking at this plane path and already now kind of theory crafting circles off of it. It's really a pretty simple plane path, but I'm thinking I just don't feel like we've been everywhere on Erangel in these finals so far. But then thinking back at it, we kind of have. I think it's just because Miramar has been so east skewed for the most part that I think Erangel has been the same as well. But we've actually had a pretty decent variety in terms of where endgames have taken us over on Erangel.
Yeah, eventually the laws of averages caught up on Erangel.
Exactly.
On Erangel. It's like, look, I mean, I think sometimes people fall for the gambler's fallacy that the circles are like going to do certain things, but they have to remember that like the sample sizes are not huge.
Exactly.
And so it can be deceiving, and you can get caught in that sort of, it's almost like superstition that the circles are just going to do a certain thing.
Exactly. Conspiracy theories based on circles are dangerous to try and live by because they will get you one way or another. 17, flying on down, had a phenomenal Erangel game up towards Everest earlier today. We'll see if they can repeat that success. In the meantime, move up, try and see if you can claim a vehicle, take us over towards the west, but there should be no commotion. As we've seen so far on Erangel, not a whole lot of commotion unless if we had some of those incredibly brutal plane paths.
Yeah, I like what the Sonics are doing here with 𝗟𝗏, making sure that they get an extra vehicle, because sometimes the Fairy Pier Road a little bit sparser than teams would like in terms of grabbing those vehicles. So certainly, I'm very happy to see the Sonics take it's a mild risk, but it more than pays off.
Oh, definitely. Circle pops just southwest of Pochinki. A lot of fields in this area of the map. I'd argue that more than half of what's playable terrain down here is actually fields in one way or another. And quite a few teams out towards that east side that will have to transition their way on through. But I would say if there's any area of the map that's the easiest to get to, arguably here, but any area to get a good endgame position in early, maybe not so much here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There you can see our top 5 kills from the previous game. Soul getting in there, but I mean, this is just bizarre. I mean, not bizarre, just bananas from having 42%. I mean, Breck's in there having a really solid game, getting overshadowed with a phenomenal performance in his own right.
We have had a few, and right now, of course, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but we had a 1300 damage performance in the losers bracket, I believe, as well. And then we had an 1100 one in group stage. They're just these individual performances where when the stars align, when you get the circuits going your way, when you get the momentum going from the start of the match, these players, I feel like over half the players in this lobby could have a performance like this. It just requires those few things going right for you.
I agree. I mean, there's so much talent in this lobby.
Yes.
It's just beyond belief, and that's why the leaderboard is, relatively close in the middle of the pack. Of course, now Ghibli shooting up to second place with that insane performance, and got a replay coming up here. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is of course. It's just nuts, dude.
The thing is, when they initially engaged on the Sonics, I looked at it. When they initially engaged on the Sonics and Navi fight down towards the southern side, he had 4 kills and 78 damage. I saw him get 3 of Navi, and I was like, how is he finding all of them? Oh, wait, he just tapped once on each of the players. But then the damage got racked up as the game moved along. And maybe those 3 early kills was just him saying, you know what, I'm feeling it now. Let's see if we can go more aggressive. And an aggressive Ghibli is something I love seeing.
Yeah, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, and it doesn't seem to matter what iteration of Ghibli it is. They are the most aggressive team in Korea for the last couple of years, bar none. And you can see why, they went with some question marks around this roster change coming into this year, bringing in some younger talent, going, a little bit off kind of the traditional sort of like superstar Korean players like 𝗟𝗔𝗡 and others. Deva is like a really good IGL and those kind of things, but this team right now is, on the back of Heaven in particular, absolutely just demolishing other teams.
And the desk touched on it too, the duo of him and 𝗏𝗏. I mean, how they're just able to flatline all the opposition coming through. I'm still curious to learn more of Guilman's and Glass's influence in these fights, because we tend to just keep our eyes on Heaven whenever it pops off. 𝗏𝗏 has had some moments too. And then Glass, I mean, once you have that kind of, not necessarily main bold action player, but when you have a bold action player that can hit the shots needed, you've seen him pop people out of vehicles as well, to initiate the fight, like first bullet fire, boom, you're already in a 4v3. That just makes it so much easier for the likes of Heaven and 𝗏𝗏 to pull up and do the damage needed up close. So Glass, in those fights, already delivering right from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. And it is super interesting because Glass, if you guys don't know, used to be Nefiex, a player who never got to international lands, really. I mean, he made it to some PCSs with various teams, but he was more known as a kind of like that mechanical good player, but he was never on teams that really had coordination or, yeah, exactly. And so like, for me to watch him perform the way he has with this team as kind of this now support player, like a role player, is really encouraging that he's willing to take a step back from being the guy on his team and be that support player for like Heaven and 𝗏𝗏.
And honestly, I think that's something pretty much all players could learn from. I think everyone, regardless of how good of a fragger you are, should play support, at least for a little while, because that gives you a much better understanding of what you can expect from your teammates. There's so many times where you see someone just YOLO into their opponents, die instantly, go, oh guys, why aren't you there? Like, why didn't you help me? But once you've been there, it's like once you've been in customer support, you don't blame people the same way when things don't go your way, you know? When there's a line at the grocery store, once you've been the one sitting there, it's you don't complain the same way.
As someone who spent some time in the tech support world, yes.
You see, yeah.
Yes.
So our tech support of PUBG is support players. Confirmed.
Exactly. I mean, you'll have to see it. And it's kind of like yesterday you were talking about 𝗟𝗏𝗡, where he's more of a specific type of role player, but when he has impact, it is so noticeable.
It can turn the tide for the entire team.
Exactly. Well, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to be driving around the Potato Mountain. Not much they can do about this other than listen to the passing vehicles. And eventually, once they are gone, then the MAD can go back to doing other things.
Yeah, they will allow them to pass on through. So 𝗏𝗏𝗏 going from one team now into the 4 a.m. split. Not expecting there to be any shots fired here either. As I say that, of course, first bullet headshots comes through as crazy. Maybe thinking twice about peeking that window again.
They both headshot each other there, so you'll see this driving path a lot for a lot of teams. In this circle, it is a safe-ish path, and you can see why. There's not a lot of trees. The angle of the hill keeps you obscured from 4M's compound for most of the duration.
It is literally the Erangel highway. I called it this like 4 years ago. One of my first ever breakdown videos in all of my PUBG analysis life was of how you rotate hard east to hard west, taking this highway that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was taking. Then, of course, once you go past Pochinki, different directions you could head in depending on where you want to go, where you're forced to go with the circle. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏, perfect example right here. Pro tip on how to rotate east to west, avoiding confrontation, avoiding some of all these hotspots. You saw there was only one angle Crazy could have in the compound. There were four people there. 4 people on Howl, 4 people on Twisted Minds. 16 players, no, make that 12 players who could have taken shots at you. Only one person had one shot to take in all of that. So perfect rotation coming through from Dynamo, rotating east to west.
Exactly. Third Eye going to be way outside to the east. Settling up, just transferring some utility, probably into the vehicles themselves, it looks like, and amongst each other as they get set up for what's going to be looking like a late edge position for them. 𝗟𝗗 in a kind of a spread out 2-1-1 split. If you look at the map, and oh no, is that 𝗟𝗏𝗏? He's one of the ones here, the two. So this is okay. Yeah. At least it's not one of the extremities, Linshu and 7-7.
Exactly. I'm kind of looking to 𝗟𝗏 and see their wide two-way split. I don't think there's. I mean, even if they read their catch, like have called 𝗟𝗏 in a split, there should be no reason whatsoever for them to try and pull up on this, because the potential of loss of terrain massively outweighs the gain that they would get from taking those blank houses there.
Yeah. 𝗟𝗓, of course, in the blue, as we have come to expect. Certainly get the most out of those painkillers and energy drinks, does 𝗟𝗓. You can see Sonics is not, I wouldn't call this a bridge camp. I would call this a 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 camp, as he is.
He's trolling.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look, if anybody in the world could hit these mini shots, it's 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏.
You know what? I mean, I like it, but I think there was also Flood realizing, wait, there's just one guy, and he's so far away. There is no way I'm in trouble. And now the rest of the team are coming in. I would actually have loved to see Take be the one to continue shooting, but in the meantime, Mime and Shrimp to reposition, because Flood clearly made the call. It's just one guy. He's hard east. We're fine. But if the other guys reposition in the meantime, could have caught the rest of the team mid-transition. But as you can see, Sonic's not really too eager to bridge camp this time around.
Yeah, it's got to at least put the fear into LG's mind that there's a bridge camp. Like, so I kind of like the idea from the Sonics in a way that it forces LG to take their time and stop and think about what's going on the other side of the bridge.
Always got to play those mental games, especially here at LAN, where, you know, teams just feel the pressure even more. One bad game, one bad spray can be the the downfall of a player's kind of mental state in these tournaments, because they know how much is on the line, they know how many people are sat out there judging your every move.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Twitch chat, so
Twitch
friendly.
Chat,
So friendly.
Insert your least favorite team. Rats is the most common phrase I see in Twitch chat. Now, I use the term rat affectionately. I think it's a good thing to be called that, and I hope most players understand that when somebody's calling you that, it means you're doing good stuff.
I feel like there's a lot of jokes I can make right now, but I'm not going to do any of them. Ascent trying to rabble their way on forward. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 trying to regroup up towards the northwest side of this circle. They actually, as I say, that regroup. They're sending Linshu and 7-7 past the spot from their teammates, and now going further up towards the north. We did see the circle go in towards 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. No guarantees of its ending there, but Howl as well have now opted to make landfall in the city.
Well, this is good news for those of you that despise field endings, because a lot of the field just got cut out.
Well, I mean, one kind of fields. There's still a
little bit.
There's,
that's true.
There's a decent chunk of fields.
The Badlands is kind of a field.
Yeah, exactly. The very open fields, I guess we can agree on, are definitely very mitigated with the circle shift. Luminosity able to force Na'Vi off the hillside. Pretty great push from them. Nice position to be able to claim coming in as late to the circle as they did. So good real estate for them. Plenty Overwatch on this position, and should be able to, if not find an open area, then at least now, with the limited info they had coming into it, be able to scout, like, where do we have the opponents around us and what can we do depending on the next circle shift.
𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 going to be isolated and dealt with by 7-7 from 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. A much needed point in the bag. It's been a downward trend here for 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 so far today. It's Chris now going to be driving away from the remainder of 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏, and you still have Brex pretty close to 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 territory. Oh my god, it's Chris got a headshot by somebody at range. If they find one more, he's knocked, but not gonna happen.
And while Ascent did just lose 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Chris almost got taken down there as well, can I just take a second to give a shout out to Ascent. Sat in 3rd place in the grand finals. This is insane. I did not write them up as a top 5 contender in the grand finals here, and they have been impressing ever since they got here. A lot of it has come off of solo performances, whether it be Chris, whether it be Brax, going out there and racking up extra points when need be. But that's the thing, we've talked about it off-air as well, Paper, where some teams don't have that one-game flashy performance. They just continuously rack up 5-6 points every game, no flashy. Maybe they get the kills early and die outside of placement points. But if you continue to do that, all those other teams that, yes, they got a 15-point game, but the next 2 were 0-point games, you even out with them, and that's part of the reason why Ascend currently sat in 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I think about with Ascend is it's like, expect the unexpected.
True.
They're so fun to watch because they're just all over the place. They do stuff that I don't really expect, but they make it work, and they're just a treat to watch. They don't play PUBG in a way that any other team in this event does.
No, it's... if any team to compare them to, I mean, they've done this yesterday as well, both Third Eye and Danawa in their entry to circles, like very edge early on, and then whenever they see their chance, whenever a shift goes their way, you have to bomb it center. That's kind of been both the playstyle of, well, all these 3 teams in all their separate regions. And, well, so far, at least in the grand finals, Ascent are the ones succeeding the most.
Yeah, this time a little bit of a change of strategy for Danawa as they're centered up. Vegas trying to find Mika. He used the middle anchor point here for Ascend, all on his lonesome. If he had gotten a knock, there was no way they're getting back to him. Circle is going to center up right on top of Mika, in fact. Yeah. So now, my eyes are on Ascend to see how they get back to Mika if they can.
Issue is that center position in this point in the game, you're just gonna die. I love this Brax go pushing out. He was quiet in that combo for a long time and finds the double off of this too. 𝗟𝗓𝗗 never went uphill to clear. They found 𝗟𝗓𝗗 close, thought he's gonna be solo. We called them in a split. Nah, Brax was there all along.
This is what I'm talking about. Expect the unexpected. Longskr trying his best to make Brax be punished for that maneuver, but not going to happen. Daytrade trying to cut across Cerberus and Danawa territory. 𝗟𝗓𝗗 had already hit a nasty bolt shot earlier, looking for another. Soul trying to put some damage into the backside of Daytrade. Looks like for now, Daytrade's good. Oh, right on top of Mika is Poochills. He's got 1. Can he find more? That's 2. He's going to run out of 1. He's got 3. What a spray from Mika. Throws the grenade right in the middle of him to finish the job even. Unbelievable. He's going to go down to his own grenade. You've got to be kidding.
He got too eager. He got too excited. You know what, Mika? You got him. Kudos to you. A little too excited though for that nade there, but what a spray. What a transfer to confirm the 3. He was too excited. He was too excited. He couldn't contain himself.
I can't even.
You know how
I heard laughs coming from multiple different rooms on that too, from the players. Everybody knows that was a unique situation. Expect the unexpected.
Have you ever seen those roller coaster rides where people scream and laugh so much that they faint? I think that was Mika there. He got way too excited and in the end he just passed out. That was that was something. But again, goes back to what we said before. I mean, both you said it, expect the unexpected, but also just individual performances. Yes, we've seen Brax shine. Yes, we've seen Chris shine. But a guy like Mika can 1v3 the likes of Daytrade too.
He had just enough bullets to get that done.
Yep.
Absolutely just draining the clip out of that M4. Beautiful stuff. Even though he does go down, you still got to appreciate the effort from Mika. And
definitely.
I mean, I think that grenade also, maybe just in case, you know, there's that last member of Daytrade looming somewhere behind that he didn't see, or, you know, so I get what he's doing. It's just comical the way it ends up.
Also, we just talked about them.
Yeah, we were just,
We can put it this way. I did not expect that finish, that fight.
Neither did I. Saying.
I didn't expect the 1v3 either to begin with, but that last line there was just perfect.
I love it. I love Ascend. Ascend is like my favorite team in this tournament right now. I'm going like hard bias for them because they're just so fun to watch.
Okay. I'll write that down somewhere. Not picking
Don't tell
Ghibli.
Kovo.
Not picking Ghibli in second over Ascend.
Don't tell Kovo.
I'm gonna tell all of EMEA. We got him, guys. We got him. The Korea bias #1 has gone EMEA. I love it.
Now Brax is gonna pay for this rotation from It's Chris. It's Chris just trying to find somewhere to hide. And SDK putting some more shots in his back. Vegas is going to be lit up by Belmoth, the last survivor Daytrade. Is Chris just going to try to finish off Daytrade here?
I mean, he might as well. He saw them take out 3. There's a double spray with the Ace 32 coming through. And Chris, not only does he get himself a kill, but he's also sat dead center in this next circle now.
I love this from Na'Vi. The patience here to wait for Stinkers to get in the car, but Example only gets 1 bullet to connect. He would have loved to have get a little bit more damage there. Now he has to get into this next circle. Na'Vi's pushing space. Relo taking some damage here on his own behind the tree. 𝗟𝗚 and others trying to get up to him.
Navi is rushing this on foot. Their car's still down by the barn, so you have to imagine that they want to run back for it. In the meantime, 4EM and Howl taking the fight to 𝗟𝗗 now as the city is getting shifted out of the circle.
LG is going to get involved here from the church. They are swarming in from the backside. Relo was knocked and dealt with by 17 from their home territory near 𝗟𝗗. Now Summer is looking for more Howl players to put some more bullets in them.
Yeah, only one team eliminated as well here in Phase 4. Not oftentimes that we see the games play this slow, but of course we have had a lot of casualties across multiple teams. A couple of solos left alive as well. As we now see 𝗟𝗗 make their way back towards the east again. Couldn't quite find the entry they wanted, and now straight up in the open arms of Navi they go.
Evan's gone. Rest in peace.
And Chris is as well.
He's done pretty darn good so far today, so I guess Evan is, yeah, it's Chris gone, so Ascend is gone. But what a phenomenal day so far for Evan and 𝗟𝗗. 𝗟𝗟, the two survivors, looking for something in the middle of this circle. There again, this circle's tough. There's not a ton to play with.
Not a lot at all, especially not with the likes of these solos and duos coming in and claiming what little space there actually is to work around. You have 𝗟𝗟 side on one side, now Glass and 𝗟𝗏 over here on the other. Safe to say that anything you want to claim at this point in this circle, you have to fight for. And speaking of fighting for, here comes Third Eye. 1 down, 2 down, Vox fights the third. And now Summer takes out Adam. It's just Vox left alive. And as I say that, 𝗟𝗏 peeks on over. Quick, clean sweep from 4EM, the only way they could do it too.
Here comes Navi trying to make a maneuver off the back of all this chaos. Schofield is going to get the knock on a Summer. Melt pushing in. Around the corner is Example and 𝗟𝗚, but they're taking damage in the back. I think that's LG shooting them. Navi is falling apart, and they are just gone.
And this is huge. I mean, it all comes off of the fight with 4EM. They were able to take out Third Eye so fast that they could reset for the fight against Howl. Now LG comes in, but they didn't push fast enough. Instead, they can turn around, take the fight to Navi, and now third party up here on the northeastern side. But look at 𝗟𝗏 on your minimap there as well. They're slowly creeping over towards this east side, hearing all the commotion over by the church.
Yeah, some big grenades there from 𝗟𝗏, but he's going to go down to the blue. Schofield alone for Howl now, but we've seen them profit from these situations before. He's going to get the flush on to Summer, looking to try to maneuver over towards the remainder of 4EM. They just got the res. He just guesses. He finally finds 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 trying to stick the res onto 𝗟𝗏 in the middle of the smoke. Schofield has to go for the heal.
Schofield just pushing straight into 4EM. Smoke 0 cast in his life. 𝗟𝗏 though spots him in the midst of the smoke. They're able to take him out. The rest does come through into Summer as well. So 7 kills now for 4EM, but they are in trouble. Sandwiched between Luminosity and 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, this has been a wild, exciting game so far. 4EM trying to keep LG off of their backs. The circle is going to shift away from this fight, though, over towards the west. Tickleton on the backside gets a flush onto 𝗟𝗏 with the molly. Snakers kickstart, trying to work this forward position. Flood on the backside.
And with this circle shifting, Luminosity really has to figure, what do we do here? Do we stay clear this side, or do we try to go towards the circle? Issue is, as you can see, Kickstart scouts forward. There ain't really a whole lot of anything to try and push into right now. Everything is taken already. So they have to commit to this fight. They have to deal with 4EM before they can go anything. And I think that's the call coming through from 𝗟𝗏. He turns around, he joins the fight. Flood finds one, 𝗟𝗏 down.
𝗟𝗏 going to try to do what he can to salvage some more points. Already 7 kills though for 4EM. A pretty solid game, and 𝗟𝗏's doing a good job here. Yet another onto Flood, goes right for the flush. 𝗟𝗏 now trying to keep that hill between him and LG and 𝗟𝗏. Kickstart Snakers up on the top now, gonna go for the vehicle this fight. They don't feel like they can get much more out of it.
Yeah, smart play by 𝗟𝗏 to try and wrap underneath, knowing that 𝗟𝗏 would suppress for him if need be. Spots one now, but look at this. Luminosity straight into 𝗟𝗏 territory as they find the double. 𝗟𝗏 able to stay alive. Not in placement points just yet, but now aware that he has Glass and 𝗟𝗏 just in front of him.
PO though is gonna punish 𝗟𝗏 for that maneuver. PO there trying to end their round. He's gonna get 𝗟𝗏 as well. So a kill and a knock there, but PO has to back off as he was taking some damage from the other side. There was a crate there. Wondering if he's going to be able to grab that, or if it had already been grabbed earlier in the round. I'm not sure how long it's been on the ground.
Might just be able to. You can see him getting it there.
Yep, it's a Mark 14.
On the crate. Left, MK14, level 3 gear as well. Not going to be complaining about that whatsoever. Glass will try and sneak his way on forward, and 17 still alive here as well. Now up towards the northwest side. That's America on America action on full. Sonics versus SDK.
All right, the opening knock from 𝗟𝗏 on to Kurt. Penta and Vegas now turning their attention back towards the Sonics and maneuvering to try to keep their captain alive. But no, Tableton isn't having any of it. He gets the knock. H-Win trying to push the hill. He can't get the drop shot, but the rest of his team is there to finish the job. Sonics with 5 kills.
Again, crucial that they get this done with as fast as they do. You have the likes of Twisted Minds who are still sat in the compound down below. They could have tried to push up and get an angle, but they're not opting to go anywhere. Sonic's got plenty of room to work with off of that elimination there. Ghibli, full, not a whole lot more Glass could do, out in 7th.
Donowa's trying to take a fight on 2 different fronts, and 𝗟𝗔 is making them pay for it. They already got Salute, now they're going to get Loki. Meanwhile, Soul and Anonix are trying to finish 17. The little Ghost is just ready for him, out in the open with the grenade, and he is down and out. Soul's grenade did find 𝗟𝗔𝗡 though. He will get cleaned up by PO. Donowa gone, 17 Gaming gone, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 sitting on this eastern side.
Yep.
Oh, Donowa's not gone, I take it back. Anonix still alive, oh my god, hold the phone. Hold the phone, he got one.
Got Molly, potentially to flush. PO. Former teammate as well. We'll see if he can succeed in a 1v3 now against 𝗟𝗔𝗡. It would be much to ask for, but we did see yesterday that Donowa 2v4 𝗟𝗔𝗡, so maybe, who knows, Anonix can find 3 of his own.
If anyone can do it, it's the former 𝗟𝗔𝗡 teammate of PO, trying to see if he can sneak in this grenade. Knows that they probably moved this res back towards the edge. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is still chasing the backside of Donowa. PO there is up. That grenade just gonna go a bit too far.
Rolls onto the vehicle. That is very lucky for DG. Would have been down and out. Pretty much guaranteed. Now Twisted Minds finally flexing out of the compound down below. Full HP, full utility. They have had to do pretty much nothing in this game to claim what they have. And that should be 𝗟𝗔𝗡 worried now and having to look the other way. Issue for Anonix is 𝗟𝗔𝗡, as you said, pushed on forward. And there's nowhere Anonix can hide from this now. No,
yeah, there it is. Finally, 𝗟𝗏 is able to find that spray. But Twisted Minds now getting up close and personal with 𝗟𝗔𝗡. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 here is given a little bit of space, but 𝗟𝗏 is making him pay. He is coming from the backside. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has to recover. PO's down from 𝗟𝗏𝗡. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is doing a great job of sweeping these edges, wiping these Korean teams out.
But they're not clearing it fast enough because Sonics are wrapping in behind it. Here comes Perfect. It's over on one side, able to take out Taemin, helping out a bit on the side of 𝗟𝗔𝗡, but really the victor in all of this is going to be Sonics. They're able to take so much space off of this as 𝗟𝗔𝗡 falls.
Yeah, Sonics is going to move to the southern side of the circle, seeing if they can maybe get towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 up front, still pretty far away. 𝗟𝗏 is still popping. 𝗟𝗏 is keeping 𝗟𝗔𝗡 alive. They've got a res now. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 back up and running. Oh, 𝗟𝗏's now down out in the road. A spin from Lou. Gonna run out of bullets and have to change direction. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 finally shows up to the party and takes 𝗟𝗏𝗡 down.
Yep. Twisted Minds down to 3 with Perfectix still knocked. They want to fight 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Oh, I think Batulin's caught a glimpse of him. Yeah, oh, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 barely on his feet before he takes out one. The kill will come through in the end though onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡, so they will fall now. 2v3. Sonic's not quite close enough to get damage in. Flashbang's being lopped on forward, but no lethal utility. I think they spent the most of it on the fight against STK.
But this bot, enough time for 1 res for Twisted Minds, not 2. So Sonics love what they're doing here. They gotta push Twisted Minds. They gotta prevent them from getting Batulins back up and running. Twisted Minds, everything in the kitchen sink here to try to make sure that they can get the res onto their IGL and get themselves in that 4v3 favor.
And they are just exactly on the edge of the circle too. You can see, as you were saying, a lot of utility being spent here, not necessarily to find damage, but just to suppress, to force them back, to force them out. I'm loving the counterplay now being set up by Sonics. Try and wrap around both so that you can get the control on the northern side and pin them in, but also so you can avoid a potential counterflank coming through on the side of Twisted Minds. But I think they've read it. They're running down the same ridge line now as well. No eyes for Sonics, else that ridge stays high enough for neither of the two to see one another.
No.
Did they see Take on the top?
I don't think they did, Toby. I
hope they did.
I mean, I think they're aware that it could happen. Batulin's coming out here. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 gonna get some damage, a little bit more into Lou. Let's see if Batulins can return fire. Yes, he can. Spiro now trying to get up and in, but 𝗟𝗏𝗡 is doing a pretty good job landing some of those long-range shots.
Huge that they take no casualty off of that. As Flu fell there, that could be a big opening for Take to push down the hillside. But you can see Perfectus, he's proning right now, looking down towards the southern side, up the hill here towards Tickles. And I think he's aware, at least, that there's a chance of one of these players still being around. Effectively, Sonics, by having Tickleton stay up on the hill, has forced Twisted Minds down. They have forced them kind of into a arguably weaker spot, but we'll see now, does Sonics opt to push from up high, or do they try and kind of pincer in, which would weaken their position in terms of being able to trade for one another, but could potentially catch them off guard.
You can see 𝗟𝗡𝗗 being real careful about head peeking. Doesn't want to give away too much to the Twisted Minds squad. The big brains of Twisted Minds certainly will punish Sonics if they are aware of the situation. If they become wise to it, they're going to spring to action. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 there, only able to splash in about half damage into Lou.
Neither of these two teams daring to set a flank out, daring to really go off of anything here. Both of them know that the player count is in favor of Twisted Minds 4v3, but all of them opting to sit together. Twisted Minds does like to make this kind of four-man go together, push forward strategy. But the Twisted Minds, I've seen them try and do these flank plays before, but I think them being outnumbered, not really opting to go for it. Here comes the sweep, though, from Twisted Minds.
The thing that could bite them in the butt here is I saw 𝗟𝗓𝗓 still had quite a few frags in the bag, so if Twisted Minds groups up and 𝗟𝗓𝗓 can find some good grenades, he might be able to end this round single-handedly. We'll see. Twisted Minds is going to settle up on the low ground. I think both teams maybe just keen to put some shots into each other, see if they can find that knock into Lou. 𝗟𝗏 has to prone down. He's got some frags as well. Gonna let loose with the first. It's bouncing in towards Perfectix. He's gonna take some damage, but not knocked because of the prone.
Yep, 5 nades for 𝗟𝗏. You gotta start lobbing them forward. You already have, you've kept 𝗟𝗡𝗗 up high. He can't cover down here at all, but he can make sure they can't go back the other direction. So force those nades through. Issue is right now with this position they're currently in. Twisted Minds kind of has the dot over Sonics. Now, there is still a minute's time until this will become relevant in terms of blue circle damage, but 𝗟𝗏 has to try and play contain as best as he can as Twisted Minds continue the sweep around.
Yeah, he's going to need some cover fire from the high ground from 𝗟𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗓𝗓. He's got one more grenade, but while he's going for it, he is knocked down. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is down as well. Only one player stands, and it is the Sonics 𝗟𝗡𝗗. A 1v4 is facing the superstar from the Sonics, but 𝗟𝗏 is ready for him. He has to reaggress. He has to change angles. And the Twisted Minds are not going to let him go anywhere. They are W-keying forward. The pan is out for 𝗟𝗏𝗏. He's going to throw it just in case 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏's behind the tree, and they're going to spot him. They're going to take him down. Twisted Minds will come through with an 8-kill chicken dinner.
Solid win for Twisted Minds in a very Twisted Minds fashion. They do sometimes go out with flying colors, get themselves the double digits, but here they found their first kill with 6 teams left alive. No chance had presented itself where it would be worthwhile, where it would be worth the risk for them to go aggressive. They were down the leaderboard. They needed the points. They got them.
Exactly. All right, guys. Well, we are going to catch some highlights, and then we'll catch the desk. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly here at PGS 1.
It's a chicken dinner for Twisted Minds as they showcase their big brains and what may be the closest thing we've had to a chess match at this event so far. Sonics versus Twisted Minds in that end game was, there was a point where I thought it was over. Twisted Minds had 2 down when they finished off. I think it was 𝗟𝗓𝗓 went out in third.
Yeah.
And it was just the way they had those smokes deployed. They forced Sonics into an alleyway they couldn't finish it, and then just the flanking and counter flanking. It was beautiful.
Yeah, the only upper hand that Sonics had in that case was when those 2 knocks were on the ground, and it's just so rough to push through smokes. Like if it was the 2 knocks and there was no smokes, no riches, no nothing, they're gonna push it through. They're gonna take all the utilities they had and just commit it. But yeah, in that case, I actually love what they were doing. All the smokes, all the fake smokes as well that we were able to see. Yeah. They were sending them down to kind of make sure they had an exit. So super well executed for Twisted Minds there. But then when it comes down to just a straight up force 3, it's going to be super easy for them to close it out like that, especially with an opening like they did.
Well, and it was beautiful too. We saw it was almost like a pawn sacrifice when Lou and 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 went down and sort of drove that car around trying to bait 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗏 out, but he fell back. He saw the trap and avoided it. 𝗟𝗏 tried to come forward and make a sacrifice play with those grenades, but didn't quite get the hits. It was back and forth. I pity our casters in that game for having to sort of just be in it for that long, because it really was just 2 good teams with great strategy trying to outplay each other. And ultimately, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 could not take the 1v4 at the end.
No, and especially when you think like the guys who know they want it when they're taking the pants out and trying to throw it the threes. We saw like there's so many cases like that. Also, Batulin's there. He looked happy. Good to see kind of check into those guys when it is. They've been down on the leaderboard, and now with this, they could put themselves into the top 8 quite easily. So let's see what happens with that once we get to that for sure.
Yeah, it's a great point. Sonics is doing well in terms of leaderboard. Twisted Minds, on their hand, came in 12th place today. So we're going to see in just a minute how many points they're able to put up on the board. But with a finish like that, they should be able to climb, and that's what you need today. On the second day of play, you really want to finish in that top 8, maybe even 6, so that you set the stage for the 6 games that we play tomorrow. It's not over yet. We've got a couple more to go, but seeing Twisted Minds sort of making moves after a tough day yesterday is encouraging, I think, for a lot of fans.
Yeah, for sure. Like here, when you have a 3-day grand final, you have to be within striking distance once the second day is over, right? If you're talking like top 8, top 6, some teams have had some pretty decent days here to the start of the day, and if they're able to, have that, 20, 30-point gap, it's still a huge difference in terms of prize pool once you move further up.
Talking about gaps, let's talk about the gap that no team could seem to beat, and that was that road just outside of the church. Not a lot of options. 17 was in the warehouse. We saw 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗 show up there. We saw literally everybody. Luminosity was so desperate they jumped in a car and drove to their death. That was a tough circle, right?
Yeah, for sure. In a case where it doesn't end inside, the circle doesn't end inside 𝗟𝗡𝗗, you kind of want to avoid it. There's so many teams. There is just on the edge of there trying to fight their way in here. But yeah, Twisted Mind 8 kills on the top there for the win. That's 18. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 again with another banger for match. 9 kills and third for them. It's super impressive to see them up there.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 put on their big boy pants and came to play today as they put up a huge amount of damage. 9 kills for 𝗟𝗔𝗡. So while they weren't in the chess match at the end, they never let off. They came out of that sort of road cross. They did a couple of backstabs. That was that road we were talking about right there. And here we go. Him starts sort of opening fire. And from then on, they were just very aggressive. They took 𝗟𝗓𝗡 head on and then pushed Twisted Minds with really no reservations whatsoever.
Yeah, honestly, in this case here, you have like 3/3 of your teams, 3/4 of your teams down in the southeastern side there. But 𝗟𝗔𝗡 being able to kind of hold on to that southern side and then push up and take the fight here, it hurt Twisted Minds as much as you kind of expect. But Sonics, they didn't take advantage of it. They didn't take the chance once they had to. They knew the knocks, they knew everything, but they didn't want to push through the smokes. And I actually think that's fine. Maybe they were hoping to get a knock. If you get an opening knock, of course, it's down to a 3v3 still. But yeah, it ended up being Twisted Minds outplaying them there with a gambit.
And it was. I think Twisted Minds, the way that they handled those smokes in particular at that last moment was what saved them. They left bot 2 down. They managed to pick somebody else up. They immediately deployed smokes off to the side. I think Sonics, because of that ridge, wasn't sure. Are they in the smoke? So they off to the side of them. And smartly didn't overcommit, right? I'm glad it's a change of pace not to see a North American team jump on their horses and go galloping over the ridge at full speed. Let's take a look at the man of the match. Perfectix, 3 kills, 2 knockouts, 292 damage. He gets it because he was strategic. They did a great job of point control.
It's good to see Perfectix up here, of course, after he's one of their more expensive picks, so it's good to see that he's able to take a man of the match home here. Definitely one of the players with a lot of experience, and we've again and again seen him at Globals be one of the players on Twisted Minds to have the most kills, most damage.
Now, while Twisted Minds did win that match, it's not going to show up on the team summary because it is the dominant hitters that we are seeing up there. 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗗 continues to put up that damage, 17 with total kills, but they are losing ground to a very aggressive Heaven-led squad in 𝗟𝗓𝗡 as well as the Sonics and 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Now, this is the match leaderboard, 18 total points. But there's a lot of other heavy hitters up in that 1 through 5.
Yeah, for sure. And 4AM as well in that case there for 9 kills. No placement, but still they're able to frag out. Good to see 𝗟𝗓𝗡 as well. Of course, they were down to 2. They were in a rough spot. As you're talking about, 𝗟𝗓𝗡 really took them out, outplayed them quite well. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 just continues to impress here. So honestly, how they've been able to impress here in the grand final, it has been super, super good to see. And now they're in 7th. And it's stacking up, but 17 still holding on to that. 12 points ahead of Sonics right now.
So even with that win, Twisted Minds is unable to cross over into that top 8.
They're behind.
But they are on that hunt with 45 points. 17, not a huge gap over the chase in the top 3, but it does start to really tighten up in that 4th spot down to 7th. Now, I think if you're in 8th all the way down to 13th, and I hate to say it, but I'm not sure if 14 catches this point. You need to have a good game or 2 here at the end of your day if you want to even be in contention going into tomorrow.
Yeah, one huge game to end the day off, and then you're still in the play. But our mid pack is starting to separate themselves and thinning out quite nicely there. As you said here, 4th, 5th, there's starting to be quite of a gap here. Our top three, they're quite far ahead at this point here of our 7th, 8th, and 9th places.
Take a look at 𝗟𝗓𝗗 as they prepare to jump into this one. They started in 7th, have had a little bit of a rough day, as has Luminosity on your screens right now. This is the time for the rubber to hit the road, for them to pick up that speed, as we only have a couple of matches left here to play today. There is time, but it is running low. Daytrade, another team that has been playing very aggressive and getting a lot of points.
Yeah, just a little bit, one more good game here today, and they're going to be able to get in the kind of upper mid-pack.
Well, let's see if it's time for that good game as we get into our next match. This is PGS 1. Let's do this thing.
All right, let's get into it. It is time for Miramar, 4th game of the day. We are officially halfway through here at the grand finals of PGS 1. And right now, things are still very much all over the place with the leaderboard. I mean, it is a exciting day. A lot of teams having some big games to get themselves back up towards the top.
I mentioned Ascent, not expecting them to sit top 3 coming into that previous one. When we saw here in the break just now that Gen G has the most damage done in grand finals, I'm like, wait, what? What? I know that they did win the first 2 games yesterday, but if we look back to group stage, look back to their losers bracket, I'm like, okay, that was, that's impressive.
I mean, I'm just happy they brought their A game for these grand finals. I was very concerned about that team through everything up until the last day of the losers finals.
I love it when it was only Danawa that stepped up and represented, like kind of just took Korea on their back and said, we will carry you to the grand finals. Ghibli and Gen G came into the grand finals like, you know what, you've lifted this one far enough, we'll take over from here, Danawa.
Absolutely. I mean, just an incredible team. And, you and I were just scrolling through some interesting statistics, and one that I saw that you alluded to earlier, that Heaven in that Na'Vi fight got like 78 damage and what is it, 3 or 4 kills or whatever it was.
Yep.
But throughout this entire grand finals, Heaven hasn't stolen a single kill, and that means he hasn't stolen one from somebody who's not from another team.
But I think that also goes into a discussion of the playstyle of the team, because while we have the stat of Heaven, I would actually love to see that same stat, but for Glass. Usually bold actions are pretty damn good at just headshot a knock player, boom, instantly kill stolen. So while he doesn't look for the flushes in other players, look to a guy like Flash, look to a guy like Glass, look to a guy like Gurman as well for the potential threat early on.
Okay,
East side circle.
Surprise.
What?
I'm shocked.
What?
I'm shocked and awed that this is going to end by Junkyard. Maybe. It doesn't have to.
What would be the I was gonna say, what would be the wildest shift we could get on this one?
Like straight east or hard north?
Double hard shift east in phase 2 and 3. You know what? Yeah. Let's do it. For the sake of variety, let's do it.
I know. All right, we got another replay to look at here from the previous match. Yeah, this is Brax. This was, again, expect the unexpected.
And it's straight into this one. I don't even think that was a cut. I think that was Brex getting the double. He jumped into the building. Instantly, the camera goes over to Mika, and he finds the triple. So that's just a lot of kills coming through for Ascent in a span of just a couple of seconds.
Some disgusting sprays in that game with the M4. Absolutely love to see it. As, I saw somebody post the kill statistics for, like, the guns, the different guns, and it's pretty balanced in a lot of ways. I mean, there's more barrel kills than M4, but the Mark 12 and the Mini are not too far from each other. The SLR right up there with the 3 of them. So the balance seems really good in this lobby.
It is. It is also because, I mean, for the most part, teams tend to not like double down on ammo anymore. They would go either double 5.56 or double 7.62. And obviously with the addition of the Ace as well, and you have, the barrel too, it's pretty easy to do so with the MK12 as well added now in for the people that aren't big Mini fans any longer. It's pretty simple to do. I'm a little curious though, and this is for future theory crafting stuff. Have you been following the burst action, the rise of the M16 and the
Mutant? The M16? Yeah, of course.
I am curious to see. I know it's not gonna happen here, but I'm curious to see if tournaments from now, because we're talking about balance, right?
Right.
If those burst action guns will actually make it into pro games. I've seen teams already just play around with them in scrims and whatnot with varied success. But if any one team's master it, it's like a discussion yesterday with the shotgun. Everyone was laughing at shotguns. Then one player brings it in, says it's actually pretty viable. Now everyone's doing it, right?
Yep.
maybe it just takes that one team to go, you know what, it's actually pretty OP. Have some success with it, and we'll see everyone play Mutant as their main rifle in the PGS2.
Well, I'm going to say is the player that we identified as our culprit for the shotgun meta. I have watched a lot of his streams, and he was definitely doing things with the Mutant when the new patches dropped, where they changed it. So certainly a trendsetter is the face of Fuzz. And LG has 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just out there a little bit. Kick going for some shots. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 under a lot of pressure, but no damage just yet.
No damage, but at least Serper is now well aware that Luminosity has at least 2 players in this position. It's always interesting to see how Luminosity opts to split out of Junkyard, because of course you want to maintain control of the Junkyard proper, but which positions do you prioritize outside of those? Yesterday, we saw them play down into the Saloon. We've seen them play out the west side as well, and now we have Flood and Kickstart up on the eastern side of that Junkyard Valley. So trying a little bit different things, a little bit of variation to, I guess, remain unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Junkyard's pretty, I don't want to say easy to lock down, but it's not the worst compound to lock down in the game by any stretch of the imagination. As 17 sitting underneath the noses of Twisted Minds, underneath the Minas Generales, and Howl will be opposite of Na'Vi here. Are they going to get close to Mel, or are they just going to stop at the edge of this road?
I like that Howl this early on doesn't fully commit to the compounds down below like we've seen other teams do in the past, but they actually send people up over the hillside early on, because those compounds, as great as they are, as soon as you shift north, if you don't have a player up the ridge line, A, you're probably going to get camped. B, you have had 0 information of what you're rotating into, so now keep 2 down below. You have an open field to the south, so you'll be able to call early if anyone is coming your direction, and you'll also be able to scout forward and prevent anyone from setting up camps. So nice kind of blocking off your only weak side by yourself.
Yeah. Oh, salute. Might go for Vox. Has an opportunity, and he connects. That was a really nice spray there with the barrel. Crisp and clean. Didn't even have to turn past to his left. It was just right in front of him. Yep. He's going to find it.
Sometimes 4 bullets is all it takes.
And now the rest of Third Eye, man, they have to change direction here. They can't keep going down that road.
And I'm loving that 𝗟𝗗𝗗 is doing this, because as you've said in the past as well, 𝗟𝗗𝗗 likes, especially in and around the Picado teams, try and set up some of these camps, try and do these small pushes early on. This is 𝗟𝗗𝗗 saying, we're set right now in 11th. Sure, we got some good points in the previous game, but we're set in 11th. The game isn't going our way. How about if we can start off every game with a point that costs us literally nothing in terms of risk? How about if you just slowly, 1 minute after another, can play into it with a little more confidence? Ooh, we got a kill early. It was easy, but it was a kill. Now we thrive off of that, right? Every small bit of momentum that can go your way could potentially set you up for a good game.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing for 𝗟𝗗𝗗 is they're more of an edge team traditionally anyway, so you're...
Doesn't hurt them.
Yeah, you're playing edge on this circle no matter what, so might as well go for it. Try if see if you can get warmed up a little bit. Get those shots underneath you, and Howl finds a saloon, and they're just going to chill.
You know what? I'm going to go back to what I was saying before, but just add to it. Howl's daring to push aggressive on this. They're doing everything right now that the likes of Soul Sister and Purple Mood lack to do. They had a pretty decent position early, but those 2 teams would have just stayed there because it was, I mean, we can just take the southern compounds. That's good enough. Howl right now are playing confident. They're daring to say, but we get one more spot. How about one more spot? Let's check the saloon. Oh, it's free as well, even though we know Luminosity were there yesterday. Now we got it for free. Other teams would have been like, now, of course Luminosity's there. We're not even going to scout it. We're not even going to scout it. Because they dare, they get rewarded. Sure, sometimes you burn your fingers because the fire is hot, but they dare and they're rewarded.
Yeah,
nice.
Sometimes you cook the food nicely in the fire instead of burning your fingers,
Exactly.
Right? All right, 17 is above Twisted Minds on the plateaus to the north of Minas Generales. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 just to the east here of STK, around the Impala area, just kind of Linshu doing some scouting. And there are some shots there at the other players behind him. I think that's 7-7 that's getting shot at from forever, I think by 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏. I need to start calling him 𝗟𝗏. That's what I think he prefers that.
𝗟𝗏's pretty cool. I think he's all right with you saying 𝗟𝗏. No, that's a
sounds like
sound.
You're trying to spit.
Yeah, but that was not the sound I was trying to make. I was just like someone just going really fast past you.
Okay, that's good. I like
you made it into something completely different.
He's a fast guy. Yeah, I made it sound like I was spitting in my mic.
I don't. You know what? I said he's a pretty cool guy. He's probably larger than most things. I don't think he appreciates being called the sound of someone. But I don't
Probably wouldn't like
Yeah, no, probably not. But here he is, the man of the hour, Mr. Peeking on forward, trying to track the rotation of the opposition. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗗, well, they found one before. Why not continue beating the team that you've already wounded? Vox fell early, Richie falls now, 𝗟𝗗 2 points up, and again, with limited to no risk involved.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff from 𝗟𝗏, playing on his own. And I'd say if there was any criticism I had of 𝗟𝗗 so far today, it would just be that sometimes when we get later into these games, they're just a little bit too spread apart for my liking. They're trying to take kind of 2 battles on 2 fronts with 2-2 splits.
Yes.
Fine. I mean, it isn't the worst idea. It's gotten them further ahead in the standings, no doubt. But I think they could close out a few more games, potentially, if they can find just that little bit of extra synergy.
The 4-man 𝗟𝗗 steamroll strat is something we've seen be incredibly terrifying to go up against in the past. So I agree with you. Maybe stick together a bit more, and then once this kind of situation presents itself that is necessary, you do those flex plays.
Vegas with a level 3 gun, name a more iconic duo for this event. He has been just the guy with those 𝗟𝗔s, with those AWMs. He has been absolute magic leading up to the grand finals with some of those guns. So keep our eyes on him, see if he can do anything. Circle is, yeah.
Hashtag predictable.
Yep. I mean, now it's got to go either south or east. So
yeah. I mean, the next one can still go anywhere. I'll keep my hopes up for some fun variety. If not, then we can say one thing for sure: all these teams have gotten incredibly good at rotating to junkyard.
That's true. Well, 17 is going to take the shanty town just to the south of the junkyard. The junk shanty, the shanty yard. Shanty yard? I like shanty yard.
Jamestown?
Jamestown? Oh.
Oh, that's what you said.
Just like his fantasy team. Shambles. LG. Not much they can really do about 17 right now. Maybe try to get 𝗟𝗏. Yeah, they tag him with some damage. 𝗟𝗏, though, continues this magical solo journey, the never-ending journey of 𝗟𝗏.
They're 2-2 splitting this as well. We just talked about it, how 𝗟𝗗 has been very aggressive on their splits, and it's come to bite them in the butt a couple of times. Loki is going to run straight in.
He's done.
To the open arms of 𝗟𝗟 in just a short moment. No shots been fired.
Oh my god.
Oh, the timing from 𝗟𝗏 to peek into the door as he ran on in.
That's bananas. I thought Loki was done.
That is the most fortunate timing I've seen in a long time.
I mean, if that's planned from 𝗟𝗗, then tip of the cap. That is absolutely beautiful. Although it doesn't look like they're going to stick around and go for the flush. So 𝗟𝗟 will be resabled by 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 taking some damage from, I believe that's Na'Vi.
You know what? I love to credit 𝗟𝗗 for absolutely amazing plays, but that was absurdly lucky. He was repositioning his vehicle. 𝗟𝗏 goes, oh, is there anything I can help with? Oh my god, there's a guy behind you! Shoots him. They get to leave. And you can see in the speed they were leaving too, they wanted that position. They get to live with this guy.
Yeah, well, 𝗟𝗏 has 2 members of Third Eye. Oldless getting close. I think undetected here by 𝗟𝗏. Adam is going to be keeping 𝗟𝗏 busy. Oldless trying to take that moment to strike, but 𝗟𝗏 is just faster. A grenade as well will get the knock onto Oldless, and Adam out in the open, has to get in the vehicle and leave. There is nothing he can do to save his teammate.
Third Eye heard those shots fired and saw the knock and the kill feed too. I'm not sure exactly what they were expecting to accomplish by wrapping down in this direction. Even saw, I would assume, seeing the vehicles leave. But of course, it's always easy for us with the eye in the sky and vision of all teams around us. We don't know exactly what's happening in the player booths, as these rotations are called. But Adam, now, solo player left alive. Well, Third Eye, it's not exactly been the grand finals they would hope for, but as they've been mentioned earlier as well, I don't think many people expect them to be here to begin with. So little on the fact they have made grand finals, and now have a chance to make something happen is big for them.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to see a bounce back from Third Eye. Of course. For sure. Boxy with 2 members of 4AM right in front of him. DG flanked out behind, PO out in Narnia. You know, this is kind of the MO of Gen.G now, is we're back to what I consider quintessential Gen.G. PO out on his own. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And the other 3 just kind of doing their own thing.
You can kind of tell. There's this bar that you reach where the further PO is from his team, like it goes by increments of 100 meters. The more confident they are, the further away PO is. And right now they're at like a solid 1 kilometer confident.
And they have a lot of info. Oh, 𝗟𝗏 just has Heaven lined up. Heaven just, I think, might have gotten distracted by 𝗟𝗏 there on the other side, and ghibli trying to keep their superstar player alive, and I think maybe just barely they're going to get him in the door.
Barely. Get it? Yeah, that's good jokes. Good jokes. I did like the bait, though. You can see 𝗟𝗗 actually did bait the attention. He shot twice, forced Heaven to peek for a second. Himas shot from the other side, so they knew there were people down there, wanted to get the kill. I think Himas is going to be a little bummed out he didn't take out Heaven, because of all players on the server, you don't want to have a live next to you these days. Heaven is playing pretty well right now, and you don't get too many chances of killing him.
And phase 3 already removing a lot of their land ratio terrain down to the southeast. And Donowa is going to find a spot on the edge. You do have Day Trade fanned out on the edges of Minas Gerais, maybe vying for that position. We'll see. Ascend swinging around Howl right now, trying to find this saloon, and they do.
That is as free as can be. Howl just wrapped down towards the southern side. Ascent gets himself a freebie on the edge of the circle. We know that this one is going to shift away from 𝗟𝗋, and it's going to shift away from Minas. So expect this circle to go somewhere between Na'Vi and Howl. Potentially a northeastern shift could come in as well, in which case we just go where we've been a billion times before.
Yeah, this is just going to move away from the northwest corner, is basically what's most likely to happen. Ah, yeah, that's right. There's a mountain in the south, so
somewhere center.
Southwest, northeast, center.
Yes.
Those are your basic 3 directions that is most likely to go. It doesn't have to, but it's extremely likely to do that. That's why we always talk about it that way. Like, if we say it's going to do this, well, understand that we mean like 98% it's going to do this thing. Like, it's never a guarantee in PUBG.
That is true. 𝗟𝗋 peeks on over. Again, Sonics and STK, they've been kind of running shoulder to shoulder for a good while now. Now they're somewhat tangled up with one another, as well as 𝐴 is creeping up behind Vegas. And they, looking where they're looking right now, they have no clue that 𝐴 is down here. issue is jumping around. I don't think he has any clue that I don't know who's infiltrating whose lines here.
Yeah, I don't think either of them is aware of their position. 𝐴 might have just gotten the spot on Vegas there.
No clue.
𝗟𝗋, I think he saw him. Yeah, 𝗟𝗋 was ready, so I'm pretty sure 𝐴 saw him, and 𝐴 stabs him in the back. That's 2 quick kills for the Sonics. STK falling apart to their America's counterparts. And Penta and Purdy trying to wrap around the side, and 𝗟𝗋's having none of it. Mime as well is going to get a knock on a Kurt. Penta on a sliver of health, trying to do something in this fight.
I mean, people say that PUBG is a game of seconds. This was a fight of milliseconds. Had Vegas gotten the first shot over there, had he been the one to find the peak, this could just as easily have been STK instantly wiping out Sonics. So, fortunately, for, I believe it was Shrimsy, caught Vegas on the split. 𝐴 gets to suppress, and they get the fast double.
If you're curious about how Gen G is currently leading in damage, just look at their position. They are setting themselves up for long-range DMRs on the edge of the circle, and they just harass the crap out of everybody. Himas, sawed off, watching for LG. There's one player above him. It's Flood inside, and that's why they're ready for the up-close and personal battle. Himas and 𝗟𝗗 gonna swing in. Flood up above, opting to fling out the molly. Would love to see what they're going to do on the inside of this. 𝗟𝗗 just going to hold the line.
They're going to hold it for a while. It's going to allow for Luminosity to regroup. Luckily for both teams right now, no one's really opting to aggress, so not too much comes through. As I say, that Himas does fall to Flood. As we pan back down, 𝗟𝗗 wanting to get in, but you can see actually 𝗟𝗋 now running down the mountain from the other side. It's not really an easy angle of approach. I don't think 𝗟𝗗 gets a chance to rest. You'd have to expect that 𝗟𝗋s goes for the kill.
If that was an intentional bounce from 𝗟𝗗, that was brilliant.
Yep.
He got a ton of damage in there, and I have to assume it is. I don't know if he's trying to get that up in the window or not, but hard to tell from our perspective there as the smokes begin to come down. 𝗟𝗗, a lot of work to do, but still a sawed off that dangerous shotgun sitting in the back pocket. Himas now crawling in to try to be res. Snakers, does he know 𝗟𝗋 is coming?
Exactly. He managed to run down the entire open face of the hilltop. You can see Snakers is currently repositioning himself. He knows exactly where 𝗟𝗋 is. Issue for 𝗟𝗋, he has no clue that he's about to get ambushed by Snakers. As I say that, he's not looking his direction. Now he spots him, finds him. Easy peasy, double headshot confirmed.
Here comes 4AM though. They want a third party this fight. It's been going on for quite some time. And as is tradition in PUBG, oh, maybe they're going to drive around.
I think they're going to wrap, yeah, exactly. The issue is, where do they wrap from here? Maybe backfill Ghibli towards the east just to have a scouting position?
I think they're going to split here.
Yeah, I mean, sit far north side, wait for something else to pop off here. Maybe a kill going the way of 𝗟𝗋s as well could be their entry to the junkyard proper. But I think they're going to sit in the valley, at least for now, while we take our eyes back towards this 3v2 with Snakers still outside.
Honestly, I thought they had a decent chance here as Kickstart gets 𝗟𝗗 down. Himas is gone as well, so LG able to deal with the problem in their own buildings effectively. I thought maybe 4AM might have an opportunity to try to go for something there, but I think Without any knocks in LG, it was too risky.
Exactly. Uber now finding
God.
damage on towards 𝗟𝗓 over on that western side. He's solo player though, so Issue found the damage but fell instantly after. And the rest might just be coming through. As I say that no Pushos able to find the first. Second one should follow. You can see Na'Vi not in a position to support the solo player at all.
I have no idea how in the world there was too much else going on that Uber got across that road. And just,
I think he ran.
Just... It's like the chicken. Why did he cross the road? To kill 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, I mean, he almost succeeded.
He ran, but I want to know how he got there safely. Like it was.
Oh, that's what you're asking.
Yeah. It was,
I'm not an analyst, so I can't. That's too much for me to break down. Yeah.
We'll leave that to Martin and Toffee.
Exactly. Maybe they'll break it down. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗓, well, we did say that their compound was the one to be shifted out from, and indeed it was. Now they find themselves close to 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓. Sneaking up towards Twisted Minds. Soul might have a couple of freebies here. The issue is, as you can see, Daytrade set up above will have eyes on 𝗟𝗓 real soon too.
Yeah, the grenades are out. The knock is in. A ton of damage done from the grenade.
There's more.
Lou, here they come. It's the barrage from 𝗟𝗓. Completely pinned down as Twisted Minds, and they are gone. Flash gets the last one, but Soul claims 3.
A lot of times today we've seen Twisted Minds fall. Like once the first one goes down, it's just to snap with the fingers and the rest of them fall too. So getting caught in some pretty awkward edge side positions here. And 𝗟𝗓, of course, again, got a couple of kills early game, feeling much more hot now and wanting way more points off of this game.
Now you can see fishing with the bolt is Flash, seeing if he can find any favorable shots. Sonic's on the edge. They have a little bit of work to do, but a hill up ahead that's wide open for them right now. Howl to their south, Ascend to their north. 𝗟𝗓 in the distance, and this is pretty easy sledding in a way for the Sonics, especially if they're getting knocks. Now Daytrade gonna crash 𝗟𝗓, Foxy and DG. Grenades at the ready. Grenades or mollies in response there. Foxy out in the open trying to find the angle. And Onyx is gonna get 𝗟𝗓s on the backside.
I love this push over from 𝗟𝗓. They saw the vehicle come down. They know that 𝗟𝗓 sat on the other side and they set themselves up for a perfect third-party opportunity. 𝗟𝗓 not allowing for any knocks to come through of them has perfectly set them up for this push to come through.
This is huge for 𝗟𝗓. If they can clear this space, they have a pretty easy fight potentially against 𝗟𝗓. Poochill's on his knees. Only one player left for Daytrade. 𝗟𝗓's Foxy trying to keep 𝗟𝗓 off their backs. Nonix pushing space, has to settle up to heal in the smoke.
Pretty much the entire circle is fighting right now. All the edges are on fire. The volume in the venue rose by 200% as all these rotations started coming through because the comms are being fed across the board as much as they can. 𝗟𝗓, just Foxy and DG left alive to try and fend off. This is not going to be easy. First one already down.
Yeah, and the grenades and the finishes there. 𝗟𝗓 done and dusted. 𝗟𝗓 now looking to continue their reign of destruction, but Belmoth remains that thorn in the side from Daytrade. The sole survivor ran out of bullets. He's almost out of bullets in his Mark 12. So he got 14 left. I'm not sure if he has another gun floating around there up there or not. Now the grenades from Na'Vi as they are pushed across the street once again, trying to see if they can do some damage.
Again, still 11 teams up, and 𝗟𝗓 already closing up on the double-digit kills. Huge game for them so far, even if they fall here. Nice turnaround, nice to get some good kills into this one, coming in to the last couple of kills of the day, or last couple of games of the day.
Yeah, 4 AM has to deal with LG up in front of them, but they're getting knocked from behind by Ascend. 𝗟𝗓 paying Ascend in kind, getting a knock onto them. Kickstart there if he can just get a little bit higher. Should be able to find it. Oh, right away, the grenade with the follow-up from 𝗟𝗓 gets 3 of LG. This is crazy. It's just Relo left. He's done. He's cooked. 𝗟𝗓 single-handedly wipes LG.
What a play. LG thought they had all the room in the world with the cover fire from Ascent coming through, but the double knock, instantly double headshot to follow. 𝗟𝗓 cleaving them like warm butter.
That's unbelievable. 𝗟𝗓 is just incredible. And now 4 AM can turn their attention to Ascend. Howl and Sonics still dusting it up on this edge. Sonics may be able to push through. 𝗟𝗓, I think, waiting in the wings. See if this fight gets real nasty, but H-Win is ready for it. Still looking for that res onto Mime.
We'll see now if this east side fight is going to come to an end anytime soon. 7-7 down below. Does he go aggressive on this one, or does he not? So far, 𝗟𝗓 has a wide split with Linshoot further down south, so don't think he's really wanting to over-aggression. In the meantime, 4 AM over on the other side have to deal with Ascend in order to make any space for themselves, because they need to push towards the next circle soon as well.
4 AM has been so dangerous out in the open on Miramar, absolutely just shredding team after team throughout this grand finals, throughout this event. Ascend, Brexco, 𝗟𝗓, it's Chris now. trying to swing back, seeing if they can stop this heater that 𝗟𝗗 is on. Mexico initial damage only going to scrape 𝗟𝗗 a bit. The molly's going to go too far. 𝗟𝗗 is going to respond with a grenade. I don't think it's going to hit much. A stun is going to sit him down. Up they come. Summer trying to keep him at bay, but it's a good crossfire here between Crazy and Summer. 𝗟𝗗 trying to do what he can to find any more damage, but 4AM's hill is too favorable.
Really solid hold. Now Adam, solo player, left alive for 𝗟𝗗, trying to peek on over, trying to find some extra points here. Smart play there when you're alone to try and make something happen. We'll see now as does fall, as Adam actually is going to be the one to find the last. We saw Mime find a double just before as we hop over to the fight between Sonics and Howl.
Oh, HWin just gets sat down by 𝗟𝗏. They were not expecting him to come in from this flank. Now they are aware. 𝗟𝗏 with a 𝗟𝗏, trying to see if he can stop this Howl run. Mime now just going to be picked up and brought back. 𝗟𝗏 left on this rock to hold point.
Yeah, trying to run back for the safety. Not going to happen. Ruin finds the double once more. What one player did to Sonics. That's Ruin. A lot of it coming through. 𝗟𝗏 does find damage on the other side as Danoa falls now. I think Ruin, he's running into... Is he taking a car? Sure is. Where are you going to go, though?
He's insane.
Where are you going to try?
I don't know, somewhere. Right towards Adam from 𝗟𝗏, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's a tip to be played right here, and that's exactly what he's going for. We saw FaZe in the losers bracket try and commit to this one too, but nades came in and they went down. We'll see how long Ruin can make this his home.
Yeah, well, I mean, to get here, no easy feat for Ruin, so credit where credit's due.
Oh yeah.
He just destroyed Sonic's chances at maybe getting pretty deep into this game. Seen a couple of these individual plays that have been absolutely nuts this game. 𝗟𝗗 already dead, but Crazy and Summer, no slouches. 4 kills between the two of them. Summer is going to send some shots into 17, but 17 sitting up on the north, sitting pretty.
Have barely been forced to fight close at all this game. Already sat 12 points ahead of second place. 17 is looking to get a real good game here. Let's see where the next circle takes us. Does it favor our current first place team, or does it shift down towards the south? Nope. Up towards north.
All right. Okay. Well, I mean, 17. Certainly it's seeming like day 2 is their day. And now the mollies come out to try to finish that knock. I think they're going to miss the mark. Yeah. One short, one to the left. Stuns. Oh, they got the angle. 𝗟𝗏 gets a re-knock. Summer, though, good for one. Can he find any more? He is on his last legs. 𝗟𝗏 pushing around the corner. Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 is going to get it. And 17 has done a nice job here to clear their side.
And look at the amount of control they have. Little Ghost is playing contain onto 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏's up on the other side, containing both Adam and 𝗟𝗏. Huge setup here for 17, and they might just be able to run 𝗟𝗏 back down towards the compound and actually get the rest.
What I'm worried about here for 17 is that 𝗟𝗏 is taking the high ground around this western angle and could really make their lives difficult. Lil Ghost kind of out in the open there if 𝗟𝗏 gets down on top of him. You know, you do have 𝗟𝗏 for the cross, but maybe 𝗟𝗏 might take that opportunity to take him down. They need to find some level of control over one, either the west or the east side.
Yeah, that's agreed, and I think that's the call right there. You can see we're running back down towards the compound. They need to fortify, they need to focus one fight, exactly as you just said there, Paper.
I love this from 17. This is so smart to understand this situation.
Yes. They know that they have to fight their way out of it eventually. They got to take a fight early, and they know, like, they realize that 𝗟𝗏's position is much stronger than the East, and they know that Adam is still alive as well because he stole one of their kills just before. So let them deal with the solo. On one side, we'll take the fight to 𝗟𝗏 in the meanwhile.
All right, well, Adam has to sit in the car because it's burning on the ground around him. Here comes this big fight between 𝗟𝗏 and Decider. Alya gets the opener with the grenade. Lil Ghost responds right away. Example, good for the headshot onto Lil Ghost, though. They're pushing on the back here, trying to see what they can do. They're all grouped up. 17 might just go down, and 𝗟𝗏 is going to wipe out the top team.
What a funnel play. The way that they fall back, they don't go straight back along the edge of blue. They fall further inside the circle. Pretty much forcing all of the team of 17 to wrap down the other way. 7-7. Pretty clean cut onto Adam there now. 2v2 𝗟𝗏 versus 𝗟𝗏.
Huge fight coming up for both of these teams. 𝗟𝗏 wanting to maybe get back up towards that top spot, reclaim their throne. 𝗟𝗏 here looking to turn around what has been a downward slide for them throughout the day.
Who better than 𝗟𝗏 and 7-7 to try and pull that off? 𝗟𝗏 we've seen in these clutch moments pull off amazing plays. 7-7 has done the same. Not to take anything away from 𝗟𝗏, but in terms of players you didn't expect to see that from 𝗟𝗏 really has delivered.
Yeah. And let's see how this one shakes out. Melon example just trying to get a read on 𝗟𝗏's positions. 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏 flanks out phase 8. shifts down to the southwest in Navi's favor.
Also, big kudos to 𝗟𝗔𝗡. The team that have played this circle in furthest from the south have played phenomenally. They went out from the southern compound, took the fight to Howl, forced them back, swept up on Sonics as well to make their way into a top 2. Very rare that you see the team further south in these circles come out victorious.
The opening salvo is going to do a little bit of damage to both teams, but nobody really feeling the hurt just yet. 𝗟𝗟, this vehicle is going to blow up very quickly once it takes a little bit more damage. Let's see how long it's able to last. Actually,
is he pulling up?
He's got it. He's snuck underneath their noses. Navi's just like, nope, we're not going to deal with this right now.
If 𝗟𝗟 is on this side, they have full control of circle center. 7-7 has to play contain though. He has to be the over-the-shoulder protector. He has to see Mel on this push forward, but he's smoking himself off, forcing this 1v1, but no, great timing. 𝗟𝗟 forced the fight early, damage done. 7-7 peaks up, Melman down.
It's a bait and switch here for 𝗟𝗋. Example now trying to wrap around. Doesn't feel like he has much hope of getting to Mel just yet. Maybe if he can cut off 7-7 coming in up the hill, he might be able to finish the job, but there are stuns in hand here for 7-7. But Example catches him off guard, gets the kill. It's a proper 1v1. 𝗟𝗟 versus Example right now. 𝗟𝗟 going to be watching up at the hill. Going to see the head there is Example, but 𝗟𝗟 doesn't like it. He's going to back off.
𝗟𝗟 doesn't have a helmet left either. He might just be running back down towards the corpses down below, see if he can find a helmet, swing back up. Issue is if he runs off now, he loses all control of where Example is positioned.
Example has a lot of smokes to work with. One molly, only one smoke here for 𝗟𝗟. Other than that, things about even. The difference maker could be the barrel versus the M4. We'll see. 𝗟𝗟 now starting to swing out. He's going to see Example. If he can just get the spray under control, he's got the win. But no, Example spots him in return. Damage done to 𝗟𝗟. Waited just a little bit too long there.
Trying to peek on over now. We'll see if 𝗟𝗟 can get his shot coming through again. Does find the helmet. This is huge for 𝗟𝗟. He ran back down the hillside to get his level 2 helmet on. Level 3 key on Example as the reses, or as the heals come through once more. I like the idea of the flank around from 𝗟𝗟, but damage hasn't come through fast enough for him to solidify the position.
This is a drawn-out fight, a tense one. Both of these players nervous, sweating, I'm sure, but a lot of damage done to 𝗟𝗟, and I believe it is going to be Navi's Example clutching the win.
What a game, what a finish. Again, such a brave play from 𝗟𝗟 to try and make the sweep around. He knew he had the damage onto Example to try and make the play, but he needed to find the kill fast. Example had the ruck, all 𝗟𝗟 had was the blue on his back.
What a game here from Navi. Tenacious throughout, doing a ton of damage to a couple different teams, and then coming through in the end. But guys, some highlights, the desk, and then we got a break, so don't go anywhere. Still 2 games to go.
Welcome back to PGS1, hosted by Crafted and VSPO, a chicken dinner for Navi, and a prime example of why this team is such a force to be reckoned with. Now that was an endgame, Martin.
Yeah, it was honestly in a situation where you are able to kind of outperform in terms of your circle positioning. Yep. That's always an interesting one. It's always like these small chess moves that makes it a huge difference. And that rock there in the middle where he was able to force in, like 𝗟𝗋 in general, the way they moved, I like their split, I like their offensive moves to begin with. They got Mel down, but then in the end, that rock was really what worked everything out there, for example.
And you know, when it came down to it, we thought it was a 2v1. You know, in the green room, you and Cameron were like, Example can win these. And he did. He forced that 1v1, got that isolation, and then it became just a really fascinating match to watch. Ultimately, Example came out on top, but both of those players, it was awesome. I mean, I'm kind of envious of our casters to have 2 such interesting end games back to back. And really, it's a great it speaks to how strong these grand finals are, that all these end games are coming down to these chess matches.
Yeah, for sure. And also when it comes down to a 1 versus 1 like this, right? It's always an interesting one. Of course, the 3 versus 4 was also super interesting, but still here, where it's like small tabs, headshots, you know, and also utility that comes into a huge effect here, of course. You have the stun grenade and the smoke that is able to kind of play around that, but the blue was just coming too fast, and Erangel knew that, so he played to that. He made sure every time he got hit just once, you heal immediately, you don't take any honest fights or anything, so that's interesting.
It was cool. If the last game was a masterclass in overarching strategy in an end game, that was a masterclass in how to play it as a solo and sort of see everything as it comes. So beautiful win for Na'Vi. They're going to get a lot of points. I think a lot of teams might be happy that they were able to stop 17 from picking up that chicken dinner, as they have been moving up that leaderboard aggressively today. Honestly, when I saw that last circle where 17's position was, in the green one, I was like, is this our PGS 1 champion? Because these guys seem like they're not going to slow down anytime soon.
If they're able to close that game out, it could very well been like already looking at it like we don't have that many games to go, and if they're able to, you know, do something like 30 points on top of second place, then it'll be huge. But they still got 6 kills and 4th place, but Na'Vi, they managed to come out on top here with 6 kills too, and first. That's 16 points for them. 𝗟𝗓 also a fantastic showing for them here. That's going to be 13 points for them. 21 smokes used versus Na'Vi's 1 smoke used. Really talks to how much effort they had to do. They're trying to clear out Adam as well from Third Eye. He got 1 kill. Well, the team got 1 kill and Third Eye got 3rd. So also some points going their way. Well-needed points for sure.
You know, yes, well-needed points. I'm not sure what the climb looks like, his options. We'll see that in the leaderboard in just a little while. Let's catch up to the end of that match with the recap. Kuala Esports does manage to get to 6th place. Again, they keep finding themselves in these sort of top 7 positions, getting points here and there, but they're not doing what our top teams are. When they get to this final 5, they're picking up their aggression, they're getting really fast moving, and here you see 17 and Na'Vi. Na'Vi had to clear 17 before they could even think of facing 𝗟𝗓, and they really did it in style. And Na'Vi, once they go to these fights, it's just ridiculous how strong they are.
Such a strong, clean fight from them there. Even in a situation where 17 Gaming is pushing in, they're coming in with utility, they're getting a knock there in the opening. They're a 2-trim, but also here, of course, coming down to the very last fight. I'm a bit impressed with 𝗟𝗓 from 𝗟𝗓, but 𝗟𝗓, they were not able to close this one out here. The positioning is just too strong from example here, having the circle benefit.
Yeah, you know 7-7 would have liked to have been a little bit closer when it came down to that 2v1, but he didn't. Again, it wasn't his fault. He was holding the off angle from the previous fight and was just hustling to try to close that gap before he got caught.
He got the opening on Miramar, all right, and then you're putting in a 2 versus 1. That's where you really need to get together. And you also saw he was trying to run there, but example had a pretty good spot at the off angle position. Let's look at the MVP. It's very likely to be example for this one. He had 661 damage as we're talking about 5 knockouts.
Absolutely.
Huge one for them here.
He deserves it, though I will say, and shockingly to me, he got a little bit of help from what seemed like hesitation from 𝗟𝗓 at the end. We saw him with that 3x. He got a spot on example before he saw him. Now, granted, he pulled the trigger and example turned and flicked insanely fast, but you can't help but wonder if maybe that first shot had landed, or if he had pulled it a little bit sooner, would have been a different game.
A stronger spray there, like a double headshot with the 3x there, that could have been the difference maker. 17 though, still in the lead here, 8 kills on top of Sonic's 49. The Sonics though, they're able to get on top of the damage, finally taking that away. So obviously here in this case here, we're able to get a lot of teams with double digits. Danawa as well with 9 kills and 1 placement point. So it's good to see they're able to put on some points compared to what we've seen from them so far. Today has been really good for them.
Yep. And we do see Ascend ended up in 10th place, but again, they knew they were out of placement. They went for some kills because of the location, got a couple points. Same with the Sonics, trying to find points where they can day trade. Same idea. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard as we go into our final 2 matches of today. There's still 6 to play tomorrow, but 17 is looking like a juggernaut with 95 points. Remember, they were able to get 4th place in that last game, so they just continue, no matter how it goes for them, to put points on the board. And I don't know, I mean, first off, I'm impressed to see Sonic so close to them. Remember, Sonic's left the drop spot, let 17 have it, and still is playing very well out of there. But 17 with 𝗟𝗓, they just don't seem catchable.
No, and also on top of this, there's also a little bit of another gap coming in here. Gen G down to 𝗟𝗓 is also 12 points, and then our mid pack is separating themselves from the top pack, right? And yeah, there's some teams that have the chance. You have to have a good game if you're like 5th in the right now. You have to have a good game to catch the top. So obviously, you have to end the day strong. We have 2 more games here, and I'm really looking at some of the teams that are looking at that mid pack there. And if you're able to get 1 more good game in, you're able to still be within striking distance off the top.
It's okay to be in the mid-pack, but you have to keep pace with the pace setters, and that's what the next two games are going to determine. Can you stay at the front, or do you fall off to the back? 2 games left to play. This is the PGS 1 Grand Finals, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action. We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that he sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well, too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above. Shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again, but Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out room, we'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first, Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP, they know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down, slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but Halo is found.
Exactly, man, the team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input, let's go for the flush, yes he does. Again, first game of the series, it's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down, peaks the second time around, Apocalypse hits him.
You've seen them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
Savior's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas!
They desperately need the points, they're set in 15th. There's Human with the first, instantly the flush to follow. As now Sin and tries to find another, but Human again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go with a bang and not go out with the win for the Sens coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good! Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy.
For 𝗟𝗗, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for third eye looked good, and now it doesn't.
but they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, while I say that, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗓 eliminated. Oldless swinging around the corner.
I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen.G. Taming is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Left of the day before the final 6 going in tomorrow. Cameron Davis joined by Toby for these final 2 rounds. One more Erangel, one more Miramar. And while 17 Gaming are not the only team to be getting wins, they're always getting those points. And that gap is getting wider and wider. It's feeling very difficult for even Gen.G, for Ghibli, Sonics, Na'Vi, for trying to close that just because of how consistent 17 has been.
And how much they're now starting to play very confident PUBG. We've seen them kind of push their way slowly into fights, now looking confident. You can look confident as well if you get yourself the skins in the game. Petrichor skins available. Get the code in there. Look dapper on your own games and go out and get some kills.
Yeah, I mean, Petrichor Road unfortunately were not able to make the grand finals, but you can make the final circle of your own matches by wearing that sick clothing, costume, outfit, or any of the other partner team skins that you want to go buy them now. But back to the games. One more Erangel, one more Miramar. Do we think one of those teams outside of 17 is going to be able to really start to put a little more pressure and at the very least end today in a tighter race? Because if 17 start tomorrow with that big of a gap, you just know that they're going to have so much freedom to make ridiculous plays.
I'd say Na'Vi is one of those teams, never count them out. They could go out 16th here with 0 kills, they could get 20 kill game. I cannot call that because Na'Vi has become unpredictable in that way. What I will say though is, and I said it in the end of last game too, Dano are now slowly starting to get some early games going their way. We saw how hot they were when they were hot, literally making the server look like fools. If they can go back to a good Erangel off of a pretty good Miramar they just had, they could be gunning their way straight up towards the top.
Dano are hot, we're hot, the game is hot. We're going to go into Erangel now, the last one of the day, to see who is going to take the penultimate chicken dinner of the night. Things are getting down to the wire. There is no more room left to play with here. I mean, I guess you could, if you wanted to argue for the teams at the bottom that they had those, what is that, 10 rounds of warm-up? No more warm-up anymore.
Yeah, please not. Especially not when the top teams are looking as good as they are. Had it been a super even race across the board with no one able to separate themselves yet, I'd say great. Now the warm-up is over. Now you get things going. But there are already teams that are looking unbeatable in individual matches. So by all stretch of the imagination, play as well as you can. Because if you don't, you're probably not going to win PGS 1.
Yeah. One thing to note is that while there is that pretty big separation from first to second with close to 20 points there, everything else is still looking pretty linear down the way, even though the bottom obviously is like a full quarter of the points that the top has. It still just shows that everyone is in the mix, everyone is fighting out here, and you know, any one good solid play can just totally continue to change the leaderboard.
Also because, I mean, with the exception of a very few teams here, most teams are pretty aggressive, especially when it comes to late game. Most teams know how to play a proper end game. So whenever you see a team don't come away with a win, they usually get, if not double-digit kills, then close to it. We're seeing Na'Vi, 𝗟𝗟 fly close to one another. I think this is just going to be a vehicle grab for 𝗟𝗟, at least. Yeah. I hope so, because if you're sat in the top right now, trying to contest another team in the top, there's too much on the line to risk 17 running away with everything just because you want Na'Vi's cars.
Yeah, this was a bit of a northern plane path, so the teams, especially on the top right of the map, do have to drive, make a bit of a distance, including Luminosity, which at least this time they're able to make vehicles. And if they're able to go through 𝗟𝗓's position, get to their drop spot. But Luminosity has been really big victims of early frags, early kills going against them. So that's, I don't know, if they can make it to build a power with all four, that's at least an early advantage. But is that 𝗟𝗓 chasing?
I'm seeing them drive in behind them, but all of Luminosity is in the same car too, so I hope not. One thing that I will say though is, as much, it's kind of ironic how as much as I'm going to stop my senses there because we will see a replay. So let's see what happens on our screen real quick. Oh, this 𝗟𝗓 play.
Oh yeah, speaking of Luminosity, it looked like they were finally, you know, revving their engines up, getting their feet back under them, trying to get those confident plays, and then 𝗟𝗓 just tears them apart, really. This is such a hard part of Miramar to play around because there are ridges, but it's also quite open, as you saw for Luminosity. But still, yes, it is going to be a chase. 𝗟𝗓 chasing Luminosity down. This is a fight for the bottom, but 𝗟𝗓 is still going to try and take it.
The headshot comes through onto Snakers as well, able to continue forward, though now Flood, no tire, 3 people in the car, 2 guns shooting at him. Somehow Flood has taken no damage in all of this. Tries to continue going, but not going to happen. Reggie able to find him. 𝗟𝗟 just cannot catch a break, and that goes back to what I wanted to say coming into that. It's insane how they've been gifted every game in terms of first circles on Miramar, and on Erangel, at least today, they have had no luck with the first circle shift. They've had to like either all drop or, as you see now, try and commit to multi-power, 1 player short, and know they're going to have to go Mount like Everest at some point soon. It's not been an Erangel day for Luminosity.
Yeah, it's the circles are the same situation with the plane path. Talking to Trevor from the very beginning of this whole tournament, when it was difficult for them to get to their drop spots off the plane path. It's not an excuse to do poorly, but when you come off of a bad game and then you see the next plane path, or in this case, the next phase 1, it just makes it really hard to stop yourself from tilting. And then again, Flood goes down. These guys are veterans. They're definitely veterans, but even the most veteran player would struggle to not tilt with just the constant like paper cuts that Luminosity have been dealt.
And that is where the legends separate themselves from what might be phenomenal players. The players that can kind of best the mental aspects of we're not supposed to be able to come back from this and actually manage to turn things around. There's still 7 more games for Luminosity to play. Again, group stage, they won group stage.
They only lost 1 player.
That's what I'm trying to build into the hype thing for them, you know? Still got 7 games left. They won group stage. We saw how they just made a dumpster fire of every other team in the lobby throughout group stage. That Luminosity can still show up. Even with the player short, they can still show up, and they can still make it here in the final game and throughout all 6 games tomorrow.
Yeah, you can never count Kickstart, Snakers, or even Relo out. They're just waiting for that pop-off game for them to get their confidence back. But let's focus on the rest of the lobby. Now we'll check back on in them once they finally make their way to the zone, because they're going to be arriving last, even later than Gen G, I imagine, who are perpetual, fashionably late rotators.
Probably. In the meantime, we're seeing Na'Vi rotate 17 doing the same thing. We did see just briefly Chris make his way up to the west side of South George. He still has Micah and 𝗟𝗗𝗗 in Primorsk. And while I know that there's not really any teams on the west coast right now other than Ascent, it's still a little worrying that they're currently sat 4 miles apart.
17 already taking control of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Mountain. Same thing with 𝗟𝗔, so a bit of a repeat from that very first Erangel game, at least in initial position. And this phase 1 is a bit more north though, so I think we're going to see a bit more initial positioning on the north side. In fact, we see Twisted Minds going there. Danawa now rotating through Yasnair. They're also on the north side of Erangel, north side of that river. Going to be playing it a bit safe because they don't want to contest for the limited space available around the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Mountain if they don't have to.
I love how Twisted Minds is currently sitting up. Oftentimes, when you have a team sat down in and around Cube, you see the remaining players play the hill closer to the water than where Twisted Minds is right now. But Twisted Minds just got dealt with by Danawa in the games yesterday in this exact position. And speaking of, Danawa are the teams making their way in west now. They don't want to go back and make the same mistakes they did yesterday today. So already kind of adjusting their positioning in a very similar first circle, saying if they're pressuring from the same angle they succeeded with yesterday, at least this time around we'll be ready for it.
Yeah, a lot of repeat rotations. Just because we've seen this circle so many times before.
Exactly.
This is
exactly.
I mean, we've seen repeat circles before, never in this area in the past couple of events that I can recall. But it's all about sort of getting those reps in and recognizing patterns in your opponents. You can do as much preparation as you want, but those models in your head are always going to be changing throughout the event. And at this time, this is, what, day 9 of PGS 1, the 10 total days to play before we crown our champion. At this point, you know, patterns surely have emerged by now.
Definitely. We saw Adam on our screen just before, and while 𝗟𝗗𝗗 has had a pretty difficult grand final so far, credit where credit's due, he salvaged a ton of points in that previous game. They took casualties from Dalma early on, and still Adam managed to make third, netting his team extra points. So good job on Adam to get something going for 𝗟𝗗𝗗, where not a whole lot was.
Problem is with 𝗟𝗗𝗗 is that I think we've seen them salvage into a podium position a couple of times. I think actually they were up there on game 1 of today, but those are really the only points that they're getting.
Yes.
They're losing players, they're losing fights, and they can salvage a little bit, but they need to have those big games. They need to start winning those team fights. And now they're driving through a little bit of a split by Gen G, not set up for defense here, so Pio's going to get into his vehicle ahead of time and try and drive away so he doesn't get caught off guard and potentially surrounded. That's still just the presence of another player in the area could throw 𝗟𝗗𝗗 for a loop and cause them to slow down their own rotation.
See Isaki catching 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗄, wrapping through. Doesn't want to take any early shots, makes sense because he's isolated as well from his team. Snakers in the meantime trying to wrap on through. They've already lost one glass for the sake of the sanity of Luminosity. Please don't shoot. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be the most tilting.
Imagine just double headshot it out of the car. Well, we just can't catch any breaks today, can we?
Basically, LG, I don't know if they would really catch them off guard, catch them by surprise if Ghibli were still here, but they're just going to be rotating through anyway. But Sonic's now trying to get a couple of strays on a rotating day trade. Flash drop very, very low. It's going to be a really nice knock from 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗄𝗏. Likely going to be a confirm. I don't see Day Trade really attempted to venture out there to go for the revive. It would be quite risky of one, but I think those smokes are being thrown by Belmont. And yeah, in the vehicle, but 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗏's got the lineup.
Yeah, they have pool shields up on the hillside too, and I think that's what's forcing Sonics to play from inside the buildings. For the most part, we are seeing the lasers come through from the hillside as well as 𝗟𝗟𝗏 probably with 8Xs and DMRs try to find damage down below.
More smokes coming out. Day Trade really want to go and get this revive. And as you said, 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗏s is going to be on that west angle, but we also saw a couple of shots coming from 𝗟𝗏𝗏s.
Yeah.
So I don't know if those will be worth it, but I think with Sonics backing away from this, under the cover of H-Win,
they're pulling up.
They're stealing the spot, absolutely.
They're seeing the split. This is a great read from Sonics as well. They saw the flashes, the smokes being thrown from 𝗟𝗏𝗏s. That's an easy call. There's just one guy here. He's throwing smokes, trying to help out. If we commit to this one fast enough, we will have a good fight in our favor.
Shots push the player to the top floor, and grenades are flying on in. 𝗟𝗏𝗏s is on 20 HP. Another one comes in from 𝗟𝗏. Still can't quite find the knock. And at the very least, they try to get the revive.
Yeah.
Onto Flash in the middle of the field, but the pressure onto 𝗟𝗏𝗏s has gotten quite hectic. Now 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 up on the second floor to watch the cross through those windows.
Credit to 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏s for buying his team time to get the rest, but can they come to his rescue now? He jumps out. Smokes do tend to kind of deny some audible cues. We'll see now if he gets seen. Spotted there by Mime. Damage done both ways. Issue is Norrens is still very much alone, so it's going to be in their favor.
And look at the Tiggleton pressure. Going to be trying to follow up from the initial damage that Mime did, but it's going to be Himas with the knock on the Norrens. Sonic spot that, and they're going to be capitalizing with the space. Norrens for sure is not going to get revived. Let's look at this fight between Third Eye and Gen G. These rotations did come to a head here. Oldest Fox, only 2 remaining, but they've surely dealt their fair share of damage to Gen G.
They ran side by side for a while. It looked decent, but then once team started shooting, and all of a sudden everything fell apart as the circle takes us towards South George once more. Oldest, Nate lopped on over, not finding anything as GG is now forced to push on forward, but nice damage coming through from Fox helps out, and that is going to be Gen G out in 16th.
Great line, great spot, and they have the time for at least 1 revive for Third Eye, but they're going to have to get on the move because of that hard shift towards the west. Everyone else is already lining up towards that position. SDK, Twisted Minds, 𝗟𝗋 already have a spot in those warehouses. That's where SDK played from this position recently, so hopefully they have the scouting prowess to be able to recognize that.
SDK sat in this 2-2 split, trying to fend off against anyone coming close towards them. 𝗟𝗋 will be able to regroup inside the warehouses, but now here comes 17. They were able to play warehouses last time they were up and around here, but forced to play South George proper.
And this rotation by 17 did push the top 2 members of SDK towards the north side, towards that coast. Penta just unable to hit the shots. Pow following up a little bit more damage with 17, able to get into South George relatively scot-free.
I was going to say, the fact that all of 17 got in there without taking casualty when you had pretty much the entirety of SDK shooting at them, that's pretty impressive.
Now LG on the rotate. They came in late, but that meant that they already had the momentum on their vehicles. They're already pedal to the metal, and they can just keep on sending it through, dodging Na'Vi, dodging Howl. But now where can they go? It's 𝗟𝗋 right ahead of them, and surely
dip.
LG know that 𝗟𝗋 are there, and yes, they're going to stall here. Kickstart, a little bit lazy on the brakes, but he does not get punished.
Even better, he spun the car around, so Snakers didn't get punished either. So
teamwork.
100% coordinated, planned from start to finish.
Hey, there it is. 17 finally do take a knock. Logos going down out in the open. I think those are smokes coming out, but 𝗟𝗋 has the angle, and, well, Logos is going to be bleeding out a lot. Just match left click. But hey, he's going to get the kill anyway. So all's well that ends well for 𝗟𝗋 at least, where 17, they tried to set up themselves in a bit of a 4-4 split in the urban area of South George. Going to have to do it with just 3.
ghibli now wrapping in from the southern side. Their counterpart, another Korean team, 𝗟𝗋, are now wrapping in from North George Bridge, trying to make their way straight into the gauntlet that is this 17 team. They're wrapping out west. Good thing for 𝗟𝗋 is that they ain't really a whole lot of players out here. Actually, it's just 𝗟𝗋, I mean. Loki and the remaining 𝗟𝗋 players should have plenty of space to maneuver out here on the west.
Loki looked like he might have wanted to stop at that building, but the call was made to continue on, and that's the good call to make because you know that this circle is going to shift away from the water, and if they're going to play on the coast, might as well play on the coast that is less populated. ghibli now coming in from the south, also playing on the coast. Guman pushing up forward, going to be stalling a little bit short and turning it back around because this is still phase 2.
Exactly.
It's probably going to hard shift down to the southeast, if not phase 3, then most assuredly phase 4. But they have some good spacing. They just need to be not caught out in the middle with like players being taken off one at a time.
I love that you're trying to be kind to the teams when we all know it's going to shift North George now. I mean, have you even casted this tournament, Cam?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very, very fair call out.
We'll see. Twisted Minds set probably inside the eastern edge of containers to make that just Lou, as the remaining 3 players are still out towards the compound in the east. I think they would have heard Third Eye now coming in very late, but regardless, Twisted Minds opts to leave for Third Eye. If this circle shifts east, that is a blessing, a gift for them, because their timing would be perfect on that compound.
4 a.m. Filling up where 17 just left, and now the hard shift down to the south. Howl are once again looking good. Cerberus' position, despite not being on the mountain itself, where they usually like to play, is also looking good with the split between those 2 compounds. That is a very strong hold to have throughout the mid-game.
Yeah, Howl's position looks much better on map than in reality, because yes, you will get late game. It's pretty much the counterpart to the compound just east of, or just north of Minas. You get plenty of late game, but you get practically no kills from this spot. So top 5 potentially guaranteed, but kills not so much.
Hey, if you can guarantee top 5, kills are never really guaranteed.
True.
So Howl, who are currently in 12th, will take it. Sonic's backing away from the push by ghibli, but they're not backing away too much. They have a good position to try and control around this field. just north of the swamps, and 𝗟𝗚 are pushing forward. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 has an opportunity to catch them off guard. That's a spray down to heaven, not able to get the knock, is able to follow up now. Follow-up grenade as well to confirm that kill. The rest of 𝗟𝗚 trying to respond.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has to figure to commit to the push on forward, to do a fall back. Issue is he doesn't commit fast enough, so he's going to be taken down. Glass now sat down below trying to suppress. Mime is still far back, so they need to find these knocks quickly in order to maintain the upper hand in this fight.
Great Twin caught out in the open. He had that first initial strike, but likely to be finished off by Human there. Yes, he's able to find the angle. 𝗟𝗡 had the frag grenade. Gonna want to try and pull it onto Glass, the forward player for 𝗟𝗚.
Yeah.
It's a 1-for-1 so far between these two teams, and so far no one is really there to immediately capitalize. But with that hard shift away from the water, someone could be wrapping in this direction, and 𝗟𝗡, I think, is going to try and back away. Doesn't want to commit too heavily to this fight.
I think everything is going to slow down a bit, at least in that fight, for a little while. In the meantime, Luminosity, they're well aware that this position is only safe as long as no one's within nade range, and 𝗟𝗚 is here. Fights the first one, kickstart down.
Following up with more utility, and there's, of course, shots from the high ground as well. Kickstart not flushed just yet. Molotov not going far enough. That one looks good. That one looks good for the confirm. 𝗟𝗚 had to prone down, so he didn't get knocked, but it doesn't matter because 𝗟𝗚 had the angle. It is all onto Snakers to stabilize for Luminosity, and I don't know if he's going to be given the opportunity. While Mime is getting pushed, 𝗟𝗚 are still taking the fight to the Sonics.
Yep, they called the split. They saw there was a solo player set up above. I love the fact that so many teams have gotten so incredibly good at this. We saw it executed earlier in the game. We saw it in the previous game as well. Teams, yes, you have a fight right in front of you, but if there's someone shooting from afar, seemingly helping out the other guys, you go for that guy. You send everyone in car, take the 3v1, then you can turn around, take his high ground position, and use that against the team. Because what position helps you from the solo is also the spot that's going to be against you from the other scene.
And at this point, everyone is still on the north side, so they had a lot of freedom to go for the push back here on Luminosity. Snakers was able to get the revive on 𝗟𝗚, so they can still play as two, but with so many teams surrounding them, their worries are not nearly over just yet.
Exactly. Now, as things cool down, just for a moment, everyone waiting to see that next circle pop. Well, where are we going? Water's already shifted out of, so there's no concern of that. Na'Vi sat in the two-way split southeast. They're waiting for it. Let's see if they get it. Well, as center as can be.
Great for 𝗟𝗚. And very playable for these teams on the mountaintop. Unfortunately, Na'Vi, 4am, Chris and Mines, they're all so close to each other. Well, Na'Vi has something to say about that. A great grenade from Mel to knock Summer down. And if 4am didn't know that Na'Vi were here, they surely do now. Lou has another frag at the ready to try and respond.
Na'Vi is in a 2-2 split still, though, with the remaining two players in the compound down below. So I love the fact that they get the knock, peek over quickly. Is there anything we can get off it? No. Great. Fall back. Know your limits. This was theirs.
Howell had a couple of third-party shots. Looked like 𝗟𝗚 did as well. Luminosity still taking a lot of licks. Reload, no revive available for a second time in a row. Yeah. It's just Snakers, too, as his namesake is. Try to snake it out, but that's a bit of a toesy spot. Flash gonna knock him away from the angle. So perhaps Snakers can survive for now, but 𝗟𝗚 defending against Na'Vi. Alia goes down to Oldlist. 5 kills for 𝗟𝗚 so far this round, but they're going to need to continue to fight as they break in through the southeast edge.
Exactly, Na'Vi. This was the worst case scenario for them. They get forced off of the hilltop position. Now their other spot they were going to run back to has been suppressed as well. 𝗟𝗚 still unnoticed, I believe. Trying to wait for the team to come down and help out, but there ain't really anyone around to help.
Mr. Mines, great entries onto STK. Alo and Penta both down. Vegas trying to find a different angle, and Kurt is pushing forward as Penta does get confirmed. But Twisted Minds are not healthy. It's only Batulin left and Lou, as Spyro and Perfectix have both been knocked. Now Kurt has been knocked. It's all falling apart for STK. It's all on to Vegas. What can the solo gunner do? Has saved a lot of games, has salvaged a lot of points, but can he do it again?
Whether it's EMEA loop or Chinese loop, doesn't matter. The kills come through regardless. STK out as the double loose managed to deal with it.
Oh, and now Mel is knocked. Attempted respawn here, and 𝗟𝗚 is distracted by 𝗟𝗚. So Na'Vi on this split hold is just getting picked apart bit by bit. And now 17 also pushing into hospital, but Ascend has the hold. Brex with a really nice initial knock onto 𝗟𝗚.
Really good knock from Brex, allowing for 𝗟𝗚 now, if you wanted to peek out from inside this container. So with this angle, should be able to hold most of the downstairs, but we'll see how on this pans on out. xiaobei, Shushu downstairs trying to fend, meets their position, but I'm not sure if Ascend is opting to commit to this.
𝗟𝗚 got the knock on the Adam, but the call was immediately made, and Oldest was there for the backstab to trade back on that, and should be able to get the revive once again. And 𝗟𝗚 staying as 3, at least for the rest of this round. 𝗟𝗚 and Danawa fighting each other out. And 𝗟𝗗 looking for the third party, but Glaz with the spray down, that's going to be it for Dynamite Esports. 6 kills so far for 𝗟𝗟. They are the most aggressive team in the lobby, and they are sticking with that playstyle.
They lost Heaven early, doesn't really matter. Sure, he's a flashy player, but we can do it without him too. Nice setup, nice ambush, taking down 2 instantly, finding the 4th in the end, and taking out Dynamite early on.
One more circle shift. It's going to be a hard shift to the northwest. This does give 17 and Ascend time to play around, and it'll give 𝗟𝗗 time to wrap from the north side. But the teams on the top of the hill, looking at 4AM, who are still 4 up, they need to continue to do work to break open a point of entry. Those shots we saw towards the distance, that is definitely a good start. But 𝗟𝗗, I am just looking at this approach right now. I'm waiting to see if they can't maybe catch an Ascend member sleeping.
I think 𝗟𝗗 plays this slow, honestly. They're not in a hurry at all. They have the entire north side ridge to play. As long as they don't make that run before all of the Everest Hill is out, they should be all right. Issue for them could now be that Twisted Minds has made their way down the hillside. See how forced to reposition here as well. Issue for them is they can't really utilize this spot a whole lot as long as 𝗟𝗟 is still down south. So a good position to play had it not been because the position that really is your Achilles heel is still in play.
Smokes are already out because of that exact threat. The shots are coming through, and Sonic's also just lying in wait to pounce on what 𝗟𝗟 might start against 𝗟𝗚. Example right now, last one up for Na'Vi. No real reason to focus on the zone, surrounded by a couple of different teams. And now 𝗟𝗚 gets knocked. Ascend are just closing the lock, closing the door onto 17. It is all up to 𝗟𝗔 with the lineup in the hallway, but the peak gets the information. And 𝗟𝗏 is there with the shot. Ascend all 4 up, not taking a single casualty, controlling the hospital.
Absolutely phenomenal for the German/Austrian team. Able to stay put, full control on that northwest side. Example now falls as well as 𝗟𝗏 continues to rack up points. That is a perfect molly. Should be both down from 𝗟𝗏s, at least 𝗟𝗏. Falls Tickleton able to stay put for a while as 𝗟𝗏 tries to wrap further forward. Should see him in just a second. And there you go, both down. Apocalypse, damage does come through return though.
What a great flank by 𝗟𝗏 there. 𝗟𝗟 are going to go out, I imagine, shortly, if not now, because they had no real point of access. But man, getting every single point they can here.
And off the back of that, 4AM, huge play from 𝗟𝗚 to wrap over. They saw Twisted Minds on the other side. They committed to the dip down below. 𝗟𝗚 wraps over the ridgeline. 1 nade thrown forward, gets the double, now able to back off.
The Chu, eyes on that angle. That dip can be a strong one, especially at this late in the game when there was no one peppering you from the high ground, no one peppering you from the north side. And 4AM are going to try and utilize the hill at the same moment.
You're seeing 𝗟𝗏. I'm loving this wrap on foot. They still have the forest to work with. They know they're the last team up on that hillside. If they get in from behind here, they could take out 4AM in a heartbeat.
4AM are so focused on 𝗟𝗗, but that might just be an opening for 𝗟𝗏 to use. But with only 30 seconds left in the phase, they're probably going to stay put and not want to just rush into this engagement when it might not even be in the next zone. And besides, crazy. Well, that is before it can happen. Listen, you're always aware of a backfill, especially with a hard shift like this. But 𝗟𝗏, they are out in the open, making a move. Adam does go down. Smokes are dropped to keep Vox and Oldless alive.
What an absolutely clutch read from Grace. Just 180 spins it, instantly locks him in, and just like that, the threat from behind taken out in an instant.
Good points for 𝗟𝗏, good salvage, but now we're looking at the top 6 teams. Hard shift once again, south, mostly west, a little bit south, but no one is in the middle except for a single crate. 𝗟𝗏, 4AM, they need to take this fight, but look at Ascend. Now that Hospital is free, Hospital is theirs, they can take the hill to the east and have the high ground overlook.
I'm looking at Daytrade right now. How eager are they to win this game? If they push up behind Ascend here, that would be huge. If Ascend takes a casualty and Daytrade just commits to the play with vehicles despite having the compound, that would be absolutely insane.
𝗟𝗏 trying to line it up onto 𝗟𝗏, not able to land any of those shots. 𝗟𝗏 get out of scot-free, and now they are 100% aware of Ascend's push from the high ground. 𝗟𝗏 trying to make the forward ground, and 𝗟𝗏, a great follow-up grenade. Couldn't do it with the gun, but he's going to be able to do it with the frag, and the vehicle goes up in flames too. That's going to be a confirm onto 77, and now 4AM strikes from the opposite side.
𝗟𝗏 had to commit down the hillside, and now there's simply too many angles for the opposition to hold on. 𝗟𝗏 does get taken down, a little greedy in that play around. Allows him to be visible to Daytrade, so he will fall 4AM in trouble now, as well as they have one player knocked. Chris, though, at this point, kind of committed to the down below position. I'm not sure if he has a vehicle. Okay, he does. Never mind. Has a car, smokes off, has to back off. Now the blues coming in. Phase 6 hurts like hell. Get up back on that hillside. Now you're there fast enough.
𝗟𝗏 elsewhere on the map on the south side. Now that Sonics and 𝗟𝗟 are gone, 𝗟𝗚 have a little more space to play with, but they are taking a lot of damage. And now even 4AM are dealing damage to Ascend. Looking at the top 4 right now as 𝗟𝗚 go out. 4 teams remain. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 and 4AM still as healthy as you can expect. And with Ascend leaving that high ground, 4AM are immediately on the push to try and backfill that space, but they need to get into the zone. And the second they peek over this ridge, Daytrade and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are there.
Tricky for Howl to make that play. Because neither 𝗟𝗔𝗡 or Daytrade really fully committed to the fight on the north, they could both focus on the southern side. And again, similar position as 𝗟𝗓, but just nowhere for them to stay safe for long enough. 𝗟𝗓 now, Nate's lopped on over. They aren't sure exactly where. They have 𝗟𝗔𝗡 nor Ascend prone on the other side.
That's exactly what I mean, though. They don't even have the space to do a peek of what's right below them before Daytrade or 𝗟𝗔𝗡 deal some heavy damage. Now the blue is pushing on in. Their only option is to get into vehicles and just what they can't do with information, they're gonna have to do with speed if they can build that speed. Lou even gets out of the car, and the Molotovs are already in place for Ascend to defend from the push. Crazy out in the open, he's gonna get knocked by Hamas.
Nothing you can do. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has this one on lockdown from inside the compound. 4AM, they need a good knock. They need maybe even 2 in order to be able to utilize this position at all. They don't have the smokes left. They used those earlier, trying to contain against both Ascend and 𝗟𝗓. The vehicles are going to be all the cover they have. I'm loving the aggression from 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Once again, they were on the hill earlier, taking the fight to Luminosity. Now they flex out once more, and it's Himas doing it again.
𝗟𝗓 wants to end this fight, but it's going to be Mika with the save there. Almost got taken out on the rock side, but the spray is just better for Ascend. But oh, that's a bit too aggressive for 𝗟𝗓. And Daytrade, 𝗟𝗔𝗡, they are just in the kill feed, third-partying this fight on the north. It's all down to Mika. 20 HP, trying to heal it behind a rock. Hamas trying to find the angle.
And now Daytrade starting to wrap up in this direction as well, seeing the circle shift away from them. No better time to make this play than right here, right now. No one has the hill control. Mika has a rock for cover. Seen though, taking down as 𝗟𝗓 finds one. Daytrade, it's been a little quiet for them for a while now though. They lose Norrens early. 3 players alive, but have to make their aggressive play in the open towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡.
𝗟𝗔𝗡's focus onto 4AM has been tempered a little bit because the circle favors them. There is no need for them to try and run out, potentially lose space if they somehow get knocked. Just wait for 4AM, wait for Daytrade to push out in the open against them. They have a castle surrounded by nothing but a field and maybe a few trees. Daytrade going for that initial sand. Duckmine not quite able to land those shots.
What a rotation. What a huge rotation. They were part of taking down Howl in this exact spot. They know that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has to look north to suppress 4AM. There were only 1 player shooting at them on that southern side. A few bullets missed. That allows Daytrade in. And if they get this next final shift, this could be Daytrade's win.
At the moment, the 4AM trying to put pressure onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡. They need to have all their eyes up in this direction. Leave 1 person watching for Daytrade for a sneaky maneuver that might come out. But make sure they can take 4AM out. Yeah, this looks to be a deny at the moment. These 3 teams are all in the middle of the pack. So if you look at the leaderboard, it makes perfect sense. 𝗟𝗓𝗡 are recognizing it. They called it. Now their attention is solely on Daytrade. 4 versus 3. But we have 1 more shift to go. It could still favor Daytrade.
If this goes anywhere South Road, you'd have to put the money on Daytrade. We'll see how 𝗟𝗓𝗡 plays this one, though. Not a whole lot of utility for Daytrade. As I say, that 3 nades for 𝗟𝗏, and they have all of Howl's utility that they would have had left as well.
Where's 𝗟𝗏 going?
Reparking.
He looks okay. Looks prepared to send it to the side, perhaps for a phasing chip, but grenades are coming out. Not quite landing, but those vehicles are going up. Guys, pay attention, please. Okay, they seem to be aware of it now. Vehicle's no longer usable, but the cover is still there to use.
Definitely.
And now it's just waiting for the shift. 15 more seconds. Keep picking up every once in a while to make sure that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 isn't going to be sending some secret special agent to try and pit under you, but do not get knocked here.
No, and that's exactly it, right? Because even if they get the circle, if 𝗟𝗔𝗡 finds the knock here, they might just full-on pull up on it. Like, spam them with nades, just make the full-on committed push on over. Let's see. Next circle. Actually, both the teams are going to be in, and it's going to be out in the open to the end. I think we're going to end on smokes, smoke wall, and crouch game to finish.
I mean, technically both teams are inside, but the amount of hard cover that 𝗟𝗓𝗡 have to use versus the slight edge of that hill that remains for Daytrade, this is pretty heavily in 𝗟𝗓𝗡's favor. You still see Hamas there off on the side just to watch for any potential flank, or rather listen to at the moment. But right now, these guys, they just need to play in this garage flat top compound. Make sure that no one has gone off on a flank of their own on the west. but really it's just a waiting game right now. 𝗟𝗏 already in a vehicle. I wonder if this is going to be a send to that exact same rock that was being looked at.
I love that it's APAC against APAC for the final game, for the second to final game here of day number 2 of the grand finals. They know how unpredictable each other can be. They have to look at everywhere because who knows where that snake is? Who knows where that surprise player might be? We've seen both 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗏 pull off insane backstab victories in previous end games. So I'm loving the fact that there's nothing taken for granted in this grand final. Look at them, they're looking in all directions. There might be a snake somewhere. We cannot leave anything unchecked.
It's just waiting right now. 𝗟𝗓, they're just staying in their singular position. And they're going to play for the run out in the open for both teams. If 𝗟𝗓 can get someone to that dip, they can get someone to that dip, that could be a central position, central anchor to play on around.
Yeah. They saw 2 vehicles. I mean, they rotated in 2 cars. So I hope, for the sake of 𝗟𝗏, that they're aware that there should be at least 2 people there. They're looking for the 3rd, though. Actively trying to see if someone has slipped their vision. Ooh. Nice hit just comes through from 𝗟𝗏. Damage done to helmets could prove kind of to be the winning lack of helmet at an endgame.
Smoke's out there ready for 𝗟𝗓. Not even going to try and play this peeking game right now. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 already prepared for 𝗟𝗏 too, jumping on that fence.
Now, 𝗟𝗓 will have to leave first. You can already now see smokes are being deployed. They have a bit of a dip, and if they can get to that after 𝗟𝗏 has to get off the roof, they shouldn't be able to see into it. We'll see now car. I'm thinking
there
that car goes straight to the dip.
There's the car send. Got to get in position in that dip. That'll be the anchor. That'll be the winning play for 𝗟𝗏, and he's able to get there, not punished. Oh, the spray comes out, then a half HP, but immediately prones down, so 𝗟𝗏 is alive. That is step number 1. Yep. How do they get the rest of 𝗟𝗓 to that position without getting torn apart?
Now comes the smoke. Well, him as I think he's going to be the dedicated protector from up above. Nice headshot comes through, but one connected on him as well. Smokes are being deployed. It's going to be practically impossible to see anything in just a short moment. Ooh, Pushos needs to avoid. Managed to get around, doesn't take blue either.
And look at 𝗟𝗓𝗏, not only was he in range with the Molotov, he is now on the road proned down. Tycon takes a bit of damage, forced to back away, but do they know of 𝗟𝗓𝗏's position? Hamas with a great angle to spray down, if only he could see through the side of that smoke. Frags are coming out across the way.
They're so low on ammunition as well. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 now spots 𝗟𝗏 over the top. Huge play coming through from the flank player. The up-close threat. Flash, locked over. He needs to get it now.
He's now there to finish. Sees him out in the open, first spray goes up, that's him, that's 1, it's all into 𝗟𝗏s. 1 versus 4, 𝗟𝗓𝗏 has his name, he's able to get 1 knock with the trade, is immediately there. 9 kills for 𝗟𝗏. It was a slow finish, but they were able to secure it.
But credit where all kinds of credit is due for 𝗟𝗏. Yes, the circles go their way, but there's only one way to come up victorious in a game like this. From that compound, you have to be proactive. They took the fight to the hill early, they fell back and defended. They took the fight out in the open again against 4M, fell back, and here they push out against 𝗟𝗓 as well.
One more game of the day, and the second to last day of the grand finals here at PGS 1. One more break before we go to the desk. We'll see you in a bit.
𝗟𝗏 takes the chicken dinner in the penultimate match of day 2 at PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. My name's Safiz. I'm joined by Avenger. 𝗟𝗏, we talked about them at the start of the day. We said they have to get some strong numbers. We said they've not been feeling well. It's international travel. They've been a little under the weather, but you have to still perform when it comes to time to perform. They did it. They did it well.
That's a huge one, honestly. For them to come in and take control like that, and also 𝗟𝗓𝗏's push there in the end to be able to, that was insane spray with the barrel. Leg control, their mechanical skills just through the roof. And I've been just thoroughly impressed with these guys throughout the tournament. And then to come in here in the grand final and take it like that, just with one more game to go, that means they're actually putting themselves into a potential strike distance for the last day tomorrow.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗓 had a really nice smoke show. They did send the dossier. They got into the pit. But 𝗟𝗓𝗏 took notes from 6 years ago in the lobby when we pretended to be snakes. and just crawled his way to victory and hit that beautiful barrel spray. So congratulations to them. Day Trade, a team that has also been trying to put points on the board. They've been playing very aggressive. They get second place in this one. It was not another Everest circle, but I think another weird shift. It went Everest over to Hospital. And a lot of teams seem like they just couldn't find any real estate.
Right. We've had a lot of endings in general the last couple of months in this area here, and in general, south of the Hospital, it's very played. I like what I saw from Day Trade there. That kind of send around the corner there to play on the other side of the road. They're super well executed. And also the awareness, like they used 5 smokes to be able to make a little wall to get to another dip. But yeah, a little bit more utility might have come a little bit longer way, but just in this case here, when you're 4 versus 3, it's just so hard to win. And especially when they have the compound, they have a high ground, they have a lot of pressure they're able to put on them.
And in that game too, something interesting happened, and the top teams gave a little away. We saw Sonics go down early, and we were kind of in the green room joking, laughs in 17 as 17 sort of watched it all unfold. But Ascend was able to sort of deal with them in the Hospital and left the door open for a lot of our teams in the mid-pack to put points on the board. So when we do get around to that overall leaderboard, I think that's good news for that mid-pack, where we said you got to have 2 good games, you got to take those leaders off, you got to make a move. Now, a team that made an interesting move in that match, I don't know if they were letting their inner troll shine or not, was Third Eye. They got 10 kills in that match, and I think angered half of the players in the stadium.
Yeah, if not more. At that point, yeah, they were holding on. The special cases with this is that you're expecting all the teams to kind of make plays for the wins, right? But right there, they're just making plays for kills and kills and kills. And obviously, if you're able to do it every game, if you're able to put up 8-10 kills every game, you're doing fantastic. But here's just pushes on teams that we didn't really expect to and they're kind of backfilling them.
And we saw multiple teams there in the top 4 that put up 8 to 10 kills. This is an interesting one. This is Win gets a knock on Heaven, and what I love about 𝗟𝗟 is the second Heaven goes down, the entire team throws their bodies at whoever it is to save the king, and then just hunts them mercilessly from then on. 𝗟𝗟 is playing a totally different PUBG game, and I kind of love watching it.
Yeah, super aggressive. The push, I mean, I love what I'm seeing from them as well. Like, no matter what, you gotta do what you gotta do if you want to try to save the potential floods that's coming in there. Also, Day Trade, them being aggressive there, trying to clear out. Ascend, the deny here for 4 misses. It's expected there. You're not going to get more point out of that there. There's no chance that they're able to take on 𝗟𝗟 and get points there. This is the spray we were talking about from 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. The barrel, couple of first openings there. First on Belmoth and then onto Flash there. Super well executed for 𝗟𝗟 to take control like that. Again, the 4 versus 3. His takeover there is good. Almost 1,000 damage in Tycon and almost 1,000 damage in Himas. That's super, super impressive.
And yet, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗, 473 damage, 5 kills. I wonder if he gets man of the match or if they go ahead and give it to Himas, who put up a lot. His knockdown's 4, big damage.
And so much damage taken as well on 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗, right? We're talking multiple vests fully broken at that point, right?
But they were in that compound. They had some backups. They were able to change out when they needed to, and it will go to 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. 5 kills, 5 knockouts, and a good amount of damage. But really, it was that crawling up to find that flank position that set the stage for 𝗟𝗟 to move forward.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here from 𝗟𝗟 in general, and I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to be able to bring here for the last game, but also for tomorrow, because this is going to put them in striking distance for the very top. 17, of course, still looking good. Just 1 kill difference now for 𝗟𝗟, and 1 more down to 𝗟𝗟. Really talks heavens to how well they've been able to do today.
Yeah, these teams, it seems like our frag forward teams are really thriving right now.
Right.
They're taking those fights. They're not really caring as much about the macro. They get to a good spot and they choose to fight out of it. 𝗟𝗟 walks away with 19 points off of that game. 4 AM gets an important 14.
Oh, yeah.
Ascend continues to put points on the board. And for the first time, we see a huge game out of Third Eye. So great news for those teams that showed up on the top. Bad news is the bottom, Donawa, LG, they just keep getting worse.
Shoot to kill, yeah. It's been rough. It's good for all the teams chasing 17, not getting many points out of this one here.
Not great.
So
for
they're a little bit closer there. Ascent now on 2nd place. They're tied with 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. 14 points behind 17 Gaming here. That's obviously a huge one. We have a little bit of separation here. It's going down to like Na'Vi on 75. They've had a rough day today a little bit. Not too many points for them. Also Gen G, 68. A little bit of divide coming down there, and then it's kind of trickling down a little bit. But yeah, it's 17 with a good buffer going into the last game.
I will say, for me, the big story today is ghibli. They came in ninth place to start the day with only 32 points. They have been playing out of their minds, very aggressive. And I like that they came in with that last day mentality on the second day. They sort of threw caution to the wind. They said, we're going to make whatever plays we have to. And that's what we're going to see tomorrow. Tomorrow, the teams in the mid-pack and the bottom are going to say, well, they're going to do what 𝗟𝗏 just did in the last game. It's time to go for kills. It's time to get wild. Exactly. But I feel like ghibli, and especially Heaven, came in today and were like, guys, we're just going to start now. And they did. And they've been putting up huge numbers.
Out. And honestly, of course, we have like 65 to 70% of the points are coming from kills. So if you're focusing heavily on that, and you're like, all right, the sooner you, the sooner you realize that you're not able to get that many placement points, focus on the kills. I mean, kind of like 𝗟𝗏 did in this one. They realized, phase one, we're not going to be able to get to the late game. Let's focus on the kills. And they full sent it towards all the teams. They're trying to put pressure and also getting some like really rough knocks out of the cars and rotations. It's obviously rough for the teams that are on the receiving end, but still the points that you're able to get, if you're putting 9 kills average on the board every single game, doesn't matter how many placement points you get.
We looked in on Ascend, we looked in on the Sonics teams that are on the chase. 𝗟𝗏 is on the climb. That with one match left to play, it's really anyone's game. They've got to get out there. They've got to put the points on the board because tomorrow it's only 6 left. This is the last chance to dance on day 2 of PGS 1. Let's get in to our final match.
One more to go. Will 17 keep that top spot? They showed that they are not the most dominant every single round, but they're still in first. Ascend on the chase, and that is an unexpected underdog ready to trade blows. We have 1 round left before things can be a little more settled as we close up for the night and go into tomorrow, the last day of the grand finals.
And Ascend is continuing in the same fashion that Paper and I talked about earlier today, and we talked about yesterday as well. They haven't had that 115 kill win super stellar performance. It's just been continuously racking up those 5 to 7 points every single game, and because they don't zero out, they find themselves not just in the top-ish, but currently set, as you said, in second.
A good plane path. Pretty medium across the way, so it doesn't really mess anyone up too much. If you're an edge drop player team like on Valdemar, then you're going to be lucky if it's immediately on your position, but this is pretty fair for most teams.
Now, I like to think you're a gambling man.
Yeah, not really, but
How much money are you willing to put on this first circle, including Junkyard?
Like 100%. Like
You're
all
gonna
my
put
money.
in all your money,
I'll
your
dump my
entire
savings into
life
that.
savings. You know what? That might be a good.
That's the only place the circle can go, right?
The issue is it only gives back like 0.01, so it's not exactly the best. The best bet. But then again, a win is a win. We'll see if you're gonna get it.
It's a win.
I like to think that we're gonna go full Monte on this one, just for the sake of seeing something different.
I didn't realize you can't have Monte Circle. It's always got to be Junkyard. That's the way that the rules are.
That is true.
Those are the circle settings.
We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. 𝗟𝗏 wanting to get off that roof. The shots are being fired towards him. Oh, wow. Did he get one bullet fired? Nope. 𝗟𝗏 able to get off that hill fast enough. Should be all right. No commotion, despite a bit of a northern plane path and circle. I mean, Monte is it. I win.
I told you I didn't gamble. I mean, yeah, but really.
I would like to claim all your life savings now, please, James.
I did sign that bet while we were here. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to perpetual slavery to the Danes. It's not a great look. It's not a great look for my people. But yes, let's just focus on the game right now. Circle, pretty good southwest. This is great for 𝗟𝗏, who have been struggling still.
True.
But I think we've been saying that about a couple of different teams who have a circle on their home turf. And really, so far, it hasn't really helped a lot of teams. The teams either do good or bad.
You know what? This is theory crafting 101. How about if this is what breaks the Luminosity curse that has been their grand final so far? How about if it works for them now that they do not get a Junkyard? They get to go somewhere new. Things are a little worried. They actually have to rotate for once. And we'll see if maybe them getting a little bit of fresh air through their hair as they drive their Mirados and whatnot towards the west, if that creates for a good final game of the day for them.
They were able to grab a free kill or two on 𝗟𝗏 the last time the circle went down south earlier today. So maybe. It's going to have to be a lot, though, for any of those teams on the bottom to try to make that climb just because of how fast 17 and Ascend are all going. I mean, it's 17 at 95, and there's a bit of a gap there, but then Ascend and Ghibli both with 81, Sonics with 80, Cerberus with 79. So there's a lot of teams that, if they're not currently in a podium position, are so close to, could easily off of this last game, half of this game, put themselves in that spot.
But even, I mean, again, even if the first place might be out of grabs, even if the prize pool like might not reward you heavily for getting a couple of spots higher, PGS points alone should be your indicator, your reason why you want to do as phenomenally as you possibly can. Because punching a ticket, maybe not guaranteed to go PGC, but close enough to it, that has got to be worthwhile.
I haven't run the numbers just yet, but considering we only have 2 PGS events to get those PGS, PGC points, yes, performing high, definitely, surely winning, but maybe even second place could be enough to almost guarantee you.
Well, Third Eye have been on the hunt for teams last time around on Miramar. Dana were found 2 on Third Eye on rotations early. I think Third Eye got annoyed with it and are now saying, you know what, Dana? You kept us in, and we will now take you out. Richie finds Soul. Gotta love a little bit of revenge.
This is great. Olus was there for the confirm just so Soul would not get revived. And that is a kill and ground taken for Third Eye. This is the high ground of Chumacera. The rest of Danoa are still busy looting in the spread on the low ground there. But that might not be the only early game action we have. No, how they're going to continue to move on through this field. 17 aren't necessarily in immediate position to try and cut off this rotation. And besides, there's the Mad already in place.
And it's a great read for Third Eye too on this one. Not only do they isolate a solo, they isolate the IGL of the team, weakening the team arguably even further, and also taking probably the best position they could have of all of the 4 split Danoa players early on. So smart read, and now for any game moving forward on Miramar, Danoa has to look over their shoulder with every single building they move towards to try and loot.
4AM on the rotation, Luminosity on the rotation. No one's really taking a huge amount of time here. We still have to see 𝗟𝗋 on the move, but Gen G, the perpetual late divas to the zone, are already rotating in from El Pozo. Sonics here coming in from the southeast side. So I think just because of how much space there is to play with here, there's virtually 0 water in this circle. There's no real reason to try and wait for teams to get settled in the center. You just come in on the edge and wait for phase 2. You're going to have to make some decisions at that point, but there's so much space to go around that's going to be relatively uncontested if you know where to rotate in from.
Plenty of space. Issue is when you have a circle center like this one that is so open and all the like open hills are really only blocked off by compounds, those compounds become top tier real estate, pretty much regardless of how the circle shifts in and around them. So I think that's why you see so many more teams commit to center early, because they know that we commit center now. If it goes just anywhere near us, we're pretty much guaranteed placement points.
Yeah, well, we'll start to have a conversation later on this round on if it's going to be high ground versus low ground or a lot of field openings depending on where the zone goes. Lou with a good crate grab here. 17 maybe looking for an angle, but no, Lou's going to be able to grab that level 3, that AUG for uncontested, and they have a nice little spread. Gen G are pushing on in. Ghibli pushing on in. Cerberus rotating in from the northeast side, and those are the last 2 teams to go. I lied. 𝗟𝗋 is still way far out, just above
They're kind of camouflaged with the map, so I don't blame you on that one.
If you're watching the map feed, and if you've been listening to me, there have been a couple of times that I just completely lose 𝗟𝗋 because they are Miramar colored.
It's all part of the strats. It's all part of the strats.
I don't know how it affects the teams that they're actually competing against, but sure, then let's go with that.
I mean, there might be a coach sat out there watching the games right now going, wait, I couldn't even get back on the 𝗟𝗋.
Yeah, for the coaches and analysts.
Exactly. Even for the 𝗟𝗋 team coaches, they might be a little frustrated that that's their color. But then again, they were the ones to make the logo, so that's their own fault.
Ghibli coming in, going to be going in through Death Valley, northeast of Picado. They should be able to take the high ground over Power Grid, where Day Trade has sort of backed away from. Again, there's space. And here's 𝗟𝗋, the last team that has yet to make their way towards the zone. The blue is coming in behind them. It looks like they might be trying to find just some last few pieces of loot, trying to get as geared as possible as they come in here. 𝗟𝗋 currently sitting in 10th place. 58 points is not far from the top, but 10th place is not the position that they're hoping for. And this is a team that looked really good coming in from groups and then winners. So I think trying to really get their everything back into sorts so they can go back to that high performing potential.
I mean, a double-digit win here could potentially, just a 10-kill win, could potentially set them into top 8. to finish off the
for
day.
Sure. Top eight for sure.
If they, I mean, starting day 2 in second to last, and then starting day 3 in top 8, that would be them feeling much more hungry off of a performance like today's. Because again, it hasn't been stellar from Danoa, but they have started to once again find their groove, to get games going their way. We have heard that there have been some health issues, a little bit of some headaches here and there on the team, but getting games going their way could hopefully, for the sake of Danoa, set them up for a stellar performance tomorrow.
Last few rotations, Cerberus, 𝗟𝗗 still need to make their way to the zone, but they are slowly but surely finding their way there. Looking at the rest of the map, those teams that got settled in the center early, they've been shooting at each other. In fact, Daytrade is now trying to get involved in the mix. There is Ghibli taking the power grid high ground just behind them. And so Daytrade, they do seem to have, just looking at the arrangement on the map, they do seem to be aware of potential backfill and just holding all the angles against that.
We continue this slow schematic pushes on forward for a little while longer as things quiet down again. I mean, as we said, it's a very open center. Plenty of teams are splitting, trying to take as much control as possible. PO doing PO things, usually gets them killed. And there you go, nothing new under the sun. Either it works out perfectly or PO dies on his own.
Free kill for Adam, just completely free, dry bush with no utility. And I know that Gen.G certainly caught Danoa losing a player in the kill feed, but to make them think that that means 𝗟𝗏 is uncontested is a bit curious.
Again, PO will either blow your mind or leave you scratching your head for an hour. So this was a head scratcher. Maybe tomorrow all day will be mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's either or, never in between.
They were 4th place, maybe even 3rd at the start of the day, and now currently in 7th. So yeah, they're the lead that they had from those first 2 wins yesterday slipping away from them. Finally, 𝗟𝗏, they're in the circle. They can also confirm Cerberus in the zone, southeast side. So those 2 teams taking their sweet while to get here, but they are in time for phase number 2. We have 15 seconds. Relo here from Luminosity, taking a little bit of extra space to the west of Los Leones, peeking around trying to find some information. It is, again, at this point, all about preparing those lines of rotation for phase 2.
Now, just before this circle pops, if this one hard shifts in any given direction, because the center is so heavily trafficked, you're going to see commotion on rotations. Not a massive hard shift, but we do go southeast. So the entire northwest now have to figure out how do we wrap on this, because you cannot go through 𝗟𝗏. You cannot go over the hill by church. So many of these teams will now have to wrap either southeast around or northeast around. It's going to be very, very difficult to get into this one.
But northeast is going through Los Leones, which is very, very tricky. Southwest is going through where, I mean, Sonics are currently leaving that position. Ascend are arriving, but it's so hilly and very easy for camps to come across because of the valleys of rotations on those streets. And so right now we're looking at teams that just bombing straight through center, just trying to use velocity where terrain is at a disadvantage. Daytrade, no one knocked against them just yet, but this crossfire between Spyro and Lou is looking very, very scary.
Collisions are pretty much to be guaranteed with a circle shift like this. Twisted Minds playing these circles as they always do. Even if they get a chance to take center in the early game, they will sit here, they'll play in the open, they'll play for picks as teams rotate past them, and then they will play their edge game sweep later on. I love this playstyle. Not too many other teams try and utilize it. But when Twisted Minds succeeds in clearing their edge early to then push in later, they tend to get really good games out of it.
Belmont stalled, forced out into the open. Lou recognized a grenade was a big threat, so he's going to back away, but then there's a covering fire from 𝗟𝗏 as well. More mollies come out. Don't want to waste a frag grenade just yet, and that one's going to land where the first frag did miss. So Belmont does go down to a molly from Lou. And I don't know if Daytrade really going to want to put effort to revive him. But of course, I said that last round, but it doesn't matter because it is going to be the confirm on the Belmont. And another knock for Battlegrounds. This is a great hold here, Daytrade. Really, really bad position for them right now. Again, 𝗟𝗏 is also out in the open. Norns and Flash, they need to make the decision. Do they want to commit to this fight all or nothing, or just maybe try and retreat? 𝗟𝗏's going down could be the signal for the retreat.
And this was just, I mean, picture perfect Twisted Minds, setting up a play, executing it exactly the way they've done in the EMEA over the last 2.5 years. This was essentially what got them their success in their playstyle to begin with. Sit center early, allow for teams to rotate past you, then take the fight later on. Now, Foxy. I was going to say allowing Chris, but not really the case, but not able to get the knock here.
This is a really weird entanglement for Gen.G, Third Eye, and then maybe a little bit of Ascend. Third Eye push forward, Gen.G tried to backfill, but Third Eye left 𝗟𝗏 to catch them off guard, and 𝗟𝗏 zero clue that there was a rat right in that dumpster. 𝗟𝗏 is just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Here's the first hit, lined up the shots. Shot's going to come out, but nothing lands. 𝗟𝗏 out of his car, and he is going to get knocked. Took a bit to get there, but 𝗟𝗏 with yet another point for Third Eye. They are here with a vengeance. They will not finish today in last place.
And whatever works your way, Third Eye, while they haven't been able to find success in the 4v4 fights they've been doing so far here in the grand finals, this game, the previous one as well, they've been able to get these small picks here and there at the start of the game. In the previous Miramar, they had 10 kills. Here, they're starting to rack points up too.
A knock on to 17. It's a self-knock, which is bad because you don't want to knock your teammates, but it means that it's not from someone who has an angle on you who can then get the confirm. So they have a little bit of space to go for the revive there. It just depends on if Twisted Minds or Day Trade, who are in the immediate area, recognize what they saw on the kill feed and are able to capitalize on that. But it seems that things have slowed down as we wait the last few seconds for Phase 3.
Everyone has made landfall with the exception of a couple of 𝗟𝗟 players down towards the southwest. Phase 3 can still, or Circle 3 can still take us anywhere. No land ratio being shifted away from. I would imagine that it's going to go somewhat north, just off of what we've seen in the past couple of games. This one, actually, let's do the opposite. Hard shift down south. Mountains and mountains galore for now. Next one should shift up to STK again.
Yeah, this is great for STK. This is fantastic for them. Kurt and I believe that's Ayla with him is a bit out in the open. They're going to need to retreat because the push from Howl and Danawa, as you can see on the map, is already in play. And they just want to hold the center as much as they can, but they're actually backing away, going down towards the south.
I'm seeing STK. I love the fact that they were starting to regroup, but now they give up prime real estate and go hard south into land ratioed area.
I suppose they just don't want to be contested too much in that singular position too early on, but a lot of teams are going to have to rotate on through this day trade. Oldlist with an angle, still riding on the high ground. The rest of Third Eye going to be giving the rest of their information out as they hold that gatekeep. Shots come out from box. Still can't quite get the knock, but day trade spin out of control.
Nice 180 to then reverse into the dip. I mean, you have a pretty nice split from Third Eye here. Issue is they're all very separated. So if one falls, they could be in trouble. And now with 17 wrapping into the south side position, Rich B trying to suppress up above. It's not exactly going to be easy for them.
All into Norrens. All left up to Norrens, trying to drive with barely any wheels left up that hillside, able to break line of sight, but I think Oldest still has a line on to things. So Norrens hopping out, got prone and heal on up, already having to drop a smoke, but 17 are here, and Twisted Minds up towards the north. They're still fighting for not even good real estate. They're just trying to fight to survive.
I mean, right now it's, I agree with you to some extent. The other extent is they're just trying to, waiting for the perfect third-party opportunity. Right now, they're the shark in the water, just looming around, waiting for a fight to pick up on. They heard the shots fired between Third Eye and Day Trade down in the valley below. They went, should we go there? Okay, no knocks on Third Eye. Let's wait a little while longer. Now we potentially, if I'm Twisted Minds here, start wrapping east, see if I can find another engagement to pull up on.
Gen G finding a spot. STK with a little bit of a lineup on that, but no punishment there. And the reason why these teams are still fighting onto the north is just because of, the send is going to be difficult. I'm surprised so many teams are able to make it safely for now. But at this point, as you say, Third Eye and Twisted Minds just trolling around looking for that opportunity.
This next circle should shift towards Howl, if my math is correct, or my understanding of the map is correct. And if it does, great job by Howl reading that STK left that position early, because they were instantly there with Luminosity right behind. Day Trade does fall as Norrens goes down. Again, as I said before, Twisted Minds looking to wrap further east, wanting a better position, but it's going to be a hard transition to make.
That's why they're taking it slow. They don't have that many vehicles. 3 deep in 1, and there's Perfectix on the back end for the safety measure. But Twisted Minds able to find safety here on the high ground.
That's big.
I thought 17 had them dead to rights. At least one knock would have been expected, but Twisted Minds have the space to claim right now. As we're waiting here, Na'Vi eyes on Luminosity with a really good hold, and crossing that road is going to be difficult either way you cut it. But a few seconds left before phase number 4. Everyone is getting ready for the shift.
Well, let's see if it does go northeast. Actually, hard shifting down south. A bit of a surprising one at that. A lot of teams sat down there already, though. Expected this one to go through Danawa, now sat right in the middle of it, as all these other teams will have to make their way down there. Look at this, Cam. 57 alive by the end of this shift. Probably somewhere around 40, maybe 35.
Yeah, it's really hard to call sometimes. Rats are able to find these little spots to hang out in. But Human is going to go down for 𝗟𝗟 as they're on the south side, and 4AM rotating in a similar angle, and Cerberus just trying to gatekeep this spot. 𝗟𝗓 out in the opening, but if Cerberus can't deal the final blows here, 𝗟𝗟 are going to be in a position to follow up on that.
Yeah, a lot of collision now as all these teams try and make their way in from the east side. Cerberus trying to fend off against 4AM, but can't really deny them entry to the circle. Xiaolu, Summer, last 2 players from 4AM to wrap down in this direction. They will make landfall.
Where do Na'Vi go? Luminosity pushed onto the south. We already saw Raylo go down to Sonic. 6-start forced to get out of his vehicle in a bush. Root with the knock there. Room continuing with the lineup. LG just unable to find a spot. That shift towards the south. It seems like they didn't really have any safe lines to get into this one, as Kickstart does get confirmed. Only 2 of them remaining, and I think their vehicles are really, really damaged.
Yeah.
And Snaker's having to run away from the blue is going to go down, so at least that point won't go the way of the Sonics, but with Luminosity's position, that's barely any consolation.
Exactly. Here comes Na'Vi trying to find an area of their own. They're gonna get out of the vehicles, I think. Are they fully committing to the hill against 𝗟𝗋 here? There's no way they're expecting this to not be free.
No, they're prepared for a fight, and with very little space left to play that is not in the middle of a field, it's a good fight to take as long as they can get over this ridge and get away from Ascend, but 𝗟𝗟 is holding the angle. Not going for the overpeak for 𝗟𝗏 just yet, but the smoke is out to give a little space while they gather their bearings, but that frag grenade from 𝗟𝗟 has Na'Vi's name written all over it. It's cooked well, it goes just a little bit too far.
Yep, bounces just over the vehicle. Now 𝗟𝗟 forced to fall back, allowing for Na'Vi to get up and into this position. Ascent taking a casualty as well down below. That's Chris isolated from the rest of the team. Unlucky, considering that Ascent had 3 in the compound on the other side, but Melman able to get the flush on 1, and now 17. Oh, if they prime a nade or 2, that could work really well in their favor against STK here.
Everyone is trying to throw grenades over these ridges. 17 STK, and now 4AM versus 𝗟𝗋. And it's also just about making sure those few teams that are on the high ground don't have an angle to spoil your approach. And 4AM, this is a great angle to slot on in. Just get right under 𝗟𝗋. Those initial grenades didn't find their targets. But if they have any more, I mean, it's kind of difficult to throw grenades into this.
It is.
The compounds in the hardcover, but it could just be a little bit of an opening here while Vegas does go down to the grenades from 17. Ooh. And what a great follow-up from 𝗟𝗋. STK just unable to post up any defense. The smokes are out, but smokes do not block frags.
We've said it time and time again, these dips are amazing for cover, but they are also funnels for nades. Now see 𝗟𝗋 spraying on through, trying to make some more space for himself, but they will catch the last STK player in the end. Luminosity falls first, STK instantly there to follow.
And now 4AM pushing on to 𝗟𝗋. Glaz is down, Toasty on the low ground, but he's gonna have to do some work to get up. It's all gonna be on Heaven here on the high ground, peeking out of the window. Summer and Crazy already making it close.
Nice push on forward. 𝗟𝗋 is down on the southern side as well, trying to play some sort of flank, trying to isolate 𝗟𝗋, not allow them to get back up to the subside plateau.
𝗟𝗋 is there. Unable to spot the revive just yet, but he's pushing on forward. Who knows, only a matter of time. And now Heaven just needs to stay alive. Smoke at the ready.
The circle has shifted in their direction as well, so they don't have to aggress too heavily on this fight. But of course, if you're 4AM, you want to get this one over with as fast as possible.
Yeah, because you don't know when someone else is going to go for the third party. But look at the great flank by 𝗟𝗋 there at the bridge. Glaz and Toasty, both revived, both in the hardcover. But this just means that 4AM is able to limit the angles. But look at 𝗟𝗋. Of course 𝗟𝗋 is here. 𝗟𝗋 gets a knock onto Summer, and then Heaven's going to try and pounce.
This is such a difficult position to fight from now. The push comes up and over. Crazy runs into Heaven. But of course, Heaven continuing to do what he's been doing all day. And that is fine kills even when the odds are against him.
That is it. 4AM are out. 𝗟𝗋 started the fight and 𝗟𝗋 finished it. And now they can just stay safe in the buildings, in the compound. Sonics now up against Howl. Tickleton is getting revived. Mime holding point. And then Twisted Minds, eyes on 17. 17 took this dip from STK, and Twisted Minds are just going to try and copy their maneuver.
Exactly. Get those utility in. Perfect's already finding the double. That should be the confirmed. They're all sat down below. If they want to make this play on through, that has to come in now.
Smokes are still out once again. Logos is going to go ahead for the revive as Howl is eliminated in 12th place. 11 teams still remain. But who knows how much more survivability we're going to be able to see here. Good grenades. Ooh. Logos is now taken down. It's actually going to be shots from 𝗟𝗋. Only 3 kills for Twisted Minds, and they're going to just have to overflow into this dip. But Sonics is right behind them. But luckily for Twisted Minds, they spot the backfill.
I'm loving this flank out from Cerberus. Again, even when they have a compound for cover, they're aggressive in their playstyle. They had the compound, they make the flank on out, they find the last remaining player in 𝗟𝗋 from 17, and now they can fall back once more.
Sonics eliminated. 17 eliminated. Twisted Minds have a little bit of space to push on forward, but Cerberus is there, lying in wait, just ready for Twisted Minds to peek over that ridge. And Moss pushing up close, but spotted by Lou. That is a great first knock to get. So, suddenly, Cerberus' flank removed from the equation. It's all into 𝗟𝗋 and 𝗟𝗋. 𝗟𝗋 prone down the side of the ridge.
Such a difficult angle to have to peek on over. Lou doesn't have a vest here either. 𝗟𝗋, sneakingly trying to wrap his way around, spots him, finds him. Instantly Lou falls down. Spirit has to try and suppress, but can't do it in time for Lou to get saved.
A little bit of damage. 𝗟𝗋 forced to fall away because there's also a Nonix with the angle. And now the knock on to 𝗟𝗋. It's on to Tycon. He's able to get another knock on to Twisted Minds, but that is it. And Onyx is able to close things up. Twisted Minds survive. And 𝗟𝗓 also alive, but 𝗟𝗓's pushing onto their position. Vox take it down low. 𝗟𝗓 with the peek on the top side is going to knock Rich.
That is an uphill battle if I've seen one, and I'm not sure how 𝗟𝗓 plans to come out victorious from it. Adam down to low HP, Heaven from down below catches him. That's 𝗟𝗓 out. But again, kudos to 𝗟𝗓. A lot more aggression, a lot more this early game fighting from this 𝗟𝗓 team, and we're seeing it rack them up points.
Now 𝗟𝗓 are in a good spot, still pitted below 𝗟𝗓, but 𝗟𝗓 need to make their way into the zone, and Na'Vi is pushing in from the north. Eyes from 𝗟𝗟 and from 𝗟𝗓 and 7-7 and everyone there to make sure that it's not going to be a free push, but Mel and Example are already here in the compound in this little bit of a crater. 𝗟𝗓 with the eyes, not able to land the shot, and that gives Mel the opportunity to respond. Example there with the follow-up.
Nice angle from Example. Melman knew exactly where he had him. Info is fed across. Example finds the early kill confirmed. Now they have 𝗟𝗓 up here, but they have 𝗟𝗓 just on the southern side. So I think if you're Na'Vi, if you're smart here, you wait it out a bit. You can see Example is currently looking north. They're anticipating that third-party ambush coming from the other side, but I don't think they're aware that they have two teams that close. 𝗟𝗟 finds the first.
Really good grab, but an immediate response once again from Example. What? The Terminator has been activated, gonna go for a second spray on a 7-7, not able to find it, but perhaps an opportunity for the revive, and Heaven is here lying in wait. He knows that there has been damage done, and he wants to close this. The grenades are coming in, 𝗟𝗓 with the final shots, and 𝗟𝗓 are eliminated. 5 teams remain.
What a double headshot from Example. Turns on a swivel, finds the double, takes him down, and now Na'Vi top 5 territory, but only 2 players alive on the team.
I think everyone has been wounded somewhat. There's not a single healthy team in this entire lobby. Even 𝗟𝗓 dead center.
But 𝗟𝗓 lost one early.
3,
That's true.
and now Twisted Minds on the push across the field on the Foxy. The grenades coming out, the shots from Perfectix. But where is DG98? If the shots through, he finally gets a knock onto Perfectix, but his position is now known. Spyro evens it up, 1 versus 1.
Dead. No, goes short. Got stopped by the tire. That is huge for Spyro. Thought he was going to go down guaranteed. Heaven finds one on the other side of the circle as 𝗟𝗓 and Na'Vi takes the fight on head as well.
More grenades come out. That one looked a little bit better, but now eyes on Mel to keep the dream alive for Na'Vi. There are so many members of 𝗟𝗓 here. He needs to land the shot, spots 𝗟𝗓. And now Heaven is there on the push. So it looks like Mel might be expecting this.
Yeah, so hard to get a good angle. Heaven peeks on over with 7 ammo. Mel saying nah, not allowed. Goes down to 70 or 47 HP though. In the end will fall. There should be no rest coming through. Not gonna happen. Might be able to run him in. We'll see.
Oh, and now Loki gets taken out by DG98, still raining terror from the top side. As Spyro, last one alive for Twisted Minds. Those 2 solos have just been, I mean, it's what is a peace treaty for now?
I'm not sure why Loki felt the need to make the full-on aggressive play up towards that compound, or the shack. They had the compound, they had the control on the southern side, they had a chance to just play 3 in. Not sure what they were hoping to achieve by aggressing out there.
And now Loki going down, that does give 𝗟𝗓 the man advantage in this entire fight. They do not have the position in terms of the circle shift, but if you're looking at the map, you can see that they are spreading out and trying to find those crossfire angles. It's only a solo from Gen.G, it's only a solo from Twisted Mind, and now 2 remain from 𝗟𝗓, despite being in the hardcover in that compound. This is very doable for 𝗟𝗓.
It is. Look at the flank. They're setting up. Glass is already on the other side of the circle, and now having called the info that we can make this run. Look at the building. It does not have windows on this side of the mountain. So Heaven, 𝗟𝗓, fully available and fully possible for them to make that entire 180 on the circle.
While the high ground angle might have been very tempting for 𝗟𝗓 with the timing, they knew that they would have to leave, and you don't want to just run out in the open down the flat side of that hill and just give 𝗟𝗓 those final shots there. So immediately just making that run, making that sprint to Glaz's location.
And Glass not overextending either. Now he knows there's a bit of a stretch where they could potentially be visible. Instantly goes back to try and hold the angle while they're making the run. So should Salute or Anonix get a shot, and as you can see here, they will be visible, I believe, for a shot or 2. Heaven now forced to stop and peek the window as well. But Glass is there to suppress once they keep running.
Shots coming out, and Anonix finally peeks, a little bit of damage, can't quite get the knock, just barely. They get behind the cover in time, and they have a bit of an opportunity to heal on up. 𝗟𝗓 trying to give some covering fire as Heaven pops that first aid kit. So 𝗟𝗓, the small window was there, just not able to capitalize. And now Glaz with the smokes to give that extra bit of cover.
But you saw shots being fired on the window frame as well. Glass was there, suppressing as best as he could. Didn't find the shots, but forced Anonix off the angle anyway. So a good job from Glass to allow for 𝗟𝗓 to wrap around again. This grand finals, 𝗟𝗓 is
absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Question remains, how much space do 𝗟𝗟 have here on the east side? They're not really in the zone as it stands. They might have to give up a bit of line of sight to that high ground position from Salute.
Exactly. Everyone knows there's solos on the top, but do they know, I mean, just exactly how things are panned out? Do they know that 𝗟𝗏 is down to 2? Do they remember that Soul died about 1.5 minutes into this match? I'll have to wait and see. Right now, 𝗟𝗏, again, still questioning the Loki push up the hill, but 𝗟𝗟 playing this one so wise. They've essentially wrapped the entire circle to now approach the same fight as before, but from the other side.
Yeah, look at Heaven and Glaz, that location. 𝗟𝗏 just anchoring on the south. Next shift, final shift, is still going to allow 𝗟𝗏 to play inside that hard cover, but it is not the center. They're going to have to leave at some point. But DG98 on the north side, first one to move. Spyro knows this, and I think 𝗟𝗟 know this as well. So they're just going to focus on getting those last 2 solos out before they can then flex their main advantage against 𝗟𝗏.
If you're 𝗟𝗏 right now, you push when this fight happens. Issue is 𝗟𝗏 is there, ready for that push to take place. So as soon as the first knock comes through, expect 𝗟𝗏 to try and make a run, but also expect 𝗟𝗏 to peek on over to try and suppress that, to try and not allow for that to happen.
Already, Heaven and Glaz here. They know what the last 2 solos are. Grenades are coming out. Yeah, they're going fast. They're going strong. They're not going to wait for the blue to push it on in. They want to be able to focus as much of their efforts towards 𝗟𝗏, and they got to get rid of these solos now. A little bit of a peek out from Spyro, takes some damage. Spray comes through from Heaven, doesn't find the knock.
I'm loving what we're seeing from 𝗟𝗟 here, taking matters into their own hands. Don't wait for this to unfold. They know that if we want to win this game, we need to do this fast. We need to do this before 𝗟𝗏 can do anything about it. 𝗟𝗏 is wrapped on now as well. They want to deal with the solos on the top side before anything comes through, but DG, perfect angle onto Heaven.
Holding the trigger, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He's going to fire. He's going to try and maybe confirm for the kill. Molotov does come out, perhaps try and get that, but the blue coming on in. That ruins the plans, and now there's time for Heaven to perhaps get revived if they can just get rid of Spyro. 𝗟𝗏 not moving off of this. 𝗟𝗏 had to come up and support because of the knock against Heaven, and now in the blue trying to run in with the fallen teammate, just barely, but the bleed out doesn't get stopped if you're up in your teammate's arms.
I love that Toby's on cast earlier said 𝗟𝗟 will throw their entire bodies at Heaven to save him. They really are playing Save the VIP here, but 2v2v1 now. Let's see if 𝗟𝗏 can make a play.
𝗟𝗏 finally leaving the building. They finally recognize what the game state is, and Salute there on the off angle, and 𝗟𝗏 playing center, and 𝗟𝗏 with the eyes on Spyro, 2 versus 2, and I think the foil of DG98 is giving 𝗟𝗏 the position right now to take this game. 2 left up for 𝗟𝗟.
They have an angle, but 𝗟𝗏's position has been kind of fed across to 𝗟𝗏 and to Glaz. They know he's down there, and they know he's down behind that tractor. He's pretty much on the dot right now as well. So 𝗟𝗟, the team to have to make their way down this hillside. Salute needs to find a perfect shot here. When they're playing this split position, if he goes down early, it's going to be so hard for 𝗟𝗏 to win it.
Smokes are there to deny the crossfire. And 𝗟𝗟 are making the choice to focus on Salutes. Their low ground position spray comes out. It favors 𝗟𝗏. And 𝗟𝗏 with the follow-up grenade. 𝗟𝗏 has backed away for the first aid kit. Grenade. Chip damage to Glaz, but still not the knock. So right now it is just a holding pattern. But the blue is pushing in.
Huge from 𝗟𝗟 that they read the split though. They know that 𝗟𝗏 is on the other side. They catch Salute down below because he 𝗟𝗏 now trying to fend off against the 𝗟𝗏. Only so much utility left remaining as 𝗟𝗏 Salute now wraps back towards his teammates. Such a smart play from 𝗟𝗏 to regroup to take this one 2v2 instead of potentially 1v2 times 2.
A lot of mollies coming out, just trying to find a little bit of damage, chip damage here and there on to 𝗟𝗟. They know that the high ground is going to be cut out of the blue at some point. It's all about landing the shots, and 𝗟𝗏 here needs to play his life. Spots 𝗟𝗏, and Glaz and 𝗟𝗏 on the run towards the south. It's on to Salute right now with the lineup. He's taking a lot of damage, but not knocked. Falling away. Glaz with the... Oh my god, it's all going back and forth. 1 versus 1 right now.
𝗟𝗏 is down to 1 HP as well. I believe it's actually 1 HP for 𝗟𝗏. The second player to get to that glass, trying to crawl for info. 𝗟𝗏 wants to go for the heal, gets it through as well.
𝗟𝗏, eyes on that trailer, eyes on that tractor. The heal comes in, and 𝗟𝗏 is back up to almost full. And a 1 versus 1. This still favors 𝗟𝗏.
Take down the info.
𝗟𝗏 with the lineup, with the eyes, trying to go for the spray. The peek, constantly peeking in and out. And it's going to be 𝗟𝗏. The war of attrition favors them.
Down to the blue in the end of it. So much focus on what was happening on that side of the track. There's so much focus on 𝗟𝗏. And for just a split second, 𝗟𝗏 does not take into account that the blue is creeping up behind him. What a fight. What some amazing fights we've had to finish up all these games today, Cam.
That's the last round of the day. We're going to go to the desk before they close it on up. There is 1 day left for the grand final, so make sure to come back tomorrow.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 runs rings around the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 as they get the final chicken dinner of the day and put some big points on the board. That's good news for everyone because 𝗟𝗡 looked like they were going to take that and move even higher up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡 could have won that and actually taken first place. But 𝗟𝗡𝗗, one of our favorites going into the grand final here, they're able to take it back and kind of put themselves within a good spot for tomorrow here in the last game.
𝗟𝗗𝗗 not only did that in that end sort of throwdown with Inox, they did it without Soul. Soul went down early in that game, pre-10 minutes, I'm acutely aware of that, and managed to still get to the end game and play. And that's what I like about what I've seen from 𝗟𝗗𝗗 today, is they're sort of making it work with whatever they're presented with, as opposed to 𝗟𝗡, who seems like anytime Heaven gets hurt, they throw everything they have. It's saving that man. I just hope one day I find someone who treats me the way that his team treats him, because no one leaves him behind. I know, she'd never leave me behind. But they really do throw everything they have at saving Heaven at all times.
Yeah, for sure. And I honestly, at a point where we had 8 games played, hit 24 kills.
Yeah.
That's 3 kills per game. That's insane. He's really been able to put himself into the leading chair for this one here. So also very likely to be the kill leader at the end of the day, I feel like.
It'd be good to see. Are there any other teams as we kind of wrap up? This is the last game for today, but that's not it. We have 6 more games tomorrow. So don't worry if your teams are still in that mid-pack. Any other teams that have caught your eye today or that you think, man, these guys really stepped up and did some interesting things?
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡, of course, is one of them, and 𝗟𝗡𝗏 has also been impressive. I want to also take a look at the other side of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
We have had some disappointments at the bottom. We've had a 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗. I expect them to do a little bit better. They're like a top 10 team for me.
Yeah.
Lumpur Gaming, another one. There's a big one. I still had Kickstarter as my captain on fantasy team going into today.
Yeah.
But they had a rough one. And yeah,
Say the other team down there too. Go ahead.
No, it's fine, it's fine. If you look at their games,
yeah,
it is inevitable that you have to notice they have not had a lot of luck coming their way in terms of circles. It's not an excuse, but still, it's hard to, when everything goes against you, that you have to drive for every single circle. Your macro have to be on point for even to you to get close to like a good fight.
Yeah, it's true, but it's no excuse. 12 games, you've got to make the plays. My do something stick is no longer sharp, as I've sort of been watching.
It's broken.
It's true.
It's a
we
branch
expected
now.
so much more from that region based off of the group stages. Maybe tomorrow is a redemption. We still have those 6 games to play. For me, I loved watching Ascend play today. This is a team that continued to put up points, has maintained a good position on the leaderboard, even without necessarily getting a ton of sort of shifts in their favor. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams from that match. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 and 𝗟𝗡 go head-to-head, and while 𝗟𝗗𝗗 does take the chicken dinner, 𝗟𝗡 walks away with 7 kills and over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, impressive here for 𝗟𝗡 throughout today. Twisted Minds, of course, also had a decent run today. They were looking pretty bad once we were starting the day, and they were kind of lower half of the leaderboard once we got into it. Yeah, so now here, being able to put in some more points, 14 for this game here. And Gen.G with another top 4 showing impressive, but only 2 kills going their way.
That's the thing about Gen.G. They started so strong. Remember, back-to-back wins yesterday to start this thing off, and have been, I don't want to say absentee, but a little more passive since then, not really winning those throwdown fights. So maybe tomorrow they do have a chance to climb back up, because it's not over. They still have a good spot on the leaderboard. For me, you brought up Twisted Minds. That was very impressive to me, to start in 12th and to continuously show up in the top, make some really good plays. They got a great spot in this one. I think we'll probably see them move into, say, top 7 or so, and be able to try to make that push tomorrow.
That's exactly what we talked about once we started the day, right? Where the teams that we're expecting to be within striking distance, or at least within striking distance to the top 3, because right now the top 2, top 3 is looking rough. It's going to be hard for our, 7th to 10th, 11th team to catch some of them, but still, it's a huge difference in prize pool and PGS points. You want to get as many as you can out of this one.
I will say good news for a lot of folks out there is that our top team, 17 and Sonics, let off the gas in that game. 𝗟𝗗𝗗, who got the chicken dinner, let's look at those numbers. 4 kills for Inox, 600 damage. And he really, I guess, did the lion's share of work in this one.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Not something you're used to see here, especially with Soul obviously going out early.
Yeah.
Took 100 damage, only did 34.
So sad.
No kills going home for maybe, -3 in the fantasy. But yeah, and Onyx, huge performance from him here, being able to clutch in this situation, obviously.
Who will be the man of the match? It's Inox.
52% points contributed in this game.
Yeah, for those of you who are watching, remember it has to come from the winning team. So he does manage to get those 4 kills and ultimately wins that 1v1 that was everything at the end. He got a good peak and really just won the straight up.
If it wasn't for Heaven today, 𝗟𝗏𝗗 would actually been an impressive player as well. We've seen many times where he's able to get, good utility usage in, good support in, and getting a lot of frags coming his way as well there for that
That's true. In a lot of ways, it almost felt like, the rest of his team was playing well, but Heaven was just playing so far and above. You see that 63 total kills there. Sonics, though, still showing up on the damage, and then 17 has been leaning heavily into their survival to sort of make it to those late games, except for the last game or two. They did, like I said, let off the points a little bit.
It's dropping a little bit. I mean, of course, the further we get into the games, it's dropping. So, but still, 22 minutes is super impressive in terms of average round. So.
Let's play leaderboard bingo. Let's take a look at what we came away with. Donawell gets 14 points. Twisted Minds, we talked about them, gets 14 off of that one, and Ghibli does manage to continue dragging their lead a little bit higher and higher and higher up. Navi at 8, and then the current leaderboard, 17, all the way down there in 10th place, so that might open the door for Ghibli to get even closer.
Yeah, they let the foot off the gas a little bit here after their first game. Huge first game, of course, for them to put themselves into first spot. But let's look at the wall here. Toffees, it's going to be 17 still in the lead.
Just barely, though, after the last game of today. 6 games to play tomorrow. 17 is in the lead, but only by 5 points with 99. Ghibli right behind him at 94. Sonics even closer, and Cerberus behind that. In fact, I would say 1 all the way down to 6 really is a very tight race. Not to say Gen G, 4 a.m. I would say even down to maybe Twisted Minds and Day Trade, 1 big game, and they're back into that hunt. So it's going to be a crazy day.
It needs to be first, second game for these guys to kind of be in the race still. Otherwise, they're going to run with it. But yeah, top 6 right now. Our top pack is looking super interesting, but still Gen G, 4 a.m. and all the way down to, Day Trade. Maybe in Howl, that kind of mid-pack, that's going to be a huge change. Just with 1 good game, they're going to be able to maybe jump 5 spots.
Well, let's take a look at where they will be playing as they try to jump those 5 spots. Tomorrow, it's all about me, as we start on Miramar and finish the event on Erangel. And I love the state of international PUBG right now, that we're not going into this in a 1, 2, 3 horse race.
Right.
This is still wide open with at least 6 teams in contention for the top spot, and 3 or 4 more who have 1 good game to start tomorrow and are in that hunt as well. And that is exciting that we only have 6 games and we're that tight.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I love the format here. With our changing the maps, going back and forth all the time, it's keeping the teams on their feet.
It is.
And honestly, it's looking fantastic in terms of the showing. It's rare that we see, a change of format and then the teams are able to kind of persist through the change of maps all the time and still perform again and again.
It doesn't seem to be bothering them at all. It seems almost like it's giving them sort of a fresh perspective every single match. It's been exciting to watch. That is absolutely certain. All right, I'm just gonna ask a simple question. Favorite team to watch today? Who gave you the most excitement?
It has to be Ghibli, right? There's both, Heaven being able to have a fantastic performance from him here. 12 games where he's able to just pop off every single time here. Obviously, me having him, my fantasy team helps, but still, they have had some insane moments where they're able to, both as a 2-man, but also go out as a full 4-man, getting 17 kills in that game there for Ghibli. That's fantastic to see for underdog team. We're not one of the favorites, at least, coming into this grand final.
They've had insane moments. Tomorrow, we're guaranteed to have insane moments as we come back with the last 6 matches of the grand final. That's it for us on the desk. Let's check in with Bella as she catches up with some of our top players.
Hi, I'm your host Bella, and welcome back to the main stage interviews here at PGS 1. That was an exciting day. We saw some incredible gameplays, and they were literally mind-blowing. So enough from me. Let's hear from the players themselves about the great plays they made on day 2 of the grand finals. First up, we have 17 Gaming's 𝗟𝗡𝗗 join us for the first interview. Please welcome 𝗟𝗡𝗗. 你好。
你好，你好。
Congratulations on coming in first on day 2 of the grand finals. Did you guys have a specific plan set out for today?
恭喜你在总决赛的第2天就拿到了排名第1的好成绩。请问一下，你们为今天有制定什么计划吗？
计划就是一直保持一个好心态，奔着冠军去。
So he said, we don't have a specific plan. We just headed for the championship.
Oh, they just have 1 goal straight, right? Okay. So tell me what was going on in your head in match 1 when you just collected those 15 kills?
想请问一下，你们在第1局的时候就拿了15个击杀，请问一下当时队内有什么计划吗？是？
情况有变，状态良好，很有冠军相。
So there's a change of plan, but our status is good, and we're just heading for the championship.
It's literally the same answer. We're headed for the championship. I wonder, how are you pushing through so strongly, like making your ultimate comeback from the losers brackets?
所以你们一路从败者组一路打到总决赛，请问一下，你们是有什么特殊的计划吗？策略吗？
虽然在败者组，但是我们也是保持一个良好的心态去面对接下来的比赛。所以我相信，只要我们保持好心态，打好每场比赛，冠军只是时间的问题。然后我还想说一句，你强的你强，我有斗鱼 OB17兽，为我们加油打气，谢谢。
Okay, so even though we like fight ourselves from the losers bracket all the way to the grand finals, but we just keep our heads up and stick to the plans. And he also said, even though despite all the teams are very strong, but we have show to like cheer up for you, for them. Sorry.
All right, good answer. That was a long answer, so I was expecting like, I don't know, like a mastermind strategy behind it. Thank you for the interview and good luck for tomorrow. Okay, 加油, Xiaobei. All right, thank you so much. That was Xiaobei from 17 GameX, and for our second interview, we're gonna have Ghibli's Heaven join us on the stage for his incredible play. Please welcome Heaven. You and your team are doing amazing. How are you playing so well, getting those kills at the right time? 이번 PGS에서 너무 좋은 성적 내시고 계신데 매번 놀라운 킬수 기록하시는 비법이 있으신가요?
상황도 상황인데 그래도 저희 팀원들이 뒤를 다 잘 봐줘가지고 제가 좀 편하게 먹을 수 있었던 것 같아요.
He said he owes it to his teammates because they helped him get those kills. Second question. Match 2, your team had a massive chicken dinner with 17 kills. Walk us through what happened there. 매치 2에서 이제 팀이 17킬, 진짜 엄청 놀라운 수를 기록하셨잖아요. 그 당시 상황 한번 직접 설명해 주실 수 있나요?
네, 북쪽에 다나와 있고 데이트레이드 있고 서쪽에 에이스가 있는 걸 알고 있었어가지고 우리 미리 어떻게 할지 데이트레이드 먼저 정리하고 그다음 들어가서 다나와 건너는 거 보고 미리 말을 맞춰놔서 순조롭게 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
They knew where Danawa, Day Trade, and Ascend were, so, you know, they went and got those kills one by one in order. Last question, how are you going to prepare for the last day of the Grand Finals? 그랜드 파이널까지 이제 마지막 날이잖아요? 마지막 날 남았는데 어떻게 준비하실 건가요?
지금 운영적으로는 문제 없다고 생각해서 팀원들이랑 같이 교전 디테일만 맞춰서 준비할 것 같습니다.
They're satisfied with the system they have going on right now, so they're going to work on those little details and try to make it as number 1 on the leaderboard. 오늘 너무 고생하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
Okay. That was Ghibli's Heaven for our last interview. Today was day 2 of the Grand Finals, and you know what that means? We only have one day until we meet our first ever PGS1 champions. So stay tuned and let's find out which teams will make their lion's share of $500,000. I'll see you tomorrow, and this is Bella. Bye-bye.